page since chapter 13 of Two Blue Vortex almost a year ago. And this color page of Boruto is really interesting because a lot of things about it contradict what we know about Boruto's design. See, because on the first page of chapter 22 of Boruto, we see Boruto facing, I guess what you could call the camera head on, and in this color page, Boruto appears to be wearing a blue collared shirt. Now this is interesting because every single time we've seen Boruto in his Two Blue Vortex form, in a colorized form, his shirt has not been blue, it's been white. I mean, on both the color page of chapter 1 and chapter 13, Boruto's undershirt is white. And we assume it's because Sasuke in his Boruto form wears a white undershirt. But for some reason, in the chapter 22 color page, his shirt is blue. Blue like his eyes, and the title of this manga. But the drawing of our attention to the concept of Boruto's blue eyes does not stop with Boruto's blue shirt. See, because the backgrounds of the full color pages are actually usually hints about the abilities of the person being shown on said page. See, when Kashin Koji was the subject of a full color page, in the background behind him, you could see reels of film. In the background behind Ryu, when he was the subject of a full color page, you could see his black iron sand. When Sarada was the subject of the full color page in chapter 21, the last chapter,
you can see her Mayuka.
when Sarada full color page in chapter
Hey, go check in our car.
That's alright. What in the hell?
Hey, just go check it. it out the window.
Got the mama ears. You just heard Kevin Gravy pulling up.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you got the mama ears. How you know somebody was by her car?
Color page in chapter 21, the last. Sucking in black mass around it, and thus these full color art pages, while they are sometimes nothing, oftentimes serve as hints to what's coming either in this chapter or the chapters to come. And rather interestingly, in the background of this full color page, not only did Ikimoto use the primary colors found in the Jogon, light blue and white, but he also very purposely had those streaks of light blue and white heading out from a center point, like the coloration of an iris, with Boruto being the center of that iris. And thus it seems as though through the combination of changing Boruto's shirt color and by very purposely trying to draw our attention to some eye-based symbolism with the colors of the Jogon, Ikimoto seems to be hinting at the Jogon being revealed in upcoming chapters. But why now? Why hint at the Jogon right now in chapter 22? Well, it's important to note that in the Boruto manga, we've only ever seen the Jogon used once, and that was in chapter 1. And in that chapter, the Jogon was being used with the karma marking, because as Boruto stands countered to Kawaki on the destroyed stone faces of Konoha, as the karma marking grows across his body, he also opens his right eye, revealing the Jogon. And while a lot of us, me very much included, have been looking at this moment and saying, hey, look,
How much money do you think you've earned just today?
I've earned about 150.
150 just today. All right. So how much money do you think's coming to your bank account today?
Boruto gets access to the karma marking back. Something we've been ignoring is that while he, yes, gets access to the karma marking back, he also learns how to use the Jogon willingly. See, because while we've only ever seen the Jogon used once in the manga, we have seen it used multiple times unwillingly in the anime. And in the anime, it's shown some pretty insane abilities, like the ability to track chakra and see Tenketsu points like the Byakugan, the ability to predict intent like the Sharingan, and the ability to see where Yamatsu Hirosaka is going to be used and see the boundary between dimensions like the Rinnegan. And thus it appears that the Jogon has the core of all of the abilities of every dojutsu ever. And when you consider the relationship between Shinjutsu and Ninjutsu, as Shinjutsu has been stated to be the progenitor of literally all ninjutsu in existence, the idea that the Otsutsuki have access to a dojutsu that is the progenitor of all other dojutsu is not that crazy of an idea. I mean, after all, it is referred to as the true eye. And considering the fact that Otsutsuki don't just simply have access to Shinjutsu, that's something they need to work their way towards, and the Jogon has been established as the literal paragon of achievement for all Otsutsuki, literally turning them into gods once they awaken enough of them. The idea that Boruto was somehow born with an endgame ability is not that crazy. And we know, because of chapter 1, that Boruto gains access to it willingly at some point in time, even though that eye has currently been slashed. But here's the thing about Boruto's right eye being lost. See, immediately after Boruto saves Sarada from Kawaki's blade arm slash, losing supposedly his right eye, immediately after that moment, Momoshiki takes over Boruto's body and opens that slashed right eye, with which we can see Momoshiki's Byakugan. Now, if Boruto's eye was destroyed, there is still obviously the possibility that Momoshiki would still be able to manifest his Byakugan, but this seems to imply that even though Boruto's eyelid was slashed, that the eye is fine. Now, this moment was very important for Momoshiki because Momoshiki took over Boruto's body in this moment so that he could free Kawaki, so Kawaki could launch Omnipotence. Though, in this moment, nobody knew what Momoshiki was trying to accomplish. I mean, even Kawaki was baffled. Momoshiki literally had to tell him, go get him. I tell him, I know you want to kill me, but you can't kill me if you're you're locked up in Konoha, can't you? Now this, amongst the myriad of other times that Momoshiki has apparently been able to see the future, all but seems to confirm that Momoshiki has the 10 paths. And mind you, I'm talking about all this for a reason. Because in those last 3 or so chapters of part 1 of Boruto, let's say chapters 77 to 80, Momoshiki is almost constantly talking about how things are either going exactly as he predicted or not going as he saw. In fact, when Boruto is slashed in his right eye, Momoshiki says, "You've now lost one of those blue eyes." But that is just the beginning of so much more loss to come. And Momoshiki in this moment saying that Boruto has lost one of those blue eyes seems like, to me at least, a rather obvious callback to when Momoshiki told Boruto, "One day those blue eyes will take everything from you." Now this is one of the most hotly debated lines in the entirety of the Boruto community. What is Momoshiki referring to? Is he referring to Boruto's Jogan? Is he referring to the eyes of Himawari or Naruto? Is he referring to Boruto's base blue eyes? But with Momoshiki making an obvious callback to what he said previously about those blue eyes, in this moment referring to Boruto's blue eye that he just lost as one of those blue eyes, it seems fairly obvious to me that Momoshiki was talking about Boruto's eyes and how Boruto's eyes would lead to the loss of everything. But what does that even mean? Well, I believe that Boruto's blue eyes were actually an allusion to his connection to Konoha. See, Boruto's blue eyes are actually talked about rather commonly in the lead up to him getting slashed in his right eye. People like Sarada saying that Boruto's eyes seem to be even bluer than his father's. Everything. What does that even mean?
With Google Workspace, you can create a Gmail account with your own domain and branding.
Than his father's, and constant connections being drawn between Naruto and Boruto through their eyes. It doesn't seem like a crazy leap to make. That Boruto's blue eyes, which are a sign of his connection to his father, his connection to Sarada, his connection to Konoha, his connection to the Uzumaki, his connection to his grandfather Minato, who had blue eyes, are the symbol of Boruto's life, friends, and connections. And Boruto's eyes being a symbol for his connections make a lot more sense as a theory when you consider the fact that Momoshiki believes that those blue eyes, or his connections to Konoha and his friends, will be his undoing. Because it's 1, Momoshiki who makes omnipotence happen by freeing Kawaki, and 2, Momoshiki who vehemently believes that when Boruto has his position swapped with Kawaki, that he'll give into the despair of losing all of his loved ones and friends, go to sleep forever, and allow for Momoshiki to pilot his body, and thus eat the globe in a tyrannical rampage. But this is also why Momoshiki flew into such a rage when Boruto didn't crumble under the pressure of losing all of his loved ones. See, because Momoshiki saw Boruto's future, he saw the fire of confidence, he saw Boruto getting into the agony of losing everybody he loved. He saw himself taking over Boruto's body forever and fully expressing his Kamamarki and consuming the planet and finally being able to leave Earth. This is why in chapter 80, Momoshiki gets so animated as he tries to push Boruto down into this avenue of depression. Boruto is actively diverting from the 10 paths course that Momoshiki had seen for him. And I believe Boruto's ability to divert from the predictions of the 10 paths lies in his Jogan. And thus Boruto's Jogan was not destroyed when his right eye was slashed. Yes, maybe one of his base eyes, his blue eyes, was destroyed, but we know from chapter 1 that his Jogan makes a triumphant return. And thus, what if in actuality, when the Jogan does make its triumphant return, it's revealed that its true ability is to control the Otsutsuki? See, every Otsutsuki that's ever heard that Boruto had access to the Jogan found that to be incredibly problematic. But why? Many have speculated for years that the Jogan has some kind of power over the Otsutsuki, but what is that power? Well, let's think about who amongst the Otsutsuki is able to accomplish the awakening of a Jogan, and why every Otsutsuki possibly wants to awake one in the first place. See, we've seen that even the weakest amongst the Otsutsuki, people like Kinjiki, who have possibly never consumed a chakra fruit, are still leagues stronger than some of the strongest beings from the races that they destroyed for energy. Kinjiki was able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Sasuke, and while he probably couldn't have beaten Sasuke in a one-on-one fight, humans are probably the strongest species in the entire universe outside of the Otsutsukis. And that's mostly to do with the fact that humans were created from the Otsutsukis. So if the Otsutsukis are already leaps and bounds stronger than all of the races that they need to conquer, why be in the constant pursuit of more power? Well, Nick, they want to climb the social ladder amongst themselves, and yeah, that's a pretty fair explanation, but the goal of all of the Otsutsuki is to become an Otsutsuki god by acquiring the Jogan, the Jogan must serve some purpose and making yourself more powerful than other Otsutsuki. Some power outside of the purview of something like a Rinne Sharingan, a Byakugan, a regular Rinnegan, or even a Sharingan. I believe that power lies in the ability to control the Otsutsuki. It's already been established that omnipotence mind wipes don't work on the Otsutsuki. This is why Boruto, Kawaki, Momoshiki, Ada, Daemon are all not necessarily affected by omnipotence because of their tie to the Otsutsuki. And thus, if even the highest level of Shinjutsu, the literal programming language for the Naruto universe, is not enough to affect the Otsutsuki, what if the Jogan is? See, when you're already more powerful than all of the people you're conquering, the only people you have to compete with are the other conquerors. And thus it makes sense that those who gain access to the Jogan are referred to as the god of the Otsutsukis, given their own dimension, reveled as far beyond the regular Otsutsuki in terms of power. And that's because the Otsutsuki truly only see the gods amongst them as those capable to wipe them out of existence, to subjugate them either into slavery or turn them into food like they do every other race in the universes. And thus, I believe in the coming chapters, Boruto will reveal an eye that acts as a counter to Sarada's Sun Eye, as not only is her ability named after the goddess of the sun, Amaterasu, but also the design of her monkey.
Videos aren't just about posting. They're about posting right. And this is a mistake that 90% of all small creators.
Sharingan is that of sun, and to counter that sun design, Boruto will unlock a moon eye, an eye eerily reminiscent of the moon in shape and color, which will allow for him to access his karma marking. See, because if Boruto's able to control the power of the Jogan, which may be able to allow him to control the Otsutsuki, in the same way that the Sharingan allowed for the Uchiha to control the tailed beast, and the Rinnegan allowed for Rinnegan users to control the Ghetto statue and the Ten Tails, Boruto will be able to unlock the power of his karma marking without worrying about Momoshiki taking over his body, because Momoshiki will be in check. But Nick, if this is a possibility, why didn't Kaiji see it coming? Well, there's a fair to decent possibility that our iteration of Boruto lies outside of the purview of the Ten Paths. Not only has Kashin Koji stated that this timeline is walking an incredibly thin tightrope, avoiding destruction on both sides, but Boruto has actively broken out of the prediction of the Ten Paths, at least if we're assuming that Momoshiki has used the Ten Paths to predict Boruto's future, breaking into a timeline that Momoshiki did not see coming with his future sight ability. And thus I believe, while Momoshiki may believe it's his time to shine when the karma marking begins creeping up Boruto's arm, as Boruto begins to lose control, his Jogan will be revealed for the first time in the manga since chapter 1 of Part 1. And to the combined power of the Jogan and the karma marking, Boruto will find enough time and power to be able to retreat from his battle against Jura. No, I don't think this is going to be enough power for him to defeat Jura one-on-one, and I don't think that would be a fun story beat either. Kawaki needs to be involved, and Kawaki will be involved. And thus I believe that after Boruto unlocks his karma marking and unlocks his Jogan in this upcoming supposedly death battle with Jura, he'll be able to get away from the battlefields with the soul thorns of Ryo and Matsuri in Team 7 in 2/3, giving them all the time and space they need to train for their upcoming battles. So what do I know? Maybe the Boruto Kawaki we saw at the beginning of chapter 1 were in an alternate timeline, and he actually never gets access to his karma marking or his Jogan ever again. But what do you guys think? Do you think that Boruto gets access to his Jogan in the upcoming?
You want to support me? Go to Nini Marie 37 on IG and purchase a signed copy of my book. That's how you support me. Make sure you smash that like. Go right now and follow me on TikTok at Trenches News 3837. That's my only TikTok. Yo! It's your boy Trench News, and I'm back at y'all with another one. Appreciate all the support. Thanks for everyone who subscribed to the channel. If you ain't subbed to my channel, make sure you join the membership. Shout out to all my mods. If you ain't follow my mods, you can follow the ads at the end of the video. Remember, if you got anything extra, I said extra, not food, hygiene, clothes, bag it up, take it outside, and give it to the less fortunate. Remember, we all one step away from being homeless. I don't care how much money you got or you think you got. Mother Nature could come and destroy everything, and now you homeless. So make sure you get back. With that being said, let's say the kids, the women, the elderly, the neutrons, and the civilians. It's Wednesday, y'all. Make sure you keep your head on the swivel. Remember, CPD can't save you or your local police department, so make sure you know where your kids are and your surroundings. If you got kids out there, nieces and nephews, claiming has this and the dead, woofing on the internet, make sure you get life insurance on them so you can bury them properly and won't have to go fund them. All right, y'all, I got two stories for y'all today. We're talking about Larry Bernard, who himself has been pardoned by Trump. They ain't done with the paperwork, but it will be done soon, and then he will be released to the States to finish off his 200 years. Make sure y'all smash that like button on that. And we're talking about Tory Lanez. The video has been released from when the Mexican had stabbed him. And man, it looked vicious, looked like a bag was on his head. Make sure y'all smash that like button so this video will get around. If you got Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Twitch, Facebook, Market, Bay2, hook it up.
His lawyers seeking early release from multiple life sentences, a special program passed by Congress known as the First Step Act, in some cases allowing early release for certain rehabilitated prisoners. Wearing a tan long-sleeve shirt, glasses, and a gray beard, a shackled Larry Hoover in Florence, Colorado, appearing on the monitors in a Dirksen federal courtroom here in Chicago, the 73-year-old founder of the notorious gangster Disciple Street Gang, testifying from the ADX Supermax prison in Colorado. I'm a completely different person than the man who went to prison in 1997, Hoover said in a low voice. I'm very reflective here at ADX. You're locked up at least 21 hours a day. I have no desire to run the GDs or to be involved in any criminal activity. I'm past that part of my life. But the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois vehemently opposing the early release of Hoover are...
Alright, I'm going to show you how to build a card reader using whatever you have at home. Actually, forget that. You don't.
That's the way you go out.
And you just got slapped around this just 1% nigga melee, so somebody clip that shit. I'm gonna start acting stupid.
What in the world just happened? Oh, you went through the portal.
believe in gravity.
That's quite the color palette.
You're the only one here without a suit of armor.
I wouldn't worry too much about that.
That happened to you. That just happened to you.
I got a comment. I got a comment from the people. So you need to get some. And another one.
He thought he was slick.
Frozen spot.
Oh, downstairs, like I said.
Touch my brother, bitch.
Yeah.
Over here.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
What the fuck? Rainbow Six, Rainbow Six, Rainbow Six. What I just say, bitch? Rainbow Six Vegas, buddy. Don't you dare think you're just gonna shoot me and my friends.
Chapter 1150, Dark Reversal Control. Nothing from Luffy's group in this chapter, and there's no new info about Brook's past or Barishwa either. We see Gunko Emu Devilfoot in an epic double page. Gunko's normal body has now two huge and leathery black wings, resembling bat wings, and a tail with an arrow-shaped tip. Gunko Emu also holds a large trident, much larger than Gunko's body. Whoa! Okay, we didn't know about this. This is like a depiction, I guess you could say, of what Emu's true form is. I don't even know if this is a devil fruit. I mean, it could be, but this might be just something that only Emu could do. Like a power that existed back before the Void Century, maybe some kind of like real devil type entity, and Emu harnessed that power and now has control over it. I'm just taking it. Yes, it could be creature similar to some god Nika devil fruit. If Nika was a real person, it could be analogous to that. Like this is the anti-Nika, whatever this devil is. Either way, this matches up with what we've been suspecting of Emu's form to be. Like we saw this tail back when they transformed her to Reverie, and killed Cobra. Some people speculated that that was like a devil fruit itself. Maybe it was Gunko's devil fruit, but now it seems like, yeah, that is Emu's tail. Now, as for the wings, that makes sense too, because we saw that on the mural. We didn't see that at the Reverie, but the mural, I guess, is what Emu's true form is. This big devil dragon monster thing. The trident is new. I don't know if that's a part of the package or this is just Emu's personal weapon that they like to use, maybe. I'm assuming this is supreme grade, maybe even further than that, if it is an actual tangible thing or it's just something that comes with the form. I don't know. Pretty exciting stuff. Gunko Emu orders Summers to lead the line of children. Usopp is in shock, seeing that Summers is still alive, and then talks with Killingham. Gunko Emu says, Killingham, is this all that the MMAs can offer? The MMAs are also like the sleep tits, the nightmare monsters that Killingham can make. So monsters will continue to be generated from the nightmares of this island. They are creatures of dream and have no concept of death within. They can all be revived whenever I give the signal. Okay, giving us more insight into how Killingham's devil fruit works, I guess. I mean, it still doesn't make sense, but it doesn't have to. Gunko Emu makes a magic book appear. And from inside the book, a dagger and a giant shotgun come out. When Bragi is about to attack, Gunko Emu stabs Bragi's left hand and shoots at Bragi's wrist. The shot destroys Bragi's wrist and separates his hand from his arm. So, yeah, this is like another thing that Emu can do. This magic book, again, don't know if this is devil fruit stuff. Don't know what's going on at all. There's speculation that Emu just has access to all devil fruit abilities somehow. I'm open to that for sure. Like I said in my previous video, that would make Emu like the all-for-one, from My Hero of this series. I don't think Emu needs that. I think if Emu just has some kind of crazy magic that's not devil fruit or hockey, that's fine. But pulling out these guns and knives, pretty wild stuff. I don't know what's going on. Took Bragi's hand off. We're about to see even more now. But first, given my demo, I'm sure there's a lot of aspiring programmers out there. Well, you're in luck because today's sponsor, Boot.dev, can help. A lot of code in building real projects. With Boot.dev, you'll earn XP, levels, achievements, and complete quests to get a top spot on the global leaderboard. All the content is free to read and watch in guest mode, but a paid membership unlocks all the interactive features like hands-on coding, AI assistance, progress tracking, and game elements. Programmers have an amazing earning potential. According to Stack Overflow, the median salary for back-end developers in the U.S. in 2023 was over $100,000. So guys, go to boot.dev and use my code ZONIT to get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. Thanks, guys.
And Doug. Okay, here's what you want to do.
Then Gunko Emu uses Devil's Contract to give Bragi the power of evil. Bragi is swallowed by the floor and then reemerges surrounded by flames with a new devil form. Bragi is now much bigger than the other giants, around 5 to 6 times bigger. Bragi has now 2 huge wings like Gunko Emu's, 4 large fangs, and 2 black horns. And he also holds a huge double-edged axe. Bragi can use his left arm even with no wrist. Bragi says, "Gah, the sensation, I feel like I can do anything." Yeah, it just keeps getting crazier. So yeah, we talked about this on Monday. Emu can just make you like a demon monster thing. And the appearance, of course, is similar to what's going on with Emu. And the horns made me think that maybe this has something to do with ancient giants or something. Like maybe all the ancient giants are derived from like devils or the devil. Again, this is just a placeholder term. I don't know if this thing is literally going to be called the devil or that's kind of just like an epitaph for it. Because I don't think it's like literally like, Christianity's Satan. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think devil is just a roundabout term for whatever this entity is. The fact that Emu could just do this, seemingly to just anyone, like it doesn't seem like there's some kind of condition that needs to be fulfilled. So I guess maybe if Emu like cuts your hand off or something, then you could do it. But you just think that Emu would just be doing this all the time. Unless it's not that simple. Also goes back to us talking about how Emu taking over Gunko possibly means that Emu can't leave Mary Joie, or their powers are just limited from there or something. Gunko Emu uses Dami Reversi, which is the title of the chapter meaning Dark Reversal Control, to turn Dory and some of the Giant Warrior Pirates into her/his subordinates. All of them now have devil forms like Bragi. They are much bigger and have wings/fangs and hold huge tridents. Dory's trident has a sword in the center prong. Yeah, okay, so I guess the trident business is just whatever's going on with Emu's devil magic stuff. In the effing epic last double page of the chapter, we see the new Gunko Emu's army. Devil Dory, Devil Bragi, and Devil Giant Warrior Pirates in front, and several dream monsters behind them. These dream monsters are much bigger than Killingham ones and have fangs and horns like devil giants. Gunko Emu says, so this is the power of Elbaf. Not bad at all. This nation is not to be destroyed, but to be ruled by Mu. However, let's witness for a bit longer what kind of performance they can provide in wars. The chapter ends with Jarl and the giants in the village. The giants ask Jarl to get away because something bad happened to Dory Bro Duo. But Jarl is ready to fight. He says, you shouldn't say that to a proud warrior. End of chapter, no break next week. Yeah, this is one of the craziest chapters in a very long time. Maybe since Gear 5 reveal, I don't know. This is truly wild stuff. I love when this happens in these battle manga series. Like, everything you thought you knew doesn't matter anymore, and just this whole new big power system comes into play, and it just changes everything. Because that's what's happening right now. And it's fascinating. I can't wait for more of this stuff to be revealed, because until then, I just don't know what this is. Maybe we're just not supposed to know, right? But Emu now has their devil giant army, which they're impressed with, despite them not really doing anything. I guess she can just feel like, oh, their power level feels good. I like this. And also Emu saying, so this is the power of Elbaf. This nation is not to be destroyed, but to be ruled by Mu. Why did it take so long to figure this out? Maybe I'm nitpicking. Just because Emu's been around for so long. So you figured they would have did this by now. I don't know. But like we talked about on Monday, it seems like this is setting up a nice battle for the Straw Hats, hopefully. And then Luffy, of course, might fight Emu Gunko, and that might be the precursor to Emu versus Luffy. Because them meeting is going to be huge. Because Emu might say some crazy stuff, like, oh, hey, haven't seen you since Joy Boy had your devil fruit, or, whatever. Reveal some stuff about Joy Boy, reveal some stuff about the Void Century, reveal some stuff about anything. That would be nice. But let me know what you guys think about this chapter in the comments. Hopefully we can get some panels tomorrow, and we'll go over what all this stuff looks like. But have a great day. I'll see you in the next one.
Mr. Hayes, you gave up racing. You're bankrupt. Anything you wish you'd done differently?
No. 3 laps to lifetime.
F1, the movie.
A lot of times people try to base their journeys off of what other people are doing, but that's not my story. This is walking in my own footsteps.
Purdue.
Listen up, you anime-only casualties. If that absolute banger of a season finale left you foaming at the mouth for more of my glorious king, then congratulations. You've stumbled into the only place that matters, as we're picking up right where the anime dropped off, diving headfirst into the manhwa madness. And guess what? We're dropping these bad boys every single week. So smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and buckle up for the next level of solo leveling insanity. Let's go. The chapter begins in a dungeon where a man was practically shitting bricks as a dark figure loomed over him. Desperate, he asked the creature what it was, but creepy grandpa, not paying him any attention, simply muttered, He's not the one either. They're hiding cleverly, aren't they? The brilliant fragments of light. The tension in the air was suffocating. Creepy Grandpa suddenly sensed another presence and turned to find Yogamund, the monarch of transfiguration, just casually standing there like he owned the place. Yogamund came bearing news, something about the East Island. Creepy Grandpa scoffed, recognizing it as the land of the Shadow Monarch. He asked Yogamund if he was planning to deal with that place. Yogamund told Creepy Grandpa that the rulers had decided to unleash their legions south of the island, and he intended to take it for himself. Creepy Grandpa was both amused and skeptical to hear this. He then asked Yogamund about the Shadow Monarch. Yogamund smirked and told him that if the planner fulfills the contract, it'll be fine. Then he dropped the bomb that the greatest fragment of brilliant light has been confirmed to be in that place too. That got Creepy Grandpa's attention. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, "You came all this way just to tell me that?" But before their scheming could go any further, Creepy Grandpa suddenly stiffened. He was sure that something was off about his situation. He then told Yogamund that they had been lured here. Just then, another figure stepped into view, radiating hostility. Creepy Grandpa observed him carefully, then sneered. That guy earlier couldn't possibly wield the power of the brilliant fragments of light, so why was there a trace of it here? Then he went, "Ah, I see. You plan to get in our way." The man's eyes burned with fury as he spoke. "That small island to the east. You mean Korea, don't you?" Creepy Grandpa, ever the arrogant prick, taunted and asked Il Huan, "What is he going to do about it?" Yogamund, growing impatient, reminded
crazy.
Squad that they didn't have
Solo
time
level
to
in
waste
that
on
episode
nobles.
is gonna
But
be
Creepy
lit.
Grandpa wasn't done. Smirking, he turned back to Il Huan and challenged him, telling him to try and stop us if you can. That was all it took. The Il Huan lunged, shouting, "I won't let you escape." His attack came fast, but Creepy Grandpa blocked it effortlessly with an ice shield, grinning like this was all a game. As the air around them froze over, he prepared to counterattack. And when he did, the entire area exploded into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the Red Gate, Drippy Woo's shadow army was already farming these monsters like XP in a low-level dungeon. But the boss had the audacity to act tough. This oversized fool took one look at Rizzy Woo and laughed at him. Jin Woo was nothing but a bug, or so he thought. Jin Woo just smirked, gave the signal to his shadows, and suddenly the forest started spitting out shadow soldiers like a horror movie gone wrong. The shadow army made quite an entrance holding his minions' heads. The boss,
Let's go.
realizing he fumbled harder than a beginner in ranked mode, to call for backup, but all he got in response was a corpse flying at his face like a disrespectful delivery service. Jin Woo, standing there like an emperor watching peasants beg for mercy, hit him with the coldest line. Asking the boss to call me small now, desperation hit, and he screamed at his remaining henchmen to do something, anything, but it was already too late. Jin Woo's army was already tearing through them like a hot knife through butter. Tank was out here bulldozing fools, clearing the path for Jin Woo like an unpaid bodyguard. Seeing his forces getting folded, the boss finally snapped and charged straight at Jin Woo, thinking he still had main character energy. That lasted all of 5 seconds before Baru and Igris tag-teamed him like they were auditioning for a WWE match. He sliced off an arm.
Oh shit!
And before the boss could process the L he just took, Tusk stepped in, flexing his inverse gravity, slamming the guy to the ground like he owed him rent. Pinned and defeated, the boss could only watch as Jin Woo casually strolled up, looking like death itself, and said, "Now you'll answer my questions. It'll hurt less if you do." The monster, now in its "I regret everything" mark, barely had the process before its miserable existence was cut short. Standing over the lifeless body, Jin Woo sighed, thinking how the system still wasn't giving him anything. He muttered to himself about how this had to be some kind of interference, but he shrugged it off, thinking that he'd get his answers sooner or later. Then, reaching into his inventory, he pulled out the key from the cursed random box, the key to Cardinal Temple. As he examined it, a countdown appeared, ticking down the time before he could enter. Flashbacks hit him as the memories of that dungeon, the nightmare that started it all, flooded his mind. This time things were different. This wasn't the weak, desperate Jin Woo of the past. This was Drippy Woo, the aura farmer.
Drippy Woo.
Then it better be ready for what was coming.
Let's go,
He
Jen.
stared at the key in his hand. Countdown ticking down like a time bomb. He wondered if all of this was all planned from the very start. Was the system just sitting there, waiting for him to return? Meanwhile, somewhere deep inside the dungeon, an ominous entity sat
Oh
in the shadows.
my.
Hearing Jin Woo's words, it smirked. Whatever was lurking inside Cardinal Temple was waiting for its rematch. The scene shifts to Jinho, who is sitting in the office, handling business like a wannabe corporate overlord. He scoffs at complaints from the people he sued, calling them crybabies. After finishing his work, he leaves, convinced he's wiped out all the slander against Jinwoo. But just as he starts to relax, the man himself materializes behind him like a ghost. Jinwoo casually says, "You sure are working hard, Jinho. Still getting used."
I ain't gonna cap. Jinwoo's so overpowered. This nigga just fucking shadow exchange so quick.
Jinho reassures him that everything's running smoothly, and then immediately gets distracted by Jinwoo's outfit. Before he can ask, Jinwoo tosses a bag full of magical cores onto the desk, saying, "You said we needed money for the guild." Jinho, seeing that, grins and says salaries won't be an issue anymore. But Jinwoo looks at him confused. Jinho reminds him they still need to hire another guild member, which means they actually have to pay someone. Jinho, nodding with fake seriousness, suddenly brings up the real crisis at hand. They need a guild name. Jinwoo, thinking it's something urgent, looks at him unimpressed as Jinho dramatically declares, "This is very serious." Jinho starts throwing out the worst names imaginable. Star Guild, Wuho Guild, Jinjin Guild, like he's running a kindergarten naming contest. Jinwoo, probably tired of the nonsense, decides to call it Solo Play Guild, with the most nonchalant explanation. After all, it's a solo play guild. Jinho stares at him, wondering if that was supposed to be a joke. Before he can question it, a knock at the door interrupts them. Jinho goes to check and is stunned to see none other than Mommy Cha herself was standing there. She asks if this is Jinwoo's guild office, and Jinho, still processing, nods. But when he asks why she's here, she hits them with the unexpected. She tells him that she wants to join their guild. As they sit down, Jinwoo, still making sure he heard that right, asks her to clarify.
I knew it!
No hesitation. Mommy Cha simply repeats what she
She loves you, nigga.
Jinwoo stares at her, completely lost. He wasn't sure what the hell was going on. He asks Mommy Cha if the chairman told her to join, or if maybe Hunter Choi got tired of her and kicked her out. Mommy Cha shakes her head, saying that's not the case. Jinwoo, now serious, leans in slightly and asks, if that's not the case, then why did she want to join his solo player guild? Mommy Cha blinks, caught off guard by that ridiculous name, and asks if he seriously named it that. Jinwoo, unbothered with it, yeah, what's wrong with it? The Vice Master and I agreed on it. Jinwoo immediately protests.
Liar.
Reconsider the names he had suggested. Meanwhile, Jinwoo silently analyzed Mommy Cha's pulse, her breathing, and her expressions. She's trying to look calm, but she wasn't fooling Jinwoo. Jinwoo questions her contract, pointing out that it's only been 2 years since her awakening, meaning she's still bound to the Hunters Guild. But Mommy Cha casually says Jinwoo, now even more confused, wonders why she was so desperate that she was even willing to pay a fine just so she could join his guild. He tells her the guild isn't exactly rolling in cash, so they can't offer her anything close to what she's worth.
Sure.
Mommy Cha shrugs it off, saying she doesn't need it to pay. Jinwoo narrows his eyes, still not buying.
The live stream
join us.
review.
There's nothing for you to gain here. Mommy Cha hesitates, her mind racing. She wasn't sure how to explain this situation to this dumbass. She was concerned that no matter what she said, it would sound insane. At first, she was just drawn in because his mana didn't smell like the others. But during the Jeju Island raid, she really thought I was going to die. But then Drippy-Woo saved her. The scene shifts to the past where Mommy Cha wakes up in a helicopter after the raid. She groggily asks the chairman where they are, and he tells her they've just landed at the Hunters Association and that she'll be sent to the hospital soon. But Mommy Cha's only concern was Jinwoo. She asks if he was the one who saved them. The chairman confirms it. And Mommy Cha, still processing everything, thinks, so it wasn't a dream. The memory lingers in her mind of how she barely survived this time, but she was concerned thinking about next time. She wonders, what if a situation comes where she can't escape death? Back in the present, she struggles to put her thoughts into words, her face slowly turning red. She wasn't sure how to tell Jinwoo that she wanted to stay by his side till the very end without making a fool of herself. Jinwoo watches her, now even more confused. He wonders, why was Mommy Cha acting all strange? As Mommy Cha tries to pull herself together, he grows more impatient. He asks her if she was planning to answer him. He can see she's hiding something. Finally, he asks again, and this time, Mommy Cha snaps out of her thoughts and quickly says, I just want to live comfortably. Is there a problem with that? Jinwoo stares at her, thinking, Mommy Cha is only 22, and being an S rank must be exhausting for her. Even though her words don't fully convince him, he can tell there's more to it than that. Mr. Aura Farmer watches Mommy Cha closely. He knows the hunters took a beating during the Jeju Island raid, so he gets why she might want to change. But just because she wants in doesn't mean he's handing her a free pass. He told her that if she wants to join, then she has to pass the entrance test. Mommy Cha raises a brow and says, "That wasn't in the recruiting notice." Jinwoo, being the menace he is, shrugs and tells her that maybe the guild vice master made a mistake. It's a new rule. Mommy Cha asks about the test. Jinwoo smirks and told her that she has to beat one of his summons. She narrows her eyes and asks if he thinks that she was that weak. Drippy Woo doesn't even hesitate and tells her that for her he'll use his strongest summon. That wipes the smugness off her face. They stand up and she asks, "When's the test?" Drippy Woo, never one to waste time, simply says, "Right now." He suggests using the gymnasium at the association and starts thinking this is the perfect opportunity to test whether he can use shadow exchange with two people. He steps in close, his voice low. Wrapping his arms around her, he told her that she didn't have to leave, as he'd use a shortcut. Bro was risen, and he wasn't even aware of that. Mommy Cha barely has time to process before he adds, "We just have to stay together for a bit." And just like that, darkness engulfs them. Meanwhile, Jinho walks back into the room, arms full of snacks, only to be greeted by a massive high orc staring right at him. They lock eyes in pure confusion. The orc, completely unfazed, casually snatches a snack from Jinho's hand and devours it in one bite. Back in the gymnasium, Mommy Cha stares around in shock, wondering how Drippy Woo had done that. Drippy Woo, internally, was celebrating his successful experiment that confirmed his theory that shadow exchange works like a gateway, meaning he can transport people with him. He refocused and told Mommy Cha it was game time. Mommy Cha frowns, telling him that she doesn't have a weapon. Jinwoo's eyes gleamed as he asked her if she was talking about the pickaxe. She looks at him, all embarrassed, telling him that wasn't her weapon. Mommy Cha lets out an exasperated sigh before heading to the storage room. She glances over the collection. The weapons aren't amazing, but they'll do. Picking out a sword, she steps back into the gym, ready. Mr. Aura Farmer eyes the blade. He asks her if she was sure, as this wasn't her usual weapon. Mommy Cha doesn't even hesitate, telling him that it doesn't matter, as the monsters never fight on our terms anyway, so she'll make do with what she has. He respects the answer. Jinwoo knew that an ordinary summon wouldn't cut it. He needs to give her a real challenge. He raises his hand, summoning Igris. He told Mommy Cha that among my soldiers, he is the best swordsman. And just like that, the room darkens as Igris steps forward. Mommy Cha, sizing him up, asks, "What are the conditions for winning or losing?" Jinwoo lays down the rules for her, saying that you either win by destroying the summon or lose when you surrender. Although he had promised that he'd use his strongest summon, but throwing Baru at Mommy Cha would just be bullying, so he decided against it. Once they're both ready, Jinwoo signals the fight to begin. But the moment Mommy Cha starts gathering mana, something clicks. Weapons don't matter, huh? That line keeps playing in his head. He suddenly stops them. Jinwoo reached into his inventory. Out comes the Demon King's longsword, a weapon that could turn most hunters into dust with a single swing. He tosses it to Igris. Igris doesn't waste a second, activating the sword's ability and sending a devastating wave of electricity straight at Mommy Cha. But before it can land, she dodges effortlessly. Jinwoo watches, impressed, thinking how she's expected to be. She's fast. If that had even grazed a normal hunter, they'd be toast. The battle escalates, and with every clash of blades, the sound reverberates through the building. This, of course, does not go unnoticed. In his office, Chairman Go Gun-hee frowns as no one was supposed to be in the gym today. He calls for the CCTV feed, and when the footage pops up, he's greeted by the sight of Mr. Aura Farmer and Mommy Cha throwing hands. As he watches them, a memory resurfaces of Cha's face when she found out Jinwoo was the one who saved her. He chuckles, thinking how he really was blind. With a smirk, he orders the cameras shut off and the logs altered to say no inspection took place. He leans back, intent to let the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, in the gym, Jinwoo is staring at something he hadn't expected. Mommy Cha had kicked Igris's ass and was standing victorious over him. She dusts herself off, looking at Jinwoo expectantly. She asks Jinwoo if this really was Jinwoo's strongest shadow. She knew Drippy Woo was holding back, and she wasn't having it. He told Jinwoo to summon his strongest shadow. Jinwoo hesitates. He told Mommy Cha that she might get hurt, but Mommy Cha scoffed and told him that she'll be fine. Jinwoo's expression shifts as a dark aura swirls behind him. Shadows rise, and a chilling presence fills the room as Beru emerges. Jinwoo looks her dead in the eyes and asks her again if she is sure about it. All right, you damn cheeky bastards. Just like we had promised, we are back with another episode of Solo Leveling. So settle down because shit is about to get real, as Mommy Cha is going to be fighting that overdramatic bug, and Mr. Aura Farmer will accidentally unlock the romance skill tree, and boy, he has no idea how to go this route, so sit and enjoy. The chaos kicked off when Mommy Cha, fresh off her W against Igris, turned to Jinwoo and said, "All right, you said you'd bring out your strongest. Summon him." Jinwoo, ever the menace, just smirked and hit her with the classic, "You might get hurt," but Mommy Cha wasn't backing down. That's when the air got heavy, the lights dimmed, and a dark aura swirled behind Jinwoo as he summoned Beru. Jinwoo even double-checked with Mommy Cha. He again asked her if she was sure that she wanted to do this, because while most shadow soldiers were diet versions of their living selves, this bug was brewed in the depths of hell specifically to exterminate hunters. If he went all out, Mommy Cha's chances weren't just slim, they were practically non-existent. But my glorious king ordered Beru to just defeat Mommy Cha and not to harm her, saying that if he does, life won't be easy for him. Beru being the over-dramatic bug he was put on his puppy face, but he also whipped out his claws ready to go overboard. Then he let out a powerful screech that shattered every light and window in the building. Mommy Cha stood there processing this like, Jinwoo actually fought this thing? Meanwhile, Beru fully transformed, flexing his intimidation stats, but Jinwoo immediately nerfed him like a dev working overtime. He told Beru to put those claws away. Life's going to get real hard if you scratch her during the test. Beru, scared straight, retracted his claws instantly. Mommy Cha, seeing an opening, lunged at him, but before she could blink, Beru had already teleported behind her. Mommy Cha thought this again. She wasn't going to fall for the same trick twice, or so she thought swinging her sword. But Beru caught it like it was a toy and casually let it go. Then, just to flex, he turned to Jinwoo and said, "Give me the word, and I'll humble her without even touching her." And oh, did he mean that. Mommy Cha kept attacking, but Beru didn't even need to move, he just casually dodged everything like he had Ultra Instinct on at all times. Then, out of nowhere, he got all up in her personal space and let out a banshee scream so loud it sent her flying. My glorious king, who was watching everything from the sidelines, realized that the bug was out of control and he had to intervene. But Mommy Cha wasn't about to take that L. She stood up, still determined, and Jinwoo could only wonder what she was thinking. Beru, on the other hand, wasn't questioning a damn thing. He went full predator mode and charged, spitting some philosophical nonsense about prey and predators. Mommy Cha barely dodged, then gathered up all the mana she had left and launched an attack. It hit, but Beru's exoskeleton was built different due to the impact her sword shattered like cheap plastic, but that was her plan. She baited him, using her skill, Sword of Light, and finally managed to pierce through his armor. That should have been a win, but instead it triggered Beru's old Queen-issued programming. Suddenly, all that loyalty to Jinwoo took a back seat, and Beru muttered, "This woman is my enemy," and that was when shit got serious. His aura flared, and he was about to go for the kill. Jinwoo ordered him to stop, but Beru wasn't hearing it. Mommy Cha closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate, when suddenly an explosion occurred. When she opened her eyes, Jinwoo was standing there, having intercepted the attack like it was just another Tuesday. Beru, snapping out of it, immediately dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness, but Jinwoo wasn't even mad. He was too busy looking at Mommy Cha. He wondered, why was she trying this hard? This is just a test for my nameless guild, not life or death. What are you doing all this for? Then this dumbass straight up asked her if she was into him. As Jinwoo asked that question, MommyCha.exe stopped working. Jinwoo, still not convinced, thought to himself that it can't be an absolute queen, like Mommy Cha can't be interested in someone like him. But before he could process it, she hit him with the softest, quietest. I think that might be the case. The scene shifts to good old America, where Michael Connor and Mrs. Sellner meet with David, the director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. David, looking like a man who's about to have a migraine, asks why they failed to recruit Jinwoo. Michael, clearly still recovering from the trauma, explains that, according to Mrs. Sellner's observations, my glorious king is one of the top dogs. The director raises an eyebrow, questioning if that means Jinwoo is on par with national-level hunters. Mrs. Sellner sighs and starts explaining what she saw when she peeked into Jinwoo's soul, saying, "Normally, awakened hunters borrow power from a place called the other side, and she can sense that connection. Some hunters shine like beacons, radiating energy so intense she calls them kings. But Jinwoo's connection was non-existent. Instead, the moment she looked into his eyes, the abyss stared back at her. He wasn't connected to the darkness, he was the darkness. The director, suddenly realizing how ominous that sounds, hesitantly asks if that makes Jinwoo evil. Mrs. Sellner shakes her head, saying that he is not evil, just different. Every other hunter borrows power. Jinwoo is power. He's not bound by any external connection, which means there's no limit to his growth. Michael, now visibly sweating, confirms, so you're telling me there's no cap to his strength? Mrs. Sellner nods. David takes a deep breath, thanks her for the intel, and tells Michael to follow him. It was time for Plan B. They descend to level 24, a basement straight out of a classified government horror movie. David, still thinking about how to handle Jinwoo, tells Michael they need a new approach. Asking him if he remembers the first ever S-rank gate, Michael nods, saying it was quite hard to forget, as that disaster wiped out the entire West Coast. David recounts how America recruited the strongest hunters in the world for that raid, promising them riches beyond imagination. Only 5 survived, and they were rewarded with authority equal to an entire nation, thus the birth of national-level hunters. Then came Kamish, the inextinguishable flame, the dragon that turned top-rank hunters into charcoal. Hundreds died fighting it, but in the end, there was a silver lining. As the elevator doors open, Michael's eyes widen. There, preserved in cold storage like a legendary relic, is a runestone carved from Kamish's corpse. David smirks, thinking how it's been 8 years, and we still don't have a mage-class national-level hunter. But Kamish is about to give this great nation one last gift. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stands in the shower, staring at his reflection like he just unlocked a new DLC skin. He can't believe a girl actually confessed to him. Him, the guy who spent years being treated like dungeon fodder, and not just any girl, someone like Mommy Cha. He starts analyzing himself. His height shot up, his physique got chiseled, and even his skin cleared up like he just ran a K-Beauty speedrun. Maybe it's all the buffs from will to survive? He's deep in thought when an idea strikes. He marches into Jinha's room, playing How Would You Rate Me? Jinha, not even looking up, asks, In what? Jinwoo, fully serious, responds, My attractiveness. She finally looks at him and then bursts out laughing. She asked him where the confidence was coming from, telling him that, in her eyes, he'll still look like a bum. Jinwoo's ego takes a direct hit. Jinwoo casually drops a bombshell on Jinha, telling her he's planning to start his own guild. She raises an eyebrow, asking if he is going to be the big boss now. She teases, already texting her friend about this breaking news. Meanwhile, Jinwoo, dead serious, asks what she thinks of the name Solo Play Guild. Jinha gives him a look of pure disappointment, asking what had possessed his dumbass when he came up with that name. Jinwoo actually considers this and realizes she's got a point. He asks for suggestions, and she throws out Ajin Guild, explaining that Ah means I and Jin means to go forward. Jinwoo mulls it over, liking the sound of it. Meanwhile, across town, Mommy Cha is in full panic mode. She's flopping around on her bed like a fish, replaying today's events in her head, thinking about how she basically confessed to Drippywoo, wondering if Jinwoo will think that she is insane. But then she rationalizes Jinwoo did save her life. It's only natural she'd be interested. Yeah, no, she's doomed. Then, in the middle of her spiral, something clicks. When she was unconscious, she saw something. A hand reaching out. A voice pleading to her to tell Jinwoo something. She looks back and recognizes that it was Byung-yu. He was telling you to tell Jinwoo that he must be careful of the power within him. The next day, over at the Knights Guild HQ, Park Jing-soo and Yong Yun-tai are discussing a gate that popped up in their territory. The problem is, getting a raid permit won't be easy since, according to the Hunters Association, it's nearly an S-rank gate. Jing-soo sighs, knowing full well that if they screw this up, the main guild will swoop in and steal the glory. He's about to throw hands over the thought of soon defeating another guild when a woman casually suggests, why not form an alliance? Jing-soo immediately dismisses the idea, as he isn't sure if a guild would team up with them when it's obvious they can't handle it alone. Then it hits him. Jinwoo, Young Yearing smirks, knowing that it might work, knowing teaming up with Jinwoo could be a PR goldmine, but calling him up like some desperate ex doesn't sit right. Instead, he decides they're pulling up in person. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and Jinho are finalizing the guild name. Jinwoo suggests Jin, and Jinho nods vigorously, internally thinking literally anything is better than Solo Play Guild. With that settled, Jinwoo says they need one more member to make it official. Jinho immediately asks, "What about Mommy Cha?" Jinwoo shakes his head, telling him that she isn't who he was looking for. Jinho looks at him like he just committed a federal crime, thinking how Mommy Cha was an S rank, a dungeon raid legend, and insanely beautiful, wondering what kind of lunatic would reject her. Out loud, he just asks, exactly who was he looking for? Jinwoo just shrugs and says, someone who has a hunter's license, isn't too invested in guild work, and, most importantly, someone he can trust. Jinho blinks as he actually knows a couple of people who fit that description. Before they can get into it, there's a knock at the door. Jinwoo sighs, already bracing himself. Mentally, he was praying it not to be Mommy Cha again. He opens it. Instead of Mommy Cha standing there, were Park Jing-soo, Yong Yirim, and Yong Yuntai. Park Jing-soo introduced himself as the Guild Master of the Knights Guild. Jinwoo and Jinho exchange glances, wondering, why the hell did they come all the way here? After the introductions, they sit down, and Park Jing-soo starts explaining the situation to my glorious king. He pulls out a video of the massive gate that recently appeared in Korea, pointing out how it's radiating an absurd amount of magic energy. Jinwoo, always straight to the point, asks if it's an S-rank gate. Park Jing-soo says no, but it's dangerously close, adding that it's the largest A-rank gate ever to pop up in Busan. Hearing that, Jinwoo briefly wonders if he should drop by Mommy Juhee's place like the old times and get her to treat him to some sashimi. Meanwhile, Park Jing-soo is still talking, explaining that the Hunters Association won't give their guild a raid permit since they don't have an S-rank hunter. That's where Jinwoo comes in. He wants Jinwoo to join the raid so they can secure the gate. In the back, Yong Yirim is busy fangirling, debating whether to ask for Jinwoo's autograph or for selfie. Park Jing-soo lays out the deal, telling Jinwoo that usually an S-rank hunter gets 10% of the cut, but he's willing to offer Jinwoo 20%. Jinwoo doesn't even blink before countering with a 50-50 split, adding that the deal has to be with his guild, not just him personally. He casually drops the news that he's just founded the Ajin Guild. Park Jing-soo, realizing he's not dealing with a pushover, tries to negotiate, suggesting 40-60 instead, but Jinwoo shuts that down instantly, reminding him that he's not the one who needs help here. Park Jing-soo, now sweating, agrees on the condition that Jinwoo handles the boss fight. With that settled, Park Jing-soo tells him they need to start the raid by tomorrow at the latest, and asks Jinwoo to come with them immediately. But Jinwoo, being Jinwoo, told him that he has something to take care of, so he'll see them tomorrow directly at Busan. Park Jing-soo, realizing he has no leverage, just nods. Meanwhile, Jinwoo gets a call from his mom. He asks if she got a new phone and if she called him by mistake, but she just tells him to have dinner with her tonight. Jinwoo, who'd fight world-ending monsters, but would never say no to his mom. Fast forward to the next day, the Knights Guild is posted up near the Busan gate, surrounded by a massive crowd. Their hunters are making last-minute preparations, while Park Jing-soo, already in his armor, is glaring at his phone, muttering how they should have made Drippy Woo come with them yesterday. He keeps checking the time, grumbling about whether Jinwoo's going to be late before finally saying, "We leave in 5 minutes." Meanwhile, Jinwoo, still at home, is casually getting ready. He looks outside and wonders if Gina took an umbrella with her. The scene cuts to Gina's school, where a group of students is wandering through the hallways, ranting about how their art teacher is making them do all the work he should be doing himself. They enter a dusty old classroom that's been abandoned all semester. One student notices something in the corner. A gate had appeared. He points it out to his friends and, in true horror movie fashion, decides to walk right up to it. Trying to be brave, he asks his friends if they were scared walking up to the gate. He said that the gate was closed and that it won't open for at least a week. Only hunters can go in or out. That when one of his friends mutters that this place has been neglected for months, but none of them notice the cracks forming on the gate's seal. Then, without warning, a hand shoots out from the gate, grabbing the nearest student by the head. He thrashes, trying to break free, but it's too late. His friends watch in horror as the creature inside the gate tightens its grip and crushes his skull like a soda can. As the students saw the monsters crawling out of the gate, the chaos popped off. The monsters were buzzing, practically vibrating at the scent of fresh meat. But these two were just scouts. Their bloodlust was screaming at them to start the slaughter, but they had a mission first. One of them sniffed the air, locking onto the humans inside the building. Looking around, he muttered to his companion how he thinks that this place is built like a damn fortress. Then turning to his partner, he told him to call at least a week. Only hunters can go in or out. That when one of his friends mutters that this place has been neglected for months, but none of them notice the cracks forming on the gate's seal. Then, without warning, a hand shoots out from the gate, grabbing the nearest student by the head. He thrashes, trying to break free, but it's too late. His friends watch in horror as the creature inside the gate tightens its grip and crushes his skull like a soda can. As the students saw the monsters crawling out of the gate, the chaos popped off. The monsters were buzzing, practically vibrating at the scent of fresh meat. But these two were just scouts. Their bloodlust was screaming at them to start the slaughter, but they had a mission first. One of them sniffed the air, locking onto the humans inside the building. Looking around, he muttered to his companion how he thinks that this place is built like a damn fortress. Then turning to his partner, he told him to call the others while he stayed and started an early feast. And with that, he stepped out, eyes already locked onto some unlucky students. Before they could even register their doom, the beast was already on them. Meanwhile, Jinwoo arrived at the scene, taking one look at the massive gate. He thought about how this gate really was massive, giving it a casual look. Then his eyes were swept over to the squad assembled for this raid. The place was crawling with miners, collectors, and a stacked lineup of 13 A ranks and 20 B ranks. Looking at the numbers of A ranked hunters present, Jinwoo was surprised, but then, in true Jinwoo fashion, he just shrugged it off, thinking how it was expected as they were one of the top 5 guilds after all. But before he could take another breath, he got swarmed by hunters. They hit him with a barrage of questions, basically foaming at the mouth to know if he was leading this raid. Jinwoo, who absolutely did not sign up for a press conference, just blinked in confusion. That's when young Ye Rim stepped in like a teacher, breaking up an overly excited class. She introduced herself as an A-rank healer from the Knights Guild, giving Jinwoo a polite nod, while the other hunters still eyed him like a rare Pokemon. Then Park Yong-soo stepped up, declaring he'd be leading the raid. The guild members immediately started side-eyeing and whispered to themselves how they think Jinwoo should lead the raid, as he's the S-rank here. But Park Yong-soo shut it down, assigning Jinwoo to the back as a safety net. That was basically an insult to every A-rank in the room. Then one of the A-rank scoffed, saying how they don't need a babysitter as they are plenty strong. Yong-soo, realizing he might have just triggered their pride, tried to explain that this was just their guild's usual vibe. Jinwoo just shrugged, thinking how the hunters seemed confident. With that settled, the group moved out, heading into the dungeon. Cut to the Hunter Association's emergency call center, where a phone operator picked up a distress call. The shaky, terrified voice of a girl came through. The voice told the operator about the situation, asking for help. The operator, immediately realizing how grim the situation was, asked for her location immediately. She then tried to calm the girl and asked her where exactly she was. The girl, barely holding it together, whispered that she was hiding in a bathroom. She told her that she was with her friend, but the monsters killed her. The operator reassured her, telling her hunters were already on the way. The operator then asked her if she could describe the monsters. The girl hesitated, then said, "They're green. I saw them on TV before." As the operator heard that, her blood ran cold. Green skin and orcs. She realized how fucked up things were. The situation just went from bad to hell tier real fast. The operator then told the girl to run immediately, but it was too late. The girl's scream ripped through the line as an orc found her. The operator sat frozen, horror washing over her as the line went dead. Back at the school...
Yo, is this when Jinwoo's sister gets her powers?
...already torn apart were scrambling for any exit, while the orcs leisurely picked off those trapped inside. One of them grumbled he wasn't happy that half of his prey had run away, but there were still many fish in the pool, and the massacre continued. The orcs, feeling cocky as hell, decided to block every escape route just to make this massacre extra painful. Meanwhile, the students were pulling a last-ditch barricade, everything strategy, stacking tables and chairs like it was going to do anything against literal monsters. An orc kicked down the door like he was the landlord collecting rent, stepping in drenched in blood and ready to make it rain. The students froze.
Very funny.
Horror plastered on their faces. One kid saw his chance and bolted for the window, thinking he could anime protagonist his way out. But the moment he got close, 2 glowing red eyes locked onto him from outside. He barely had time to process his own doom before an axe came flying at his skull, ending his escape attempt in a single brutal second. More orcs stormed in, surrounding the trapped students like wolves in a pen. One of them sniffed the air, catching a whiff of magic power. Pointing to Songyi, he told the other orc to kill her first. Gina and Han Songyi were backed into a corner. Gina called out desperately for her brother, while Han Songyi, realizing there was no way out, took a deep breath. She thought to herself, even if I'm E-ranked, I'm still awakened. She was going to step forward and fight with the orcs. Gina tried to stop her, but the orcs were already moving in. The orc asked, "Is this the human you sensed?" Eyeing Han Songyi with mild disappointment. The other orc shook his head. "No, there's something much stronger right next to her." His eyes locked onto Gina. He then muttered, "The smell is..."
Yo, she waking up.
She must die. With zero hesitation, he swung his axe at her. Gina squeezed her
Oh,
eyes,
anime.
bracing for the
My
worst.
bad.
But the impact never came. When she dared to look, a massive high orc stood in front of her, having blocked the attack like it was nothing. Her brain short-circuited for a second before realization hit that this was her brother's doing. He had stationed his soldiers around her, knowing something like this might happen. The high orc didn't waste time. With one clean punch, he sent the attacking orc flying, literally through the ceiling.
Damn.
Everyone, monsters included, gaping in shock. The remaining orcs, now realizing they might not be the biggest threats in the room, turned their attention back to Gina. 3 of them, massive and snarling, stepped forward. The real fight was just getting started. Back in the dungeon, Park Yong-soo barely had time to yell, "It's an ogre," before the squad was face to face with a towering, 2-headed monstrosity, looking like it skipped leg day, but maxed out on upper body strength. The beast swung its weapon like it was swatting flies, but Yong-soo flexed his ability and threw up a barrier just in time. The ogre smashed into it with all its might, but the shield held strong. Yuntai, clearly feeling main character energy for a second, sprinted up the monster's axe like it was a parkour course, blinded one of its ugly heads, and shouted for everyone to go nuts. The hunters wasted no time. Blades flew, spells lit up the room, and the ogre got turned into a well-done steak. Once the dust settled, Yong-soo called for a regroup, looking more stressed than he should have been. With that massive of a gate, he had expected this to be hard, but a 2-headed ogre right out the gate? Yeah, not ideal. He then quizzed Jinwoo like this was a classroom. "Do you know their other name?" Jinwoo, unfazed, answered, "Gravekeepers." And right on cue, Yong-soo pointed out the next issue. If there was a gravekeeper, that meant an undead army wasn't far behind. Before he could finish the thought, the undead squad rolled up, but weirdly, they didn't attack. They just stood there, staring like NPCs that hadn't been programmed to move yet. The hunters backed away, whispering about how unnatural this was. But Jinwoo, he just sighed in disappointment. He had high hopes for a dungeon of this size, and so far, it wasn't living up to its hype. Just then, Jinwoo was hit with the realization that something wasn't right, and it didn't take him much time to realize exactly what was wrong. He then turned to Yong-soo and told him that something urgent had come up and he had to go. Hearing that, Yong-soo panicked and hit Drippy-woo with, "Bro, you can't just leave us here. We might die without you." Jinwoo, completely unbothered, just smirked and told him that he'll leave behind someone who is just as reliable as him. Before anyone could ask what that meant, a familiar, terrifying presence appeared. The Jeju Island Raid MVP himself, Beru. The hunters froze. They knew exactly who this was. Seeing that they were familiar with who Beru was, Jinwoo just went, so no introduction needed. He then told the hunters that Beru was in charge now and that they would protect him. Beru, at the chance to stretch his claws, let out a deafening roar, launching into a massacre. My glorious king then summoned a few more of his soldiers, and turning to the huntress, he said, "These guys will help you. 20 should be enough for this dungeon." After that, he turned to leave, but the hunter, now visibly tried to stop him. Yong-soo asked Jinwoo if he was really going to leave after letting all these shadows loose. Jinwoo, suddenly pissed, gave them a death glare and said, "I can dismiss them if you want," his voice dripping with annoyance. Checking his shadow exchange cooldown, he saw he had 1 hour and 42 minutes left. So he started sprinting toward the exit. Yong-soo, still in disbelief, could only watch as Jinwoo dipped. As he ran, Jinwoo's instincts screamed at him. He kept getting signals from the shadow soldiers he left with Gina. This is bad, he thought, his gut twisted with unease. Then a wall of undead blocked his path. That was the last straw. Jinwoo roared, ordering them to get out of his way. And to his absolute shock, the undead obeyed. They knelt before him like he was their king. Seeing them obeying his command, Jinwoo wondered, are they bowing because I'm a high-class necromancer? Do I have some kind of passive ruler ability? But he didn't have time for theories. He ignored the zombies, leaped over them, and called...
That's lit.
The entire dungeon buzzed with excitement. Everyone recognized Jinwoo's signature ride. Jinwoo ordered Kaizel to go full speed ahead. Then, just to be extra, he buffed the wyvern's stats by 50%, so they could fly even faster. Meanwhile, inside, the shadow orcs were mopping up the monster infestation like janitors on a mission. The students, still trying to process the fact that monsters just saved them, were looking at the orcs like NPCs who just glitched out of their villain role. Gina, running purely on little sister energy, sprinted up to one of the orcs, calling for Jinwoo, but the orc hit her with the silent protagonist treatment and just pointed at the door. Just then, they heard a footsteps echo through the hallway. Somewhere else, a different orc sat on his makeshift throne, giving dramatic villain monologues about how the final restrictions had been lifted and how nothing could stop him now. Bro was feeling himself way too much. But just as he was hyping
the final restrictions? So like meaning like they're not. Hold on. So the orcs and everybody in any dungeon can leave the dungeon now?
Scoffed at the idea that his squad couldn't handle 3 measly high orcs. He grabbed his weapon, talking about leading the way like he was some warlord about to rewrite history. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, the hunters were losing their minds as insect monsters swarmed around them. Park Jong-soo tried to play it cool, saying they couldn't back down now because of public perception. But before he could keep up the act, Baru casually pulled up, teleporting right in front of him so fast that Bro folded like a cheap lawn chair. Without a word, Baru just tossed him the Death Knight's severed head. Park Jong-soo stared at it like it was an eviction notice, realizing that Baru didn't just defeat the strongest monster in the dungeon. He did it so fast, it wasn't even a warm-up. Back at the school, things were going south fast. The Shadow High orcs were trying to hold the line against the chief, but this guy was built different. He started flexing about how his tattoos were proof of his victories, basically saying, "I farm weaklings for fun." Then he attacked, taunting the High orcs to entertain him, only for one of them to actually block his strike. Chief was impressed for like half a second before deciding he'd had enough, slicing them apart with ease. But
damn.
The soldiers started regenerating, and Bro had a full-on existential crisis. No matter how much he cut them down, they just got back up. The whispers in his head telling him to kill humans were getting louder, and he realized something was off. If these guys were moving because of magic, all he had to do was cut off the source. His eyes locked onto Gina, who was hiding behind the High orcs, and he instantly made her his next target. His minions swarmed the shadows, overwhelming them just long enough for him to grab Gina like a horror movie villain. He sensed the magic power in her, thinking he'd found the answer. But just as he was about to end her, something outside the window made him freeze. His expression twisted in pure shock. The real nightmare had arrived, and the second his eyes locked onto it, he knew that he was about to get humbled. The aura alone hit him like a debt collector at his doorstep. Trembling like a side character in the wrong genre, he barely choked out a warning telling his minions that something is coming, something terrifying. His minions barely had time to react before Jinwoo and Kaisel crashed through the building like an unskippable cutscene. The impact alone yeeted the orc chief across the room, reminding him what it feels like to be irrelevant. Meanwhile, Mr. Aura Farmer himself ignored the mess and walked straight to Gina, his presence alone making the air feel 10 times heavier. Without saying a word, he gently patted her head. The universal anime protagonist move for everything is fine now. At this point, Drippy Woo's aura was so suffocating it might as well have been another attack.
Dude, you just fucked with this man's fucking sister, bro. She's finna snap. I mean, he's finna snap, dog. Like, yo, his whole clothes just became shadows and shit. Like, bro, he's dripping. He's dripping with shadows. Yo, bro's lit.
Whoa, that's a pretty big hole. How can I help? What do you know about drywall? Patching a hole can be easier than it looks.
Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Fucking commercials, yo.
Good job. Georgia Armani.
Big ass will eat your ass. Fucking Coca-Cola. Yo.
The orc chief, who was all talk 2 seconds ago, was now sweating bullets, his whole existence flashing before his eyes. He forced himself to move past the fear, straightening up like he still had a chance. With whatever dignity he had left, He opened his mouth to introduce himself, but Jinwoo was in no mood for side character dialogue. His eyes flashed with pure menace as he cut him off mid-sentence. Shut up and wait. Rizzy-Woo turned to his little sister, who was still shaking like a leaf fresh out of a nightmare. He pulled her into a tight hug, whispering to her that he was sorry for being late. Mr. Aura Farmer then turned to the other students and asked if they were doing okay or not. And then he finally turned to Song Yi, who was looking like she just witnessed the apocalypse up close. Seeing the red mark on Gina's face, my glorious king's aura turned murderous. With zero hesitation, he summoned the real Aura Farmer Igris and ordered him to protect Gina. Then, turning to the rest of his soldiers, he ordered them to take the students to safety. My glorious king could barely hold his anger as he did. Then a foolish orc dared to move. The poor guy was way too overwhelmed by Rizzy-Woo's aura. Rizzy-Woo's voice cut through the room like a death sentence, reminding the orc that he had told them not to move. Like Jinwoo had ordered, the shadow soldiers began to take the students out of the classroom through the hall he had just made, using Kaisel as a makeshift lift. The orc chief finally stepped up, trying to act tough. So those immortal high orcs were your soldiers. Who are you, and how do you speak our language? Drippy-Woo wasn't in the mood for a Q&A session. His glare alone was enough to make the orcs sweat, realizing this was a one-sided execution. Desperate, the chief yelled for his minions to attack. One swung an axe, but Rizzy-Woo caught his hand and crushed it like a soda can before slamming the orc into the floor. Then, without breaking a sweat, he stomped his head into paste. Seeing how his companion had met his end, the other orcs tried to rush Jinwoo, but my glorious king them using the Dominator's touch. He held them mid-air, and with a casual squeeze, they popped like overripe tomatoes. And then the massacre began. Jinwoo started deleting the orcs from existence, one by one, until only one terrified orc remained. With a menacing look in his eyes, he moved towards the last orc using Dominator's touch. Rizzy-Woo pinned the last one to the wall, grabbing it by the mouth. Glancing at the hallway that was now filled with the bodies of the students who fell to the hands of these beasts, Jinwoo asked the orc, "Why are your kind so hell-bent on killing humans so badly?" The orc whimpered about voices in their heads telling them to do it. Rizzy-Woo's eyes glowed darkly. And then he asked the orc if those voices tell him to kill Jinwoo too. The orc didn't answer his questions. Instead, he stammered and started begging for mercy. Rizzy-Woo's grip tightened, and Jinwoo muttered, "That's what I thought. I'm not even human to you, huh? But don't worry, I forgive you. Just don't expect it to be painless." Saying that, he summoned his dagger. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the healer girl was having the world's most frustrating argument with a shadow ant that was trying to eat a rare monster. She tried to yank the corpse from the ant, like a mother pulling a child away from candy. She yelled, "That's expensive. Don't you know how much vampires sell for?" But the ant didn't give a single fuck and kept munching. Annoyed by her antics, it scratched her shoulder. She fell to the floor just then, and Baru rolled up there with a commanding screech. He let the ant soldier back off, and then casually healed her injuries. The healer girl blinked in shock, wondering, how does a summoned creature have better healing magic than her? Before she could process that, they entered the boss room, where a floating undead horror awaited them, surrounded by his minions, the Archlich and his 10 Death Knights. Seeing this, Park Jong-soo looked like he was about to throw up, remembering how an entire guild got wiped out by a monster like this. While he was trying to process this shit show, someone shouted, alerting them that more undead were coming from the back. Without missing a beat, he turned to the healer and asked her to raise a barrier, sealing off the entrance. The healer girl didn't take much time and whipped out a holy shield, sealing off the entrance. Yerim tightened her grip on the barrier and told Jong-soo that she could only hold it for 5 minutes. Park Jong-soo was still trying to figure out their next move when Beirut decided it was solo boss raid time, strutting up to the Archlich like he owned the place. The moment the boss saw him, he freaked out, demanding to know why the monarch's personal army was attacking them. Beru, flexing like a third grader, told the Archlich that it was simple, as they were picked by Jinwoo and these bastards weren't. Hearing that the Archlich went into full denial mode, throwing a tantrum, he asked to meet Jinwoo himself, as he was certain that it was some sort of misunderstanding. Beru laughed, saying that the Archlich was yapping way too much for someone who was about to go 6 feet under in a moment, then lunged forward, brought the damn bastard to the ground, and snatched the glowing essence from its chest. The Lich barely had time to scream before Beru crushed it like a bug. Instantly, all the undead in the dungeon collapsed and vanished, leaving the hunter standing there in absolute shock. Park Jong-soo stared at Beru like he had just seen a god. He thought to himself that he had somewhat realized that Beru was strong. But Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell was that? Then Yuntae chimed in, saying how he thought that with summons like these, my glorious king didn't have to step inside a gate. He could just order his summons to do the work. As he said that, Jong-su's thoughts drifted to Rizzy Wu, realizing that even if my glorious king only summoned half his army, he could still crush an entire major guild like it was nothing. Seeing how powerful Jinwu's summon was, this dumbass suggested to Park Jong-su that they should try to acquire Jinwu's guild without wasting any time. Jong-su looked at him funny and told him that it doesn't sound right. Rather, he'll want to call it an alliance instead. As an alliance between a new guild founded by the world's finest hunter and the Knights Guild, that is one of the 5 major guilds in the country, has a nice ring to it. Yuntae asked Jonggu if it would even be possible, as by how things played out today, it doesn't seem that Jinwoo would need their help. He alone would be enough to take care of anything. Jong-su just shrugged, looked at Yuntae funny and said, "Don't be ridiculous. Even if Jinwoo is all-powerful, he still has to follow rules, saying that he may be able to clear a dungeon on his own, but he still needs a minimum number of hunters, as per the Hunters Association rule to enter a dungeon." Back at the school, the Hunter Association was already on the scene handling the cleanup, and the scene was a complete mess. Parents were fighting with the authority to let them in, but the hunters stopped them. Looking over to the hunter that was handling the survivor situation, he asked if any of the students were still left inside. The hunter gestured with his hands, indicating that no one else was left. As this was happening, Drippy Wu sat in a car with Chairman Go Gun-hee. The old man informed him that out of 213 students who made it out quickly, only 10 others were rescued, and the rest were simply gone. Without missing a beat, he handed Rizzy Wu a phone displaying a graph showing the rising number of gates over the last 6 months. Every country was experiencing a surge in gate appearances, along with a spike in new hunters, meaning more monsters, but also more people to deal with them. My glorious king raised an eyebrow, waiting for the real reason behind this little meeting. Go Gun-hee handed over a thick stack of documents, explaining that literally everyone wanted a piece of him. Japan, the US, China, Russia, France, the UK, Germany, and even countries from the Middle East had sent official requests begging for an audience with Rizzy Wu. Some were even trying backdoor methods to get in touch. The chairman made it clear that while the association could protect his personal information, they couldn't stop foreign powers from making a move. Then, with a serious look, he urged Rizzy Wu to stay in Korea, warning that if he left, the country would struggle to keep up with the chaos ahead. As they neared the hospital, Chairman Go Gun-hee informed Rizzy Wu that his little sister Gina had been taken there. Drippy Wu was about to head inside when the chairman hit him with the same desperate plea again. Stay in Korea. We've already lost 3 of our 10 S-rank hunters, emphasizing that they can't afford to lose you too, and told Jinwoo that he'll do anything in his power to provide him with anything he'll need. Rizzy Wu didn't even blink before dropping his demand. If you want me to stay, let me raid high-rank gates solo. The chairman nearly choked on air. A one-man assault squad. He admitted it would be tough to arrange, but not impossible. As this was happening, our boy Jinho was working hard pretending to be a recruiter. He was on a call with his cousin Yu Su-yun, trying to rope her into joining their guild instead of becoming an ambassador for his dad's guild. She hit him with the skepticism instantly. You're asking me to join a guild that doesn't even exist yet. Are you getting scammed by some random dude? The moment Jinho mentioned that my glorious king himself was the one forming it, her entire aura changed. She showed up in record time. Jinho quickly introduced her, saying, "This is my cousin Yu Su-yun, a rank hunter." She lit up at the sight of Drippy Wu. Jinho sighed, saying, "You're the real celebrity here." Meanwhile, Rizzy wooed and side-eyed her, thinking, is she really a rank? As they sat down, he warned her that joining would stir up drama. She didn't even hesitate. Anything is better than dealing with Yu Jin Sung. Drippy Wu blinked. Who? Jinho sighed. My older brother, you know, the one with the trash personality. After a bit more talk, Su-yun hit him with the real request. Can I take a selfie with you to flex online? Cut to the Hunter Association building where Senator Nam Jung-wook was throwing a tantrum over the chairman letting Drippy Wu raid alone. This is blatant favoritism. The Hunter Association is supposed to help all hunters, not just him. Chairman Go Gun-hee didn't even try to deny it, saying, "Yeah, it is. Now sit down and let me explain." He then dropped a reality check. If you had to send 20 A-rank hunters or just my glorious king into a dungeon break, which would you pick? He pointed out that guilds worldwide were throwing themselves at Rizzy Wu. If Korea didn't make him happy, He'd leave just like Hunter Guangdong-su did. Do you really want to make that mistake again? When another S-rank gate appears, who do you think is saving your life? Meanwhile, Mommy Cha was staring at her phone, gripping it so hard she might crack the screen. Her eyes locked on a picture of Rizzy Woo and Yu Soo-hyun before she let out a frustrated scream. Fast forward, and Drippy Woo is standing with Jinho in front of their first raid gate. Jinho looking up like he just saw God's front door. This gate is massive. Rizzy Woo barely had time to roll his eyes before reporters swarmed them, pelting them with questions, the nosiest ones prying into his relationship with Yu Soo-hyun. My glorious king side-eyed Chief Woo Jin-chul and said, "I thought my personal info was private. What happened?" Chief Woo hit him with the reality check. "We can hide your details, but we can't stop people from tracking where gates pop up. Oh, and maybe be careful what you post online." That's when Rizzy Woo remembered that selfie on Instagram. He sighed. Before heading in, Jinho brought up hiring a mining team because he knew damn well he wasn't built for labor. But Drippy Woo just smirked. My shadows got it covered. Chief Woo checked the mana levels of Rizzy Woo's minions and nearly choked on his own disbelief. Every single one was B rank or higher. He then informed Drippy Woo that the chairman sent him to observe the raid just to make sure everything was safe. Drippy Woo raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you'll be okay in there?" Fast forward 5 minutes and Chief Woo is sweating harder than a liar on a polygraph as he watches Rizzy Woo's army bulldoze ranked Nagas like they were level 1 mobs. Elite hunters struggle against these, but these creatures weren't struggling at all. If anything, they were having a feast. His eyes locked onto Igris. That one is especially dangerous. Watching the Red Knight slice through enemies like he was born for the kill, Chief Woo realized, oh, we are not the same. Then he saw something even more insane. Lightning magic that only top-tier mages can use was unleashed every time Igris was swinging his sword. Jinchul wondered, is that really an A rank? He muttered before questioning his own existence. Then, like every man who encounters someone new, he thought to himself, if I fought that thing, would I even survive? Meanwhile, Rizzy Woo was dealing with a more immediate problem. An ant, maybe the same one that Nick the healer girl, was munching on a dead monster. My glorious king didn't hesitate to kick some sense into him. He yeeted the thing straight into the ceiling, saying, I told you not to eat those. Do you have any idea how much these corpses are worth? Turning to his lower-ranked shadows, he ordered them to get back to mining those mana crystals. Chief Woo, watching all this, thought, this isn't just a one-man assault squad. This is something else entirely. Just as the last of the minions were wiped out, the boss finally decided to make its grand entrance. Drippy Woo smirked and gave the command. Those of you still working can stay, ordering the rest to return. Chief Woo blinked. Why dismiss them? Your summons could solo the boss with their eyes closed. Rizzy Woo just summoned his daggers with a smirk and replied, if I rely on my shadows too much, I'll get rusty. Then, like a goddamn anime protagonist, he blitzed up the boss's body, moving so fast it barely had time to react. One clean slice and its face was split in two before Rizzy Woo flit through the air like he was showing off. Chief Woo was left staring, slack-jawed. Years of hunting, and he had never seen anything like this. After bagging the kill, my glorious king checked his stats. Another level up and an upgrade to Shadow Exchange. The cooldown dropped by an hour. He quickly realized that if he kept leveling this skill, he could teleport wherever he wanted and keep his family safe. Meanwhile, Chief Woo was still processing the disrespect he just witnessed, staring at the corpse. He thought to himself that Naga scales are tough enough to be turned into shields. Yet my glorious king sliced through them with two daggers like it was nothing. The disrespect was astronomical. Then Rizzy Woo flexed even harder, activating Shadow Extraction. The boss's corpse twitched, a shadow emerging. A notification popped up. Congrats, you just buffed your new soldier. It starts at level 13. Rizzy Woo examined his latest recruit. It was the same rank as Tusk, but smaller. That was unusual, as most shadows either stayed the same size or grew upon extraction. Yet the mana this one was radiating was off the charts, almost as strong as Tusk. He named it Jima because why not? As he arose, Jima, our resident fanboy, Jinho, was looking at Jinwoo, admiring my glorious king's powers, thinking how awesome he was. But before he could complete that thought, the cave started shaking, and Jinho immediately looked at him and said, we should leave. Drippy Woo glanced at the boss's body, debating what to do with it, before Tusk casually emerged from the gate carrying the damn thing on his shoulder like it was a grocery bag. The second they stepped out, reporters lost their minds, snapping pictures as they recognized the summons. the sheer flex of walking out with the boss's body like a trophy. Chief Wu, on the other hand, looked like he had just survived the apocalypse. Later, he sat in the chairman's office, still rattled. What I saw wasn't a raid, it was a massacre as he gave him a detailed report of what happened there. The chairman absorbed every word, realizing something chilling. Hunters from Korea, no, from all over the world, are about to witness a shift in power. Meanwhile, in Japan, the sky itself seemed to crack as a massive red gate loomed above, signaling that something far worse was about to begin. Across Japan, chaos was brewing as people debated the sudden appearance of the Red Gate and the surge in high-level dungeons. The country was on edge, especially since all the major guilds had been summoned for an emergency meeting. The situation was so bad that even the Draw Sword Guild members looked stressed as they made their way toward the meeting room. Watching them, some people whispered about how President Matsumoto Shigeo of the Japanese Hunters Association was spiraling without Goto Ryuji in his corner. They found it hilarious, actually. Since the association used to have a monopoly on S-rank hunters, it was nice to see them struggle for once. Rumors started spreading that the guild might lose its spot at the top of Japan's rankings. Sugimoto overheard this nonsense and turned to glare at them with the kind of death stare that made grown men rethink their life choices. The trash talkers backed off immediately, realizing they didn't have the respawn timer for this kind of smoke. After they scurried away, Minoru sighed, noting that people never dared to speak like that when Goto Fraud was alive. Kanai added that word on the street was that the Black Tiger Guild and Snow Cloud Guild were planning to merge. If that happened, they'd have 4 S-rank hunters matching Draw Sword's numbers. Sugimoto didn't even flinch and said, "Weaklings with S-rank titles are still weak." Meanwhile, in a government meeting room, chaos continued. A furious official demanded to know why the Hunters Association had yet to respond to the S-rank gate that popped up right in the middle of Tokyo. Was there a plan, or were they just going to let the country get deleted? Matsumoto Shigeo had no choice but to admit it. Japan's current S-rank hunters weren't capable of clearing an S-rank gate unless they got national-level hunters involved. Someone immediately pointed out the obvious. The Jeju Island raid already proved what happens when underleveled hunters go against an S-rank dungeon, and Japan could not afford another wipe. Someone suggested calling in Thomas Andre, the American national level hunter, but Japan simply didn't have the funds to afford someone that OP. Plus, with the increase in gates worldwide, every country was busy hoarding mercenary hunters for themselves, meaning Japan was fresh out of outside help. The room fell into tense silence until Sugimoto spoke up, casually mentioning that there was one man who might be willing to help for the right price. The barrier expert, Yuri Orlov, cut to Drippy Woo, chilling in his car, staring at his stats like a true min-maxer, processing the fact that he was now level 101. At level 100, my glorious king unlocked the key to the Kartanon Temple. At level 101, all his job-specific skills got a power boost, and now he was already scheming about what kind of broken upgrade level 102 would bring. As he stepped out of his car, he spotted Mommy Cha standing in the parking lot. The moment she saw him, she turned on her heel and started walking away. Instantly, Rizzy Wu appeared right next to her with that signature teleport spam and asked why she was running. If she was going to avoid him, why even come to his office in the first place? Flustered, Mommy Cha stuttered something about her car still being parked there, and Drippy Woo realized that she never got to take it last time since he had yanked her across the city with Shadow Exchange. Then Mommy Cha got serious and asked if he had time to talk. He asked about what? Min Byung-gu left him a message. That got Aura Farmer's attention real fast. Since he was already looking for answers, he told her they should discuss this somewhere private. At the office, she asked why it was so empty. He told her Jinho was still back at the dungeon. Realizing she was alone, she immediately turned pink. Meanwhile, my glorious
I didn't even see any of this. That's so funny.
Managed to leave a message. She explained that while unconscious on Jeju Island, she had drifted in darkness before a hand reached out.
Bro, I ain't gonna cap, bro. I'm more into this shit than anything. You gotta pay attention.
And then he told Mommy Cha that Drippy Woo's true powers are strong and frightening. He warned her that his power was overwhelming and terrifying.
I don't even see your comments, but they're on the
He tried to say
screen.
more about the true nature of Rizzy Woo's army, but disappeared before he could finish. Later, my glorious king sat inside a dungeon, deep in thought. True or not, he needed
It's
to
Drippy Woo. Not gonna lie, that's wild. Are you gonna say anything?
whined about why they even needed to be here when the summons could just handle Drippy Woo shook his head and said that these idiots needed supervision. Jinho then asked about his sister. Rizzy Woo explained she was doing fine after the school dungeon break, but doctors told her to rest, so he had stationed his most trusted shadows to protect her. The last level up came with a lot of power-ups, and one of them was shared senses that allowed Jinwoo to share his senses with his shadows. He decided to check up on Gina using shadow vision. Looking through Baru's eyes, he saw the little guy lounging and watching TV while Gina was asleep on the couch. Of course, my glorious king sighed, wondering if that was really Baru's taste in entertainment. He wondered if
Nutella, be ready. Be ready for anything.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase.
Why do I have to catch it? Oh, well.
I need to go grab some rolls.
Gotcha!
these historical dramas were the reason why that dramatic ant had started talking funny. He decided to check in on everyone else too. His mother was out grocery shopping. Hunter Baek Yoon-ho and Hunter Choi Jong-in were bickering as usual. Then he shifted to Mommy Cha and immediately regretted it because she was in the shower. Realizing that Sung Pervy Woo cut the connection immediately, Jinho, who had no idea what just happened, asked if he had dozed off. But Rizzy, who was too busy having an existential crisis, knew he needed to apologize. Maybe a nice touch would be enough to erase that mental image from his brain. Jinho then
Fucking
asked
creep.
Jinwoo if he had
Watching her in the shower.
that massive S-rank gate that had popped up in Shinjuku with less than 3 days before a dungeon break. The Japanese government was scrambling for hunters and had been calling in everyone. Jinho asked if they had contacted my glorious king. Drippy Woo confirmed that they had, but he had something more important to deal with. Before Jinho could ask what in the dungeon it was, Jinwoo's thoughts drifted as he looked at the key, and he wondered if he'll get to know the truth behind his powers. He decided not to think about it, as only 1 day was left, so he'll get to know that pretty soon. Meanwhile, in Japan, the circus had already started. Yuri Orlov, the strongest hunter in Russia, was introducing himself to Sugimoto, a Japanese official. The guy was all arrogance from the jump, calling himself the greatest support-type hunter in the world. Then he mockingly brought up the Draw Sword Guild's report and straight up asked if Japan really only had 6 S-rank hunters to throw at this mess. Sugimoto confirmed it. Most of their high ranks were tied up dealing with the A-rank gates all over the country. Even their own guild had to leave one behind while sending 3 to Shinjuku. Yuri scoffed, calling it pathetic before casually dropping his price tag. He told them that he would hold the gate back for a neat $3.6 billion a year, which was $10 million a day. Hearing that Sugimoto was stunned, Yuri just smirked, saying compared to Thomas Andre's insane $36 trillion, he was practically a steal. Minoru, one of the Japanese hunters, turned to Kenzaki, asking what the hell the drunk was saying. Kenzaki, who understood Russian, responded that he wasn't sure, but whatever it wasn't good. Yuri then hit them with the ultimate question. Were they trying to save their country or just their wallets? He even threw in some extra insults to spice things up. Minoru caught on immediately, asking if he had just been disrespected. Kenzaki confirmed that even if he didn't catch all the words, the meaning was loud and clear. Suddenly, before they could react, they were trapped inside a magical barrier, unable to move. Yuri grinned and told them they wouldn't be taking a single step without his permission. Minoru struggled in shock. He wondered, how was an S-rank like him getting locked down so easily? Yuri turned back to Sugimoto, still smug as ever, and promised to stop the S-rank gate. He'd even be generous enough to let them go free of charge. Sugimoto had no better option. He reluctantly agreed, but told Yuri he needed to make a call first. Back in Korea, my glorious king was getting ready to dive into the double dungeon. Before heading out, his mother gently asked if she should be worried. He gave her a reassuring smile, telling her it was just an appointment. Once the timer on the key ran out, it revealed the gate's location, and instantly his mood switched. The gate was at Gina's school. Without hesitation, he moved. When he arrived, Hunter Association agents were standing guard outside. He walked up and asked how long the gate had been there. One of the agents answered, 3 days. It was just a C-rank, and the Hunter squad had already gone in 2 hours ago. That was all my glorious king needed to hear. His aura snapped into focus, and he told them to call the squad back immediately. If they stayed inside, they would die. Without waiting for
this is crazy.
He stepped forward, announcing he would bring them back himself. Inside the gate, the assault squad had already made it deep into the dungeon. They reached the boss room, but the door refused to budge. As the assault squad was busy debating their next move, a voice casually dropped a bomb from behind them, saying that it's a trap. They all spun around, ready to throw hands, only to find Rizzy Wu standing there like he owned the place. Suspicious, one of the hunters asked Jin Wu, who the hell was he exactly? What was he doing in this dungeon? My glorious king met them with a calm flex. I'm a survivor of a double dungeon. That was enough for one of them to connect the dots. Wait, aren't you that new S-rank hunter from Korea? He walked up to the door, and a system notification flashed. The gate to the Cartenon Temple is currently locked. Please insert the key. As he pulled out the temple key, he noted how different this was from last time. When the door creaked open, the hunters gawked in disbelief. They had thrown everything at it, and it hadn't even twitched. One of them stepped forward, puffing up his chest, and said, "This dungeon was bought by the Dragon Guild, saying that it's their property and telling Jinwoo that even though he is an S-rank, he can't just order them around." The others backed him up with some weak-ass bravado. My glorious king didn't even flinch and said, "I won't
My glorious king.
wants to enter."
Hey, bro, crazy.
The bravest idiot of the group took the bait and stepped in, only for the system to hit Rizzy Wu with an alert. An individual without the temple key has entered. Access denied. A split second later, a stone statue came to life and swung a sword the size of a car door toward the poor bastard. With insane speed, my glorious king yanked him back, saving his life. He shot them all a look. Every monster in this dungeon is like that. You still want to go in? He turned to the squad and gave them their next move. Call the Hunter Association. Tell them a double dungeon has appeared. Then, without another word, he walked through the gate. The door slammed shut behind him, sealing him in. As he stepped inside the chamber, it lit up. Shadows stretched across the room as dozens of stone statues stood eerily
Oh, shit.
In the center, an unmoving
Oh, shit.
surrounded by its silent
He's fucking fighting the architect.
stepped forward, taking it all in. This was where it all began, but something felt different.
The very beginning.
Feel it in his bones. Scanning the statues, he muttered, "These aren't monsters or living beings. They're puppets, and there's only one hand pulling the strings." He locked onto the source and demanded, "Won't you say something? Why won't you answer me?" The silence broke as the winged statue's eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Grinning like a maniac, he said to Jinwoo, "At last, you have arrived." While Drippy Woo was busy with his side quest over in Japan, the walking magic battery Yuri Orlov had just touched down at the airport. The press swarmed him like he was some A-list celebrity. Ignoring the cameras flashing in his face, they hit him with the big question and asked him exactly how he is planning to block off the gate. Cool as ever, he laid out his game plan. He told the press that he'd pull out his go-to trick, carving a massive magic circle around the gate, pouring in his mana, and trapping whatever nightmare fuel was inside. When asked if he could really lock down an S-rank gate solo, he admitted he couldn't hold a barrier by himself, but with enough mana crystals placed around Tokyo, the circle would siphon their energy and evolve into an impenetrable wall. Staring straight into the cameras, he dropped his ego-fueled promise. "I'm going to save your lives, so make sure you remember that." Watching this unfold, Chairman Go-Gun, he sighed. Not sure if he could pull this off, but he sure as hell knew what happens if he fails. Then he turned to Wu Jin Chol and got straight to business. He wanted to know what my glorious king was up to these days. Wu reported that Drippy Wu was out farming gates in Seoul on some dungeon speedrun grind, telling Gun-hee that the Ajin Guild had filed requests for permits on a bunch of gates. Unfortunately, those gates were in territories managed by the White Tiger Hunters and Fiend Guilds, which was bound to ruffle some feathers. Despite the incoming drama, the chairman gave his approval. Before
Charger.
leaving, Wu took a call. The voice on the other end
Her mama's phone right there.
interesting. Another gate had popped up
Babe,
in the school recently.
babe, unlock your phone for him.
It seemed minor at first until they realized it was hiding a double dungeon. More importantly, my glorious king had already entered it. Back inside the death trap, Rizzy Wu stood before the living statue. The thing shattered a stone slab and spoke. I see you have finally made it this far. Seeing the thing destroy that slab, Jinwu asked him if it was okay to destroy that like this. But then he muttered and said, so I guess those commandments never meant anything. The statue, still grinning like a maniac, answered him, saying that they did mean something, but now they are not important anymore. My glorious king narrowed his eyes and asked the statue, who even are you? Were you the one who dragged me here? The creature answered with the most cryptic nonsense ever and said, yes, but you're asking the wrong question. Instead of wondering about me, you should be asking, who are you? Before Drippy Wu could tell this rock reject to speak normally, it announced, the final test begins now. If you're still standing at the end, I'll tell you everything. Then the statues started moving, closing in like they were programmed for violence. Instinct kicked in, and my glorious king reached for his shadow army, but before he could unleash his loyal soldiers, the being snapped its fingers and cut him off and said, that won't do. This is a test. No cheating allowed. He announced, your little minions mean nothing to me. I only care about you. A system message popped up, rubbing salt in the wound. No potions, no items, no quest rewards, no status recovery, no leaving until the test is over. Drippy Wu took it all in and muttered, so this is how it's going to be, huh? Just then, one of the stone statues lunged straight at Rizzy Wu, swinging its massive weapon at him.
Sometimes she can't.
Was already 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, sometimes she can't get with everything she wants.
Which meant it was time for some old school hands. No summons, no cheats, just raw strength. Before the attack could land, he snatched the sword mid-swing like it was a twig and shattered it with his bare hands. Then, just to be disrespectful, he took one half of the broken blade and yeeted it straight into the statue's face. But the bastard was tough, and it didn't go down. The thing started yanking the shard out of its head. But before it could, Drippy Wu was already airborne. His foot connected with the shard, hammering it deeper into the creature's stone skull and sending it crashing to the ground.
Oh, shit. Hey, he's going crazy.
They were in a survival horror game. They charged in desperate to swarm him, but it was pointless. Rizzy Wu moved like
Rizzy Wu,
slipping between their strikes. He leapt into the air, dagger in hand, and slammed it straight into another.
Yo, he's finna fight the architect, man. This is crazy.
Then his eyes locked onto a distant archer statue that had the audacity to think it was safe. A single arrow cut through the air, aimed right at him. In a flash, he sliced the arrow in half mid-flight. And for extra disrespect, he kicked one of the broken pieces straight back at the archer statue, obliterating its stone face. Every movement was precise. Every kill was clean. Watching from above, the floating entity observed his handiwork and said, you've achieved so much with the body of a human. I am truly impressed. Rizzy Wu kept going. Every statue that once looked like a teleporting blur was now just another target. His movement.
Yo, he talking about he achieved. He achieved. Hold on, what, yo? Yo.
Rizzy Wu moved like a shadow, slipping between their strikes. He leapt into the air, dagger in hand, and slammed it straight into another golem's head, sending it crumbling into rubble. Then his eyes locked onto a distant archer statue that had the audacity to think it was safe. A single arrow cut through the air, aimed right at him. In a flash, he sliced the arrow in half mid-flight. And for extra disrespect, he kicked one of the broken pieces straight back at the archer statue, obliterating its stone face. Every movement was precise. Every kill was clean. Watching from above, the floating entity observed his handiwork.
Let's go.
You've achieved so much with the body of a human.
He achieved so much with a body of a human. Is they saying that he's like already a god?
Now just another target. His movements were sharp, his reactions instant. He could do this. The floating creature above smirked, amused, but not done. Yet another test. Truly impressive growth, but it's still too early for this to end. Suddenly, a deep rumbling filled the air. The remaining statues stopped as if they too felt the presence of something greater. Slowly,
so I cut out his face.
And there it was, a behemoth of stone towering over even the monstrous figures he'd been fighting. The entity above chuckled darkly and declared, Now it's time to worship the god. The chapter begins with
Oh my god, dog. Yo, this is crazy.
Fat bribe and a desperate vibe. Matsumoto Shigeo slid over a contract that basically said, "Here, have all the Jeju Island essence stones. We're broke and scared. Please send the Aura farmer to save their asses." Gunhee read that nonsense and told them that Jinwoo was not affiliated with the Hunters Association, and so they can't directly order him. Matsumoto told Gunhee that he knows that very well, and all he wants is for them to arrange a meeting with my glorious king. Hearing that, Gunhee mentally went, "There's no way you all are throwing away money like that just for a conversation with
Rizzy. Send nigga stars, send a nigga money on it, bitch. Just send me money on here now. You can, on Facebook.
Matsumoto tried to keep it cute, but Chairman Go hit him.
I'm saying you can send me money.
He kicked the translators out, switched to fluent Japanese, and said, "Cut the bullshit. You think I don't know the Blade Guild ghosted your crusty ass? After Goto got deleted, the Blade Guild stopped taking your association's money and went solo. It only took one look at the paperwork to know your empire is collapsing and your grip is looser than a level 1 in an S-rank dungeon." Then, to make it spicy, Chairman Go slapped a recording device on the table, the same one used by Goto's team, and revealed it had been feeding intel straight into Matsumoto's comms. Flexing his menacing aura, Gunhee started interrogating him, and Matsumoto made a face as if his browser history had been made public. Then Gunhee crushed the recording device with one hand like a soda can, and shattered the table beneath it. My man was so pissed that he wanted to play goddamn Jenga with Matsumoto's spine. He told him straight, "If Tokyo gets clapped by that gate, your head's going on the chopping block."
Yeah, your head's going on the chopping block.
The answer will be you, but Gunhee wasn't that heady. He wasn't going to let a country get clapped because of one man's dirty tricks. Now thank Aura Farmer for not letting Asia burn. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the party didn't stop for Rizzy Woo. Stone statues were pulling up like they wanted beef, and he was dishing out hands non-stop. But these stone bastards just kept coming. And to make things worse, the big boy in the back started charging, its beam eyes glowing like it wanted to delete the entire screen. Jinwoo clocked it instantly. There was no dodging that mess, so he used Commander's Touch to lift a couple of statues and stack a meat shield in front of him. But the attack still broke through like it was nothing. My glorious king barely dodged. But it was clear if he took a full blast head-on, it was lights out. Rizzy Woo would have turned into BBQ'd Woo. Just then, the commander's authority got its final upgrade. But Jinwoo didn't exactly have the time to celebrate. He looked up at that giant stone menace and decided, screw it. First I take down the god, then I delete the rest. Drippy Woo dipped forward so fast the floor cracked like it owed him money. The statue paused, all smug like, "Ha ha, got him," until Rizzy Woo materialized again, ready to hand out hands. The moment that Boulder for Brains loaded up another punch, Drippy Woo hit Monarch's domain and zipped behind it before it could blink. Then he casually stacked Ruler's authority on top, like he was layering a smoothie of pain, and said, "Guess what? I can bend gravity now." He barely even used mana, but the results were huge, like he was tossing a mountain with pocket change. He pulled out Mutilation and went for the statue's face, but those Demon King daggers barely made a dent, which pissed him off even more. So he ditched the finesse and went raw muscle, targeting a crack in its head and hammering down like he was trying to split a coconut with his fists. The statue freaked out like it just saw its insurance premium spike. Above them, that winged creeper was watching like, wow, I didn't think he'd go caveman on my fancy stone buddy, but here we are. Meanwhile, Rizzy Woo was locked in rage mode, punching the life out of that oversized paperweight until he screamed,
"Yo, he's beating the shit out of that thing,"
and slammed it so hard it ragdolled into the floor. Then, without taking a breath, he jumped into the mosh pit of baby statues and used Dominator's Touch to turn them into stone pancakes in one swoop. When the dust settled, Drippy Woo turned to the floating problem in the sky. Who had the nerve to slow clap like this was theater class? After he had clapped the stone statues, Jinwoo expected answers, but Bird Boy hit him with a plot twist, saying that the test isn't done. A new quest popped up with the worst kind of timer. 10 minutes or your heart stops. The winged bastard floated down all smug and dropped the lore bomb. "I am the final test." Rizzy Woo asked who the hell he even was, and this emo pigeon said, "I am the architect of the system. Are you satisfied with that answer?" Outside the dungeon, Woo Jin Chul pulled up with 7 elite hunters like this was Fast and Furious. S-rank.
Yo.
But the second they got near the gate,
His heart will stop.
hit hard. Bone-chilling mana oozed out like the dungeon itself was holding a grudge. Wu Jin-Chul legit paused mid-stride, looked at his men, and said, "Y'all feel that, right? Because whatever was behind that gate wasn't just strong. It was on some ancient god-type level." He checked the guild lineup. Hunter Guild was locked and loaded, and the big names were showing up to play Mami Cha and discounted Aizen, Choi Jong. In greenlighting the raid, he gave the go-ahead because whatever was going on in there wasn't going to wait for backup. Meanwhile, inside, Drippy Woo was already getting smacked across the room by that emo Mothman known as the Architect. His wings morphed into hands, fists moving faster than common sense. Rizzy Woo then got chased down by a barrage of punches like he owed the system child support. But even while blocking, he wasn't breaking. The Architect looked shocked, like, "Bro, you're not supposed to survive this." And our boy hit him with a comeback punch so nasty it made the Architect backpedal like he'd just seen IRS papers. The Architect started giggling like a psycho and said, "Damn, maybe humans aren't completely trash." And Drippy Woo knew this dude underestimated him from the start. "You thought I'd flop at level 100. You thought wrong." Rizzy Woo wanted answers and demanded to know why he was chosen, why the system existed, and what kind of hell this world was walking into. The Architect laughed again and dropped the coldest line ever. "Maybe you think you might not get the answers if you kill me," and started closing in the distance between them. Rizzy Woo tried to fight from range and tried to use the commander's touch, but the Architect saw through that and hit him with an AoE blast like he was the main character now. Turns out Emo Birdman had access to the same hacks as our king, meaning ranged combat was now a no-go. Birdman then told Jinwoo not to hold back, as even if he kills him, he'll get his answers. As the answers he is seeking, he'll get them regardless if this Birdman is alive or dead. This is how he had designed the system. Jinwoo asked the Birdman how he was able to design shit like that, and more importantly, why he chose him. But the Architect hit him with a plot twist, telling Jinwoo that he hadn't chosen him, saying that he was against it from the start. You were picked by the system itself. Now 6 minutes on the death clock were left, and Rizzy Woo had no time to play nice. The Architect ascended like some divine final boss, telling Jinwoo that for the rest of the time he was about to go all out. But Drippy Woo activated his Ultra Instinct senses. His movements became untouchable, dodging every hit like he'd been waiting his whole life for this fight. Seeing our boy move, the Architect got an existential crisis. He was using full force, and yet Jinwoo wasn't just blocking his attack, but was also able to respond with attacks of his own. That wasn't how this fight was supposed to go. Then Jinwoo struck the Architect clean, and then cut his damn arm off with no hesitation. That's when it hit. The Architect realized, oh shit, this body may be fake, but that pain is real. And worse, the thing inside Drippy Woo, the reason he was chosen, was starting to show. The fact that a mere human had hurt him, Birdman wasn't thrilled about that fact. He screamed, "How dare you? You're just a human, and you summoned every single stone soldier like it was Black Friday at Hellmark." The death clock was ticking fast, and now there are only 3 minutes left. Rizzy Woo didn't flinch. He rushed in again, shadows flying, weapons flying, authority flying, arms flying, everything flying. This was no longer a test. This was war. A stone fist the size of a truck swings at Rizzy Woo and misses by a pixel. The aura farmer slips past it like he's glitching reality and slices off another one of the Architect's arms like it's a Fruit Ninja moment. The Architect flings him into a wall.
Dog, he's going
King
sick.
just shrugs it off because guess what? His trauma just walked into the room. That giant stone soldier who once gave him a one-way ticket to the ICU was back, and Drippy Woo didn't hesitate. This fucker needed special treatment. He elbowed that oversized gravel gremlin straight into oblivion, skull split and pride shattered. 2 minutes left on the death clock, and Rizzy Woo wasn't wasting a second. He turned back to the Architect and poured every gram of smoke into a final attack. The explosion that followed looked like a Michael Bay wet dream, and when the dust settled, the Architect was folded. Rizzy Woo stood there like the last boss of existence. The Architect muttered, telling Jinwoo that the answers he was seeking lay within him, while Jinwoo thought to himself, what is this? A fortune cookie quest. Then came the prompt. Data will be retrieved. Except Rizzy Woo hesitated, but clicked yes. The world went on a full DMT trip. Colors warped, lights flashed, and next thing you know, my glorious king was floating in ghost mode over a landscape straight out of Elden Ring. An entire army of monsters stretched below him. Every race, from goblins to ice elves, lined up like they were about to drop the worst mixtape ever. and all of them were staring upward toward a sky that screamed war. Then he saw it too. Looking up, he saw a floating cosmic door with the aura of a final chapter. Seeing the monsters, Jinwoo thought to himself how humanity was clapped if these bastards were to come out of the gates. Behind the doors came the descent of the Silver Soldiers. Angels with blades and wings shining like tax-evading gods. They dropped down and turned the battlefield into a bloodbath. Monster limbs flying, silver blades flashing, war cries melting into screams of pain. The monsters were getting wrecked until everything stopped dead. It was high time the Shadow Daddy himself made his grand entrance with the aura so heavy, a black hole pales in comparison. He activated the domain of a monarch. Riziwu stared as this dark-robed menace started using his skill. Shadow extraction, turning the dead into an army of undead demons, dripping in vengeance and black smoke. These weren't just minions. They were monsters with trauma and an upgrade plan. The Silver Soldiers got overwhelmed. One slash from the monarch felt like gravity collapsing. His dominion's authority was bending the entire field. Shadow Soldiers dropped, then rose, then dropped, then rose again like a horror loop. Riziwu watched as this entity walked through the battlefield like death incarnate, carving through divine forces.
Damn.
He was bored. And just when you think it's over, when victory feels one frame away, the game says, nah, the plot's not done yet. Meanwhile, back at the double dungeon, Woo Jin-chul shows up with the Avengers of Korea, Mommy Cha and Pretty Boy Choi in tow. But the moment they feel the mana leaking from the chamber, everyone freezes. Cha narrows her eyes. She could sense that something was wrong with this mana. That mana they were sensing wasn't Riziwu's. So then, whose the hell is it? And when they step inside, they find out just how deep this rabbit hole goes. As they stepped inside, they saw shattered statues lying scattered like leftovers from a god's tantrum. Woo Jin-chul steps in, looking like a tax auditor for ancient curses, remembering what Jinwoo and the others had told him about the double dungeon, and mutters, so it was all true. The statues were real as he was busy having an existential crisis. A voice slithers through the air, all smug and creepy. The Birdman said, I don't recall inviting humans here. Seeing the bird guy talk, the hunters got surprised, wondering how a monster was capable of human speech. The architect slides in like a villain auditioning for Broadway and tells them to shut up. How dare they disturb the king's nap? The hunters started wondering which king bro's talking. Did the fucker summon Dracula in the back corner or something? That's when they see him. Riziwu standing there quiet, not dead, not moving, just radiating that dormant boss energy like he's buffering an apocalypse. Then shit pops off. The architect zips through the hunters like a blender on cocaine.
Oh my God.
Able to make it. He screams these humans will make perfect offerings, and everyone suddenly remembers they forgot to write a will. Meanwhile, Riziwu's mind is out there on Netflix original time. Witnessing the Council of Villains pull up, portals open, and monarch armies start marching out like this is
crazy, yo.
Hell. Queratia, the Plague Monarch, Baran, the Demon King, Rakan, the Beast Monarch, and a whole zoo of other nightmare CEOs. The Beast Monarch even sends his furry, oversized wolf to snarl in high definition. The monarchs gathered before the Shadow Daddy shit was about to get real. Back in the dungeon, it's hell on earth. The hunters are scrambling, and Choi's yelling for formation. While the healer is busy healing the wounded, the architect's just monologuing like he's got plot armor. He tells them if they survive, they'll witness the king's rebirth. Then that giant menace stood up, shooting lasers, trying to roast the hunters alive. Choi told the hunters to be careful as the boulder for brains started messing up the battlefield. The discounted Ainz clapped back with firepower of his own, trying to create a diversion for the other hunters. Jinchul tried punching the stone statues to oblivion, but as his fist made contact, he realized that these bastards are a lot sturdier than he thought. When Choi came to his rescue and hit the statue with a fireball, he told Jinchul and the others to be careful, as these stone bastards have a high resistance to physical attacks. But then he realized that these bastards are immune to magic as well. Mommy Cha was also struggling as well. She, turning to Choi, told him that taunt skill was also not working on these bastards. In short, nothing was working against these bastards. Seeing that nothing was working against them, a discounted Ainz with a skill issue thought of waking up Jinwoo, as he was their only chance to walk out alive of this mess. But the stone bastard stopped the fireball before it could hit Jinwoo. Then, flexing his aura, he charged at Choi, all pissed as to how he could attack the king in his sleep. Charging at the Birdman, the The hunters told Mommy Cha that they'll try to hold this bastard while telling her to wake my glorious king. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was still in the dream realm, observing the Shadow Daddy fight. Seeing him fight, Jinwoo
The Shadow Daddy's crazy.
thinking how he doesn't even compare to him. That dude is packing power on a different level. Seeing the monster and the shadow fight each other, he wondered what the hell was happening here, as this fight was between them and the Silver Soldiers. But then it clicked that these guys betrayed Shadow Daddy. And oh boy, did these bastards take it too far? You don't kill a man's horse unless you have a death wish. Walking up to the Demon King, Baran Shadow Daddy was pissed as hell. He asked Baran why they betrayed him, as today they could have ended this war for good if they hadn't pulled this shit. But that bastard just smirked and blabbed some random nonsense. Shadow Daddy got even madder and repeated his question with murder in his eyes. Baran didn't think it was serious. Instead, he blabbed some random nonsense in monster language, and all it did was to piss the Shadow Daddy off even more. Grabbing Baran with Commander's touch, he squeezed that bastard's dome like a stress ball under deadline pressure. Then, popped like a soda can. Baran's helmet and skull got yeeted out of existence. Shadow Daddy had deleted Baran's existence in the most
Shadow Daddy
way possible. Rizzy-Woo clocked it. That's Baran the Demon King, the one from the Demon Castle. Except this time, there wasn't any lag between past and present because now Jinwoo was seeing it from inside the POV cam. 1 second he's watching Shadow Daddy vibe check monarchs, and the next thing he knows he's looking down at his own hands drenched in villain juice. Realization hit like a freight train. This wasn't just a vision anymore. That was him. And then it got weirder. Rizzy-Woo's chest thumped like it was running on dual processors. Suddenly 2 heartbeats echoed inside him. One heart felt like it belonged to him. The other one was pulsing with something ancient. As Jinwoo processed this fever dream power-up DLC, he looked up and boom, more Silver Soldiers were pulling up from the gate. As the last of the Silver Soldiers descended from the gate, the system hit Jinwoo with the notification that the playback had ended. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Birdbrain was grinning, as this was the second time today someone had managed to amuse him. He looks at Mommy Cha and says that she is an interesting one. Then his manic side takes over. He told Mommy Cha to go beyond his design a little more, whatever that meant. Mommy Cha, meanwhile, activated her sword dance ability, ready to defend herself if needed. As she activated it, Birdbrain here lost his shit, clashing his sword with Mommy Cha. This motherfucker managed to hit her as she took a step back. He pointed his sword
Oh, hell no. This nigga did not just... He cut Mommy Cha. Oh my mama, bro. Jinwoo finna go sick on this nigga. You're dead, dog.
But then the Birdbrain started boasting about his system, saying how it was capable of predicting and responding to everything. Seeing the struggling hunters, he said how they won't be able to break his creation with their toys and feeble attempts. By now, he had grown bored. The disgruntled Ainz decided it was time he himself did something. He shot the bastard with a fireball that had all the impact of a wet fart in a hurricane.
A wet fart in a hurricane.
They have to wake my glorious king, because if they want to return in one piece. As he drew Birdbrain's attention, Mommy Cha rushed to wake up her husband. Though the architect didn't pay any attention to Choi, he went straight in pursuit to grab Mommy Cha. He smashed the ground, and Mommy Cha barely managed to dodge that by a hair's breadth. Seeing how she had managed to dodge his attack even in her busted up state, he once again grinned, clearly impressed by her. That's when the Birdbrain noticed a shadow hanging beside Mommy Cha. Since it can't come out because of the rules of the dungeon, but he was able to feel its existence, he was curious as to why Jinwoo would have done it. So he asked Mommy Cha what her relationship was with my glorious king. Without wasting any time, Mommy Cha replied that he was a friend and told him that she had come here to rescue him. Amused by her fearless answer, Birdbrain decided he would gift her a once-in-a-lifetime trauma. He told her that today a great monarch would descend upon this world, and she would have the honor of witnessing it, with the small catch that everyone here would have to die first. By now, the giant statues had overwhelmed the hunters, and things were green. Birdbrain then opened his mouth to blabber more nonsense, but my glorious king had finally had enough. Jinwoo, risen from the shadows like tax season, absolutely pulverized the Birdbrain with a punch that probably sent him flying into next Tuesday. Slamming him to the ground, Jinwoo demanded to know what the hell the architect had done to his body. The other hunters, watching this beatdown unfold, were in disbelief. Even Mommy Cha was low-key blushing. Jinwoo pinned the Birdbrain down harder.
It's on the charger.
The bird's smug little face, shattering it like cheap porcelain. With pure horror on his twisted beak, the architect gasped that Jinwoo wasn't the king he was expecting. Meanwhile, Jinwoo just kept staring him down, not even bothering to answer. The architect finally asked how Jinwoo had regained consciousness with a black heart embedded in him. Jinwoo, lost in the godlike amount of mana flooding through his veins, realized the truth. This was the doing of the black heart. A system panel popped up confirming it, casually dropping the bomb that his mana had...
Fucking commercials. Like it's getting too good, man.
Hello, creaminess. Philadelphia, a creamy touch of magic.
Patients make a choice between wanting whiter teeth or having sensitivity protected teeth. Now they don't have to make that decision. Sensodyne Clinical White gives 2 shades whiter teeth, 24/7 sensitivity protection, and is safe for the enamel. My patients will love it.
Contact one of our local business specialists at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America.
Dog. Man, these movies are getting out of control. Fuck out of here.
Shot up by a casual 100,000.
Hold on, let's read what that says.
A system panel popped.
It says, title, The Demon Hunter. The conditions have been met. You have remembered how to defeat the Demon King, Baron of White Salt. The power has acknowledged you as its owner. Bro. Excuse me. This is nuts, dog. This is nuts, bro.
Confirming it, casually dropping the bomb that his mana had shot up by a casual 100,000 points. Seeing Birdbrain's face twist in panic, Jinwoo realized this outcome definitely wasn't in the script. Thinking back to the recall data, he realized he still didn't have all the pieces to this janky-ass puzzle. Jinwoo wanted answers. Remembering Birdbrain had objected to him becoming a player, he demanded to know what the hell a player actually was and what Birdbrain's creepy little plan had been. But the architect wasn't listening. He was too busy having a breakdown, screaming about how Shadow Daddy had double-crossed him. Jinwoo, done with the dramatics, summoned his daggers and pinned him deeper into the ground. Seeing Jinwoo's bloodlust, the architect, being the dumbass that he is, tried acting smug, saying that if Jinwoo killed him, nobody would be able to stop the statues now. Jinwoo, dead-eyed and done with everyone's bullshit, simply replied that if he killed him, he'd kill his stupid statues next. The architect stammered that he was vital to the system's existence, but Jinwoo shut him up instantly, saying he had already thought about it and came to the conclusion that the system would collapse just because one bird-brained moron got sent to hell. Without hesitation, Jinwoo began forcibly taking over the system itself. The architect, looking horrified, tried using his administrator access, but the system wasn't listening anymore. It belonged to Jinwoo now.
Damn.
Birdbrain lose every ounce of dignity. Jinwoo smirked coldly and said that once he had thought he needed the system as much as the system needed him, but now he would devour it whole. Mocking the architect one last time, Jinwoo said his design wasn't perfect after all before activating Mutilate and absolutely dicing the bastard into tiny pieces like. As he bled out, Birdbrain croaked out a final prophecy, talking about how when the pillars of fire that hold up the heavens are raised, death would come for Jinwoo. My glorious king just smiled, not giving a single shit, and said, "Let it come." Outside the dungeon, the association members were waiting. It had been an hour since the Hunter Guild's elites marched in like they owned the place, and now the silence was stretching longer than a one-piece filler arc. Just when the anxiety was about to start a group therapy session, the Hunters finally stumbled back out, and holy hell, they looked like they got sent through a blender on hard mode. Even the elite squads looked one bad sneeze away from dropping dead. The officials stared at them, thinking, what the actual fuck happened inside a C-rank gate? Wu Jin-chul marched up to the grave.
Yo, this is nuts, dog. He is now the Monarch King, yo. Shadows.
NPCs accepting a side quest chance they didn't want. Behind the circus of sadness, Jinwoo strolled out of the gate, lost in his own head. With the system architect deleted from existence, he still didn't have the answers he craved. Wu Jinchul pulled him aside, informing him that nearly 20 top-ranked hunters had body-bagged themselves today, and if this had been a dungeon break, the city would have been serving monster meat for breakfast. He then asked how Jinwoo even knew about the double dungeon. Jinwoo shrugged and told him that the dungeon had summoned him here. Finding his answer odd, Jinchul asked Jinwoo if that's the case, he wants to see that message. Jinwoo told him that he couldn't help him with that since the message was only visible in his head. As things were already bad enough, Jinchul decided not to press anymore. By the looks of it, he had realized that Jinwoo wasn't making things up. Just then, Mommy Cha slid into frame, checking if Jinwoo was okay. Jinwoo told her that he was fine, but then all the exhaustion caught up to him and he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, across the sea in Japan, an entirely different circus was setting up. Trucks loaded with mana crystals were being hauled toward the S-rank gate, like someone was trying to summon Cthulhu with Amazon Prime. Yuri Orlov, standing there with the smugness of a man who's never been slapped, declared that 200,000 tons of mana crystals should be enough to charge up the magic circle he crafted. The moment he activated it, the barrier began sucking up magic at an alarming rate, but the vibes shifted fast. Yuri paused, feeling something off. When one of his guys asked if everything was chill, Yuri said the barrier was perfect, but he could sense something. And when they asked who it was, Yuri dropped the ominous, "I never said it was a person." From a rooftop nearby, a figure watched them like the last boss spawning early, Song Il-hwan. He smirked, realizing everything was clicking into place for a disaster so massive even God was probably side-eyeing. Down below, Kana nervously asked Sugimoto why the military was rolling out tanks, even though guns against monsters were useless. Sugimoto, dead serious, said that if Yuri failed, they would need to stall the monsters long enough for the hunters to prepare. Kana realized the soldiers were nothing more than sacrificial pawns, bait thrown to the slaughterhouse. Sugimoto, with his gaze pinned to the ominous gate, muttered that as long as they stood at the front lines, they weren't much different. This wasn't a battle. It was a funeral march where humanity showed just how fragile it was against disasters that made even God probably say, "Good luck, idiots." Meanwhile, Yuri Orlov, drunk on his own ego, was busy convincing himself that if things went right, he could solo clear an S-rank gate. He even had his little superhero title ready, the man who cleared an S-rank gate alone. But even he knew that title belonged to my glorious king. Yuri popped open a bottle with the swagger of a man pretending he wasn't internally pissing himself. Just as he raised it for a celebratory drink, the man behind him, whose only job seemed to be breathing and stating the obvious, warned that it might not be a wise move. Yuri shrugged it off, promising the best show this side of hell. After calming his nerves, he asked how many S-rank hunters were on standby. The agent told them that currently 15 S-ranks were on standby. As they spoke, the Japanese gate started cracking apart. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Jinwoo snapped awake in a hospital bed, his mind foggy and his body heavier than depression at 3 a.m. As he sat up, his eyes caught Jin-ho, who immediately burst into tears. Jinwoo, who had all the emotional sensitivity of a brick wall, immediately asked about the S-rank gate in Japan. "No, how are you? Or what year is it?" "Just business as usual." The scene then rewound to the nightmare day. The dungeon break went nuclear. Giants, monsters that usually served as end-level bosses for A-rank dungeons, came pouring, and out walked a horde of terrifying giants, enough to make even the bravest hunter wonder if peeing themselves would be an acceptable strategy. As the giants walked out instead of running,
Oh, this is
Yuri
crazy.
unleashed his mana crystal-powered barrier, thinking he'd just pressed God mode. The monster slammed against it, and for a hot second, it actually held. Yuri grinned, thinking that he had managed to subdue the gate, but just as he started mentally writing his acceptance speech, the real monster showed up, a gigantic freak of nature whose vibe screamed final boss of your nightmares. With a casual swing of its weapon, it sliced through Yuri's barrier. Once again, the story snapped back to the present. At Chairman Yu Myung-han wakes up from sleep in his office. He asks his secretary how long he has been asleep. The man replies, 23 hours, saying that they were prepared to take him to the hospital if he didn't wake up after 24 hours. Just as he had instructed. The secretary hands him some documents containing information about the person who was cured of eternal slumber. He informs him that the patient is apparently Hunter Sung Jinwoo's mother. Hearing that, Yu Myung-han begins to suspect that Sung Jin-woo might possess the ability to cure eternal slumber. His secretary tells him someone is there to meet him. As the woman enters the room, she looks at his condition and asks how long he has been like this. Back in Japan, we see the aftermath of the dungeon break and how hunter Yuri Orlov was devoured whole by one of the giants. The military tried to stop the creatures, but it was useless as their weapons.
Yo, this nigga just got ate by a giant after fucking bluffing, bro.
Hunter Association Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo orders the remaining S-rank hunters to stop the giants from advancing, and all of them charge toward the monsters. They attempt to blind the giants by targeting their eyes, but the monsters were surprisingly fast and easily dodged their attacks. Hunter Kanai Tawata, in disbelief, wonders how such massive creatures could move so quickly. Meanwhile, back in Korea, my glorious king was watching footage of the battle from his room. He reflects that at this rate, just like during the Jeju Island raid, the whole of Asia could be in danger. He begins to consider leaving for Japan to deal with the dungeon break personally. But then from behind, he hears a voice telling him not to go. It's his younger sister, Gina, standing there looking at him. He asks what she means, and she tells him she knows he's planning to leave. Jin-woo assures her that he's not going anywhere. He says he's been working too hard lately and just plans to rest for a while, telling her not to worry. Later, we see him sitting outside in the park. He summons Beru and asks about the condition of his sister. Beru replies that there is nothing abnormal about her behavior. Jin-woo, however, suspects she may be suffering from trauma. She had never tried to stop him from going on a raid before, except for his very first one 4 years ago. He wonders what he should do. As he's walking, a car stops in front of him. Fast forward, we see him inside the office of the Eugene Construction Guild, where CEO Yu Myung-han greets him and introduces himself. He places a blank check in front of Jin-woo, saying, "I'm not arrogant enough to believe money can't buy anything, especially when I'm speaking to an S-rank hunter. Please consider this a token of my sincerity." Seeing this, Jin-woo suspects whatever he's about to hear must be confidential. It's not something as simple as a guild invitation. He asks, "What do you want to buy from me?" Jin-woo's father reveals that he suffers from the same illness that afflicted Jin-woo's mother, eternal slumber. Jin-woo asks if Jin-ho knows about this. Myung-han says that aside from his physician, only 3 people are aware of his condition. He explains that after searching for a cure everywhere, he discovered the only person to ever recover from the illness was Jin-woo's mother. He told Jin-woo that he doesn't believe it's a coincidence and asked Jin-woo to help him, promising he will never forget his kindness. Hearing that, Jin-woo thinks about his sister. He thinks about how today he has to make a choice. Fast forward to Japan, and the whole goddamn place was looking like God had pressed delete on the entire city. Reporters are flying over like this is a tourist
Yo, it's being destroyed. Japan's being destroyed by giants, man. They're everywhere.
His co-worker hits him with the
Win one championship, you're celebrating.
Man, dog, I gotta go get some more.
But when you've won it all 7 times, the trophy speaks for itself. Introducing the full lineup of Ram trucks. Ram, 7-time winner of Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
Grab an ice-cold Coca-Cola and enjoy summer.
When you can set up reliable Spectrum internet in minutes, you can feel at home in minutes. You're not home until you're connected. Get Spectrum.
Captain America: Brave New World.
I'm going in.
Is now streaming on Disney Plus.
Wait for it.
You want me? Come and get me!
Captain America: Brave New World. Now streaming on Disney Plus.
Classic Trust the Science line, saying they will be fine as long as they stay far away. Cameras zoom in on the mega-sized boss guarding the gate, who seemed to be waiting for someone to show up and throw hands. The cameraman asks the reporter if that freak was even alive because he wasn't even moving and was just staying put. The reporter told him that that freak indeed was alive.
Store run.
5 more minutes. What? That's why. What?
These niggas just fucking crashed in the front.
You can see it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
You're so funny. I'm sitting here buying the cigarettes from my uncle.
You wanna hit a cigarette?
Yeah, I'm finna do dishes. I'm sitting here buying.
You don't wanna hit a cigarette?
Yeah, man.
I knew I heard a fucking crack.
Don't get you don't put too much meat. Spread it out a little. Because you know my body, I can't eat fried chicken. We going to lunch tomorrow. So you want fried chicken tonight? Huh? I want fried chicken.
Yes!
Yes.
you got your brownie. You're almost done.
Oh.
Of course you're gonna get done fast as hell.
Daddy was a slave growing up.
Yes, here I come.
You hear me? Daddy was a whole slave growing up. Don't
tell them that. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What? You ain't never been a foster child. You don't know. And look at them. Look how clean they is. Quit playing with me. Faster than a dishwasher.
He then told him how only 2 of the 30 giants have been killed in 2 days. Adding that, and if this keeps up, Earth might just get rage quit deleted. Back in
rage quit deleted on my mom. They cutting up.
Straight into the mess. Jinho panics instantly because unlike Jeju Island, this is a whole different level of messed up.
This is messed up for
like
real.
Skyscrapers on steroids. But Riziwu is already locked in. He says if he pulls it off, the Ajin Guild is going global. Even so, he notices Jinho hesitating, which is rare, since Jinho usually worships the ground he walks on. Jinho agrees only if he can go too, because he is tired of being the background NPC. He points out that every major event where Riziwu almost died had one thing in common, and that thing is Jinho being absolutely nowhere near it. The only skill this man has is standing behind the king like a loyal golden retriever, and he owns it with pride. Riziwu finds it funny that a rich kid is out here talking about pride like he is not made of money. Jinho says he will follow him anywhere, so if Riziwu is safe, he will be too. Riziwu stands up, pretending to cancel the trip like, haha, gotcha. Now go home, sidekick. But as soon as Jinho leaves, he starts thinking about that creepy architect from the Double Dungeon. If that dude really exists, then Riziwu is still just a mid-tier player in a high-stakes game. There are monsters stronger than him, and that means he has no choice but to keep leveling up. He gets home, and his mom is waiting with food. He asks about Gina, and apparently she is locked in her room skipping meals. The incident had messed her up pretty badly. While eating, Riziwu thinks about Jinho's dad, who claims to be cursed with eternal nap mode. No one knows if that is real, or if he just needed an excuse to skip meetings forever. Either way, there is only a little of that magic healing juice left. so Rizzy Woo needs to pick his targets carefully. After dinner, he tells his mom he is heading out. Before leaving, he checks on Gina. She is stone cold quiet, and he tells her he almost died again. He says it happens often, but this time it really felt like game over. He made it back, and he is thankful. He pats her head and promises he will come back again. Then he thanks her for stopping him from doing something dumb this time too. With tears in her eyes, Gina hits him with that classic little sister guilt trip, saying he would have dipped no matter what. Rizzy Woo just smiles and says, "Yeah, but I always come back." Then boom, press conference time. Chairman Goku is out here trying to calm the masses while Rizzy Woo is already packing his bag.
Rizzy motherfucking Woo! At the airport, he is just about quit playing with Rizzy Woo, man.
Jin Ho. This man somehow snuck past security and is now standing there like a loyal puppy with no return ticket. Rizzy Woo.
Man, why you keep talking about niggas like they loyal puppets? Oh my mama.
Meanwhile, in Japan, it is full panic mode. Soldiers
Get
are
the
scrambling
murder Michigan on
out of the wreckage while giants are stomping around like they own the place.
And they do. They out here crushing shit. They killing everybody. Yeah.
One of the giants gets clapped across the street by a trident straight to the chest. The soldiers are like, "What just happened?" And then they
no chocolate syrup on my brownie.
It is Rizzy Woo pulling up like a god.
Alright, I'm live, you can't come this way.
Rocks start flying at the crowd, but Jin Ho dives in like Captain Discount America with a big-ass shield and saves them all. He tells Rizzy Woo to handle the killing while he helps the humans. Jima and Rizzy Woo step into the ring together.
Whoa!
Even close. Jima is out here tearing giants apart like he is in a kaiju demolition derby. Rizzy Woo sees the moment and jumps in, slicing one of them clean in half. Meanwhile, over in the US, the Scavenger Guild is busy doing what they do best, talking shit. One of them points out that Rizzy Woo never even got buffed by Lady Selner. Another one laughs like, "Bro, every hunter has limits, and this guy is going to croak soon anyway." Then the room goes silent. Big Tom Andre enters like a final boss on casual mode and says he will bet the entire damn guild HQ that Rizzy Woo survives. He tells them to stop worrying about Japan and start looking at the S-rank gate opening in their own backyard. They are about to have their own funeral soon. Back in Japan, the cameras are rolling as Rizzy Woo's army turns the whole city into a monster buffet. Beru's bug squad is ripping a giant to shreds like it
Damn.
Another giant chases a kid, and just before it can grab her, a shadow knight slices its hand off.
Damn.
Pulls up like a dark prince, saves the girl, and keeps moving. The giant
Thank
is
you.
trying to process the pain when Iron barrels in. And
You supposed to say brownie for my brownie. Give it back. Here. Oh, gotta do it over, babe.
Silently rethinking his life choices. Rizzy Woo watches all of it and just smirks like, "Yeah, Iron is finally pulling his weight. Good job, big guy." A soldier runs up to Rizzy Woo, all teary-eyed and full of gratitude, like he just met a god. Drops a bunch of Japanese words and bows so deep his back nearly snaps. Rizzy Woo has no clue what this man just said, but still hits him with a thumbs up and goes, "You good, brave soldier?" Then he tells Jin Ho to finish the evacuation, while he stares down the corpse of a giant like it just called his mom ugly. It was shadow extraction time. One more monster was dragged into the Rizzy Woo army, like a Pokemon caught against its will.
He's stupid.
Chairman Matsumoto is finally realizing Rizzy Woo might actually be as strong as Goto had predicted. Reports come in saying the city is slowly being reclaimed one after another, and the man starts flashbacking like he just got slapped by nostalgia. He remembers Gojo Ryuji warning him about Jinwoo, saying how they need to be wary of him. Matsumoto had met 1,000 hunters, but this dude was built different. When Rizzy Woo landed in Japan, Matsumoto tried the classic "we need you to defend Osaka" routine, thinking no way one guy takes out 30 giants. But Rizzy Woo just stared him down and said, "Nah, I got this. All of it. Alone." The man said, "Hold my daggers," and walked into hell like he was clocking in for a shift. Later, Rizzy Woo is out here playing Name a Shadow with his new recruits. He then pulls the most Jin Woo thing ever and gives up halfway and just numbers them like these are side characters in a gacha game. Beru pops up with another body on his report card, and without even looking at him, Jinwoo named him number 6. Jin Ho is told to go sit down and rest like he is a backup dancer, not the main event. Rizzy Woo knows things have been way too easy, but deep down,
Yo, what's going on? Appreciate you watching the show, man. Watching manga right now. Listen to the manga solo leveling, man. This shit's crazy.
volunteer mobs are making the streets a mess. Evacuating and fighting at the same time is chaos on max difficulty. A week later, our duo is sweeping through the city. And
Yo, this panel's nuts. What the hell? This is like a shadow kingdom in the back of the city. Is that a monster? Am I tweaking? Dog, that's a shadow monster, bro. Big as hell. The final boss looks like a fucking castle. Yo, this shit's gonna be crazy.
Hankawa appears. She is somehow still alive and definitely done with this arc. She tells them the other hunters are gone, either dead or scattered across the map.
Dead as a motherfucker, boy. 30 giants came through a portal's nuts. Like, fucking orcs came through a portal and destroyed the school, killed a bunch of kids. See? The demon castle.
A simulation, a warning. But the architect is dead, and no more creepy visions have come through, so maybe that really was his final form. Either way, Riziwu does not care. He trained to make sure the world never ends up like this. He turns to Hankawa and told her that now that they have took care of everyone, and only that freak bastard is left, he is ready to move. She got surprised and says the other hunters have not arrived yet. Riziwu just smirks. They already have. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Muscle Mommy is whining like a
No.
This whole situation is annoying.
Is she in the palm?
Her to chill because, hey, at least they're still breathing. Hankawa, not having it, vents her frustration about how my glorious king and his army of shadows are out here wiping out giants that the Japanese hunters couldn't even touch.
Touch them.
They're just here to clean up the scraps, which is pretty much the definition of not having a good time. As she rants, Jinwoo's shadow army starts flooding back to him, and the whole area gets smothered in
Jesus.
shadows. All of his old shadows, Tusk, Igri, and Iron, plus the new ones like the Giant Army and Jima, were ready to unleash hell. Then, like the diva he is, Baru shows up and kneels before Jinwoo. Mr. Aura Farmer then asks if it was done, and drops some praise on them, and Baru thanked him for that. Jinwoo then turned to Jinho, and he told him to get Hankawa to safety.
Bro, Baru, the fucking ant, the black ant's too strong.
Making more shadow versions of these monsters.
Damn.
With his army growing, Jinwoo gives the final order. All soldiers charge toward the final giant guarding the S-rank gate. The shadows rush in, but Jinwoo just chills and watches the chaos unfold. The giant, sensing the incoming squad, readies itself and unleashes a massive mana wave. Jinwoo's like, okay, that's new. Watching as the giant cuts through his shadow soldiers like they're paper. He's low-key impressed, thinking to himself, this thing is packing some serious strength. One swing, 100 dead shadows. Jinwoo's also feeling the pressure from the giant's magic, admitting that it's so intense he almost wanted to dip out of there. But he knows there's only one way to deal with this. Either run like a coward, or obliterate the source of that nasty magic. Despite being surrounded by shadows, the giant's not backing down, tossing them around like toys.
Yo, is that the giant monarch?
When the insect-type shadows swarm its feet, the giant just steps on them like it's nothing.
Or is that supposed to be the new?
This is about to jump in, but Jinwoo stops him, telling him that it's not his time yet. Jinwoo knows he's got enough mana.
Starting at $399.99.
It's not his time yet. Ghost.
Never been here.
Death Standard. Astrobot. Commercials. Safe
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad.
Appreciate everybody on YouTube and Facebook. Just chilling, watching some anime, doing some anime reviews.
Pay later with flexible payment options only at safelight.com.
This is the third season of Solo Leveling, and I'm telling you, dude, like, even the manga itself is just glory. It deserved the Anime of the Year award. It's more than that. Like,
Sometimes
for real.
you just need a moment. Self-care is easy.
As the king of melee, you gotta have a sword. Or two. And got a machete laying under me.
Figures out the giant's weak spot. His shadows keep attacking, but it was of no use. Nothing the shadow army did seemed to faze the giant. Finally, Jinwoo figures it out. This giant's magic power is acting like armor, making it invincible to physical attacks. But the giant flinched and bothered to protect himself when a fireball almost hit its face. Ding ding. That was the clue he needed. He calls out Kaisel and sends in his strongest soldiers, Beru and Igris. Beru's speed is insane as he rushes the giant's face, but the giant dodges. Meanwhile, Igris, riding on Kaisel's back, starts blasting the giant with lightning from the sky. The giant narrowly avoids the attack, but Jinwoo knows the face is the weak spot. Its mana is only protecting the lower body. Just as it looks like the giant is winning, Igris charges straight for the face, distracting the beast just long enough for Jinwoo to land a massive hit. The giant screams in pain, and Beru follows up, keeping the giant distracted. Jinwoo then brings out his secret weapon, a bunch of daggers and ruler's authority, launching a brutal assault on the giant's face. Meanwhile, Jinho and Hankawa were watching this shit unfold from afar, and remarks that this has turned into a monster versus monster show, with no hunters in sight. Back in the action, Jinwoo uses violent slash to destroy one of the giant's eyes, and as it howls in pain, Beru rushes in through the eye socket to tear it apart from the inside. Jinwoo keeps attacking from the outside.
Oh yeah, a link to this video. Hold on. Here's a link to this video, by the way, yo.
A notification pops up informing Jinwoo
if you want to check it out.
Drippy Woo stood in front of the dead body, but something felt off. Then the system message popped up saying he defeated the enemy, but he could already tell that something was wrong. Just then, Jinho came in like a fanboy, but Drippy Woo was not smiling, because even though he had defeated the big guy, there was no message about the dungeon boss being dead, and the dungeon was showing no sign of collapsing. That was a problem. Then he looked closer. No black smoke, which meant no shadow to extract. That was all the proof he needed that this raid was not over. The bad feeling in his gut got worse, and he told Jinho to get back. He stared at the corpse and watched as Beru crawled out of its mouth like a nightmare. Even now, the magic power coming off the giant felt heavy, like it was still alive. Even Beru's presence didn't cover it. Then the gate started glowing like it was building up something strong. Drippy Woo felt the pressure shift and knew this was no regular magic. He looked at Jinho and saw Igris had already stepped up to protect him from the blast. But that wasn't even the strangest part. The gate had started sucking up the dead giant's magic. That kind of power absorption wasn't supposed to happen. Drippy Woo touched his cheek and noticed blood. He actually got cut just by standing in that energy. That had never happened before. He told Jinho to stay back and then walk toward the gate. There were too many unknowns. It had to be checked. He stepped through the light and found himself in a hallway made for kaijus. Beru appeared again and asked if he had heard something. Drippy Woo said he had. It was a voice. Not just any voice, but one full of malice. It was the sound of a villain practicing his monologue. And there it was. A massive chamber.
The Giant King.
Chamber talking like a rejected.
The monarch of giants.
And throwing shade at the rulers like this was ancient Twitter beef. But when it locked eyes with Drippy Woo, it froze. Drippy Woo was not the guy I was expecting. Seeing his pathetic state, Drippy Woo asked who did this to him. The giant answered without hesitation, telling him that this was the ruler's doing. The giant told Jinwoo that the rulers were using him to set up a bigger war. Drippy Woo wanted answers in the past. He said he'd tried talking to monsters before, but none of them ever told him where they came from. But this one seemed different, so he asked again. What did the giant know about the rulers? The answer was simple. The rulers and monarchs were beefing like two toxic exes, and Drippy Woo was caught in the middle. When he asked if that meant the giant was also a monarch, the dude said yes without even blinking. Then came the worst part. The monarch said both sides wanted Drippy Woo either dead or worse. The giant then told him that he didn't have enough power to deal with either side yet. What he needed was influence. Drippy Woo was not buying it. The giant could say anything while stuck in those chains. So he demanded proof. The monarch said he would make him believe and started speaking in some creepy magic language. A message popped up saying the king of giants, Ligia, just activated Oath of Truth, and now both sides were locked in a no-lie zone. Ligia begged again for freedom, offering backup against future ops. Drippy Woo tried to lie and say he trusted him, but the system slapped his mouth shut like, nope, not allowed. Ligia grinned and said, "Welcome to the Truth Club, bitch." Mr. Aura Farmer stared at the giant and asked the obvious question. Why do you talk like a normal person? Every other creature that crawls over the gate sounds like it got dropped on the head 5 times in a row. Ligia looked confused and asked who he meant. My glorious king explained the monsters from the gates. The ones that scream a lot and drool like toddlers with trauma. That's when Ligia got it. He said those things were prisoners tortured so long by the rulers they lost their minds. Now they were just leftovers with broken brains. But him, he was built different. He was a king. He said he kept his sanity while rotting in chains like a boss raid that never ends. And now he was standing face to face with the one he'd been waiting for. My glorious king didn't let up. He wanted receipts. What about the shiny-winged freaks in silver armor? Were they part of the ruler's squad? Legia confirmed that they indeed were part of the ruler's army. Drippy Woo then asked the most important question, and then he asked Legia, why the hell were the rulers unleashing monsters on humans? Legia said the rulers weren't just bored, they were prepping Earth for war. Their goal was to turn the entire planet into a battleground for their beef with the monarchs, and they were doing it sneakily, feeding magic into the world bit by bit. That's when the light bulb finally exploded for my glorious king. If the monsters were disasters, then the magic they leaked wasn't a curse, it was fuel. Everyone had been drooling over magic stones and energy gems, thinking they were hot loot, but those were just breadcrumbs leading to a war zone. Legia laid it out clean. The rulers were using the blood of mana users to force-feed Earth some magical protein, bulking it up so it wouldn't break the moment the real fight started. And the fight was coming fast. Legia called it a rematch, rulers versus monarchs, round 2, Earth edition. My glorious king wasn't impressed. For him, this was just another day of being a walking war crime. But then came the plot twist. Legia said once either side figures out that contact's been made, both the rulers and monarchs are going to lose their damn minds and come crawling. Legia was practically waving a red flag. My glorious king asked why he kept acting like the whole galaxy had beef with him. Legia looked him dead in the eye and dropped the real bomb. The power inside him wasn't even his. Someone gave it up. That someone betrayed the rulers, and now my glorious king was marked for death by both sides. Still, Legia said he'd fight with him. Ride or die loyalty, even though they just met. My glorious king stared him down and said what everyone was thinking. If you really want to help, then stop monologuing and join the squad. Become a shadow soldier and be useful. At that moment, Legia flinched. His eyes locked on something behind my glorious king, and for a split second, he saw the real deal. Not just a hunter, not a monarch wannabe, but the shadow daddy standing tall behind him like death was clocking in for overtime. Legia went pale and dropped a lorddom, telling Jinwoo that monarchs and rulers weren't like regular mobs. Once they died, that was it. No shadow revival, no second chances. Legia tried to lock in that alliance deal again, asking if that was enough to earn his help. Drippy Woo moved forward, weapon in hand, understanding the stakes but still feeling that itch in his brain. He can't shake the feeling that something was off. So as he started breaking Legia's chains, he hit him with a casual, "You'll stay with me, right?" Legia swore on his non-existent honor. Of course, Monarch Code Bro deals are absolute and fair, but my glorious king wasn't stupid. He asked the real question. "Are you on humanity's side?" Legia went full mute like a guilty NPC stuck in a cutscene. My glorious king wasn't having it. He asked again, and then it clicked. The oath of truth was active so that silence wasn't hesitation. It was a system gag. And then he spotted it. A damn crystal stuck in Legia's neck. Still feeding him orders from the rulers, Legia lunged, ready to bite the hand that freed him. But Drippy Woo sidestepped and ended that trust pact on the spot. Deals off. He stabbed him through the chest with one clean shot. No hesitation. Just war-born instincts. Legia was down, but not dead. He called my glorious king the real calamity, which is honestly fair. He tried to land a last desperate attack, but got folded again harder than an origami boss monster. With his final HP bar flashing, Legia warned Drippy Woo that the war wasn't going to slow down. More blood, more chaos, and may karma burn everything you love to ash. My glorious king silenced him with the final blow. Cold and clean, telling him that it won't go as you hope. A system pinged in, informing Jinwoo that he had defeated Legia, one of the 9 original monarchs. XP gain is massive. It may take a sec to process. My glorious king picked up some busted piece of metal and muttered, "Damn! No shadow soldier. Guess I'll take this trash as a souvenir instead." He walked out of that dungeon unfazed. Leveled up to 122. Cut to America. A chopper landed, and Director Brennan and Ms. Selma rolled up on Christopher Reed, one of the top dogs in the hunter world. Chris was like, "What's this surprise party about?" Brennan said. "We got business. Sit down and shut the door." And then Selner dropped the psychological nuke, telling Reed that someone's going to try to murder you soon. Christopher went full American ego, saying, "Nobody's got hands like that." Flexing his title and being full of himself, he told Selner, "I'm a national level bitch. I kill for cardio." But Selner stayed dead serious. She told Reed that she had a dream about him where he was surrounded by men, and not in the fun way. Christopher looked ready to throw her out the window. Japan were gone, wiped off the map. People started whispering about a new national level hunter. But my glorious king didn't care. The whole world was now watching, and not just Korea. The last giant that escaped got clapped by China's top hunter, Liu Zhugong, who pulled up and handled that overgrown statue like it owed him money. Back in Japan, the old man running their hunter association finally decided to stop hiding and turned himself in. Matsumoto probably realized being shady during the Jeju raid was not going to age well with the internet. Across the ocean in America, the vibes were way too good. Hunters who just came back from clearing an S-rank gate were already dressing up for a massive party paid for by Uncle Sam. The Scavenger Guild was living it up, talking about how extra the government went for this celebration. Then Big Daddy Thomas Andre showed up with his tank build and casual menace energy. He smirked at his guildmates and said, "You did not forget about our bet, right?" He pointed at a dude who clearly did not want smoke and asked what he wagered. The man panicked and said he bet nothing. Thomas stared, not even shocked anymore. He just smiled like, yeah, this is normal now. Then someone came up and told him he had a call, who picked it up and got hit with a plot twist from home. Yu Jin-ho was on the line saying he had to go back to Korea. He did not know what was going on, but something felt off. Jin-woo asked if everything was all right, but Jin-ho did not have answers, just a nervous gut feeling. Was something his father had been working on before he collapsed. He said he kept it in case the old man woke up asking for it. But now it felt like Jin-ho needed it more. Jin-ho opened the notebook, and his eyes started to tear up fast. The file was packed with articles about him and my glorious king. It looked like his dad had been hoarding every single news piece. Jin-ho smiled through the sadness, saying his dad still had that weird habit of scrapbooking everything he liked. The assistant chimed in, saying it was not just Jin-ho's articles. There were clippings from his school events, competitions, concerts, and everything. Even the recent business stuff. The man said it was not that his dad did not love him. The guy just had love the size of a mountain and expectations to match. The assistant told him they would head to the residence. Jin-ho nodded, but as they walked off, he paused for a second, like his spidey senses kicked in. He turned around, expecting something, but saw nothing. He shook it off and walked on. The assistant asked if he was good. Jin-ho just said it was nothing and kept going. Once they were gone, my glorious king uncloaked right in front of the hospital bed. He had been there the whole time, watching silently and invisibly. He looked at the old man lying there and sighed, saying this was making him feel emotional. Then
he's going to give him the elixir of life. Wicked.
Outside the hospital, Jin-ho's sister, Yu Jin-hee, arrived. She was trying to hold it together, but as she walked past the hallway, she thought she saw someone familiar. She ignored it and kept moving, but when she stepped into the room, her jaw dropped. Their dad was sitting up and looking straight at her. She instantly broke down in tears. Doctors rushed in to explain, and even they looked confused. They said he had come out of what was supposed to be a permanent coma, something they had never seen before. One of them muttered that the media was going to go wild trying to explain this miracle. Outside the hospital, my glorious king stood alone and whispered, "Happy birthday." Jin-ho is a little early. He then turned and started heading back to Japan, but when he checked the shadow exchange skill, he saw the timer still had almost 2 hours left. He thought about what to do, and for a second, the idea of seeing Mommy Cha popped into his head. He immediately rejected that and decided to find a dungeon to murder instead. While that was happening in the US, Christopher Reed was dead asleep in his fancy house. He suddenly woke up feeling weird, like the air itself had changed. He walked down the hall and it was way too quiet. He picked up a wine glass and threw it. The glass shattered, but there was no sound. That was enough to confirm something was very wrong. He looked around and asked who was messing with reality. He remembered the card from Michael Connor and the warning from Lady Selner, which now felt a little too accurate. Michael told him to call if things ever felt off, and right now everything felt off. Then the vibes got worse. A man appeared out of nowhere with some creepy backup behind him. Christopher demanded to know who they were, but the man was busy talking like he was monologuing for a movie. He said Christopher would lose everything if he kept being soft on humans, and then called him a fragment of light. When Christopher pushed back, the man ignored him and said he was talking to something higher up the chain. The one that was connected to Christopher, that was it. The man had pissed him off. Christopher activated his power and transformed while promising at least one of them was going to die right here, right now. The enemies were shocked. They saw his spiritualization and could not believe a human pulled it off. The fight started fast, and it was brutal. Back in Japan, Mr. Aura
Yo.
to the airport like a celebrity. But
Hold the fuck on, dog. This man did not just turn into a monster monarch.
He looked around and asked who was messing with reality. He remembered the card from Michael Connor and the warning from Lady Selner, which now felt a little too accurate. Michael told him to call if things ever felt off, and right now everything felt off. Then the vibes got worse. A man appeared out of nowhere with some creepy backup behind him. Christopher demanded to know who they were, but the man was busy talking like he was monologuing for a movie. He said Christopher would lose everything if he kept being soft on humans, and then called him a fragment of light. When Christopher pushed back, the man ignored him and said he was talking to something higher up the chain. The one that was connected to Christopher, that was it. The man had pissed him off. Christopher activated his power and transformed while promising at least one of them was going to die right here, right now. The enemies were shocked. They saw his spiritualization and could not believe a human pulled it off. The fight started fast, and it was brutal. Back in Japan, Mr. Aura Farmer was riding to the airport like a celebrity, but without the sunglasses. Crowds had pulled up to send him off. Thousands of people filled the streets just to catch one last look at the hunter who saved their country from total disaster. He looked out the window and noticed the size of the crowd. Even though no one counted it exactly, everyone agreed there were over 100,000 fans out there. Later on the plane, Mr. Aura Farmer was seated quietly, trying to enjoy the silence. Then he noticed something strange. The guy sitting next to him was Agent Adam White. My Glorious King stared at him and asked if this was supposed to be a coincidence. Adam White kept his cool and said it'd be nice if My Glorious King believed in coincidences. But even he knew that was a stretch. He smiled and added, they had only met once. But the fact that My Glorious King still remembered him was an honor, Baru whispered into Jinwoo's mind, knowing full well that this dumbass is going to mess up once again. He told Jinwoo that the guy's name is Adam. My Glorious King rolled his eyes and asked, weren't the negotiations already scrapped? Adam admitted it was unorthodox to just show up like this, but he had something serious to drop. My Glorious King asked straight up if the U.S. had failed to stop the S-rank gate. Adam shook his head and said that part was already handled. Then he showed a video of flames consuming a house. Firefighters going full power and still getting nowhere. The audio came through. This isn't a normal fire. We can't put it out. My Glorious King frowned. What am I supposed to be seeing here? Adam told him to keep watching and then hit him with the bombshell. Christopher Reed had caused the entire blaze. And not just that, they'd sent in 1,800 firefighters and 14 elite hunters to clean it up. Drippy Woo asked the obvious. Was there a battle? Did Christopher lose? Adam nodded, saying it sounded insane even to them. But yes, Christopher Reed was already dead. He handed over a photo of the Hunter Bureau's prime suspect. And just like that, My Glorious King snapped. Adam floated into the air like he was a training dummy, and the entire plane got real quiet. My Glorious King's voice dropped dark and heavy. You think this is funny? You think you're walking out of here after this? Adam stopped the agents from retaliating and said the man in the photo came out of a dungeon, which meant he might not be who they assumed. My Glorious King told him to explain fast. Adam said the man's mana didn't feel human. It matched the wavelength of monsters, and he'd assaulted an S-rank hunter during an interrogation. That same guy was involved in the Hunter Bureau explosion from a few months ago, the one that made headlines worldwide. My Glorious King stared Adam down. Did they think this was connected to his dad? He finally released him, letting Adam drop like a bag of regret. Adam coughed, gasping, but kept talking. The suspect had knocked out multiple high-level hunters and disappeared completely. Not a single trace left behind. The Hunter Bureau tried tracking him secretly, but it was like chasing smoke. Adam looked exhausted as he said the man checked every box for being a high-level threat. My Glorious King finally asked why he was being shown this now. Adam told him about the upcoming International Guild Conference, where top guilds from across the globe would gather. The U.S. planned to distribute wanted posters. Told him again.
Gemini, can you look at my resume?
This spider?
These complicated instructions?
Sure, just add it and we'll talk. That's a cool sweater. Here are a few ways to dress it up.
Fill your bagel? Of course. Fill your potatoes, eggs, and pasta? Hello, creaminess. Philadelphia, a creamy touch of magic.
Who the fuck put Philly?
Sunscreen. Now in 3 flexible shades for a healthy glow. Developed with dermatologists.
Philly
and
cream
skincare
cheese in their fucking
100% mineral sunscreen with hyaluronic.
Your engine is dirtier than you think. No matter your vehicle age, it's building up damaging deposits that hurt longevity and performance. But at Valvoline, we've revolutionized a way to completely reverse them. Introducing our newest innovation, Valvoline Restore and Protect.
And that he was under no circumstance allowed to touch Mr. Aura Farmer. Thomas then told Dong-Su to go and relax somewhere and sip fake coconut water at the resort while the real hunters handled business. As Huang walked out with his attitude still intact, Laura leaned in and asked if letting that man loose was smart. Thomas told her that he knew that there is no way Dong-Su would give up that easily, so he told her to keep eyes on him until my glorious king leaves the country. Laura asked if Huang would even listen. Thomas said if the guy liked being alive, then yes. Meanwhile, the International Guild Conference was in full swing, and the U.S. was crawling with hunters, reporters, and enough ego to collapse a building. 2 guys from Germany's Richter Guild were walking toward the venue, Leonard Neerman and his vice master. Leonard looked around and asked why the press was going feral this year. The vice master, pointing towards Jinwoo, told him that they were here for him. That's when they saw him, my glorious king, walking in with Jin Ho and Chief Wu behind him. Listening to all the praise, Leonard thought maybe it would be smart to say hello, but as he got closer, he stopped dead. His brain just froze. The vice master asked what was wrong. Leonard pointed at Jin Wu's shadow and said, "Can't you see them?" He had seen my glorious king's powers, and he can't believe that Jin Wu doesn't summon his shadows, but carries them in his shadow at all times. Leonard muttered that he'd believe it if someone said this man came to start a war with America. My glorious king noticed the weird stare and asked Jin Ho who that guy was. Jin Ho said, with all the screen time lately, it was probably just another fanboy waiting for an autograph. Then he turned to Jinchul and asked why he was tagging along. Jinchul looked at him acting like his soul just left his body, and then he said he was assigned to protect Mr. Aura Farmer. Jin Ho moved closer and asked him to repeat that. Jinchul sighed and said it again. Protecting Mr. Aura Farmer. The word sounded stupid even to him. While the side characters kept being side characters, my glorious king looked ahead and saw someone walking toward them. Adam said they had been waiting. Mr. Aura Farmer asked why Adam was even here since his job was supposed to be in Asia. Adam said that used to be true, but now he had a full-time position handling everything related to my glorious king. Adam told the others they would be taken to their rooms, but Mr. Aura Farmer had to come with him. My glorious king told Jin from the beast. Adam explained that the stronger the monster, the crazier the runestone. He said the Kamesh raid was straight-up trauma for humanity. From the corpse of that dragon, the Bureau extracted a runestone, and they're looking for someone worthy of wielding it. Adam asked what my glorious king thought about the offer, but Mr. Aura Farmer ignored the pitch and told him to go back a slide. He wanted to see the photo of the corpse again. He asked if the body had been preserved. Adam confirmed it. My glorious king said, "Take me there." Adam blinked and asked why. Mr. Aura Farmer hit him with a guilt trip, saying he had played nice with the Bureau this whole time, so this one favor should be easy. Adam admitted he didn't know the exact location, but said that if it was my glorious king asking, the paperwork would basically approve itself. He asked for a few minutes to send a report. Mr. Aura Farmer said if we...
Yo, he's finna extract the shadow from this fucking dragon.
Where Director David Brennan was already spiraling. He asked Adam if Mr. Aura Farmer was actually in the building right now. Adam confirmed it and added that the runestone offer barely came up. David freaked. He asked if the man really only cared about the dragon's dead body and not the god-tier loot inside it. Michael, the deputy director, stepped in with logic. He said that skills were priceless. Hunters pay more than a house for a decent runestone. So maybe Mr. Aura Farmer saw more value in the corpse than the runestone itself. Then something clicked for him. And David asked the real question. Was his power limited to monsters he killed himself? That was when Michael froze. What if he didn't need to kill the monster? What if he could just walk up to anything dead and claim it? If that was true, then my glorious king might be planning to turn Kamesh into another shadow soldier. David stood there panicking and muttered to himself how no one should have that kind of power. But Michael hit him with a reality check. Denying my glorious king could cause an international incident. That man could start a war just by blinking wrong. So now they had a choice. Either let him summon a damn dragon or deal with the fallout of telling him no. After some serious thinking and probably a mental chess match with himself, David decides to personally drag my glorious king down to the secret
his damn self.
Monster corpses. The elevator ride was awkward as hell. David tries to start a heart-to-heart, but Rizzy Wu is just staring into space. The moment they hit the facility floor, my glorious king locks onto that leftover magic like a bloodhound. He thinks about how the oversized lizard's aura was still overwhelming even after he was in the far beyond for the past 8 years. He thinks about how if this beast really joins his pet collection, he might as well just uninstall difficulty settings from life. Now they were standing in front of the oversized corpse. David then drops the lore bomb about how Kamish got folded by 5 national-level hunters, but in the raid, that bastard did devastating damage to humanity. Now the entire bureau runs off the mana battery jammed inside his remains. David tries to wrap it all up with a smug little, "Are you good now?" But my glorious king just walks forward like he owns the place. Tells the side characters to back off while David tells everyone to stay put and watch. The first try at shadow extraction flops hard. But round 2 goes nuclear. The room fills with smoke. Bones start dancing like it's a graveyard rave. And out rises Kamish, the Calamity Dragon. The whole room starts shaking. The containment glass explodes. And David's voice cracks mid-panic as he screams about breath attacks and how everyone's about to get grilled alive. But my glorious king looked at Kamish and told the dragon to chill. The moment Kamish hears that, he flips from murder mode to puppy mode. The whole room went, "Wait, what?" as they saw this giant corpse start wagging its tail like a fanboy.
He just fucking did that.
Served the king of mad dragons and now swears fealty to the new king. My glorious.
Hey man, yo, he's got himself the king of monarchs dragon, dog. He has the king of monarchs dragon. It's over. He really just extracted that bitch. He has no limit on extracting souls. No limit.
Just add it and we'll talk.
This is crazy.
That's a pretty big hole. How can I help? What do you know about drywall? Patching a hole.
That you motherfuckers are worthless? Can't fix drywall? When you just used to the commercials?
Checkers and Rally's $4 unbeatable meal deal changes everything.
Yo, Checkers looking really good right now. But I don't eat that shit.
King watches him, thinking, "Damn, this guy has more rage than half the monsters I've ever met, and he's still got enough self-control to be useful." He realizes Kamish isn't just some strong summon. He's a whole different tier with an actual personality. Then the king starts connecting dots from the system. Monarch of Destruction, Monarch of Giants, Monarch of the Beginning. He was on that main villain menu this whole time. But before he could even think about something, Kamish's body begins to crumble. Kamish told Jinwoo that this little reunion came way too late, and now he had to go. My glorious king watched in silence as Kamish began to crumble, like expired DLC. He tried calling on the system one last time to stop the process, but the system basically hit him with a cold no. Kamish looked up in his final seconds and said he envied the other shadows who get to vibe with the king forever. Then he dropped a final warning, telling Jinwoo that humans have borrowed powers from the rulers, so he has to be wary of them. With that, his massive skeleton collapsed. My glorious king turned to Adam White and hit him with a calm, "Sorry about the mess. Tell Brennan I'll cover the damages." Then he walked away and immediately punched the metal door like it personally insulted him. Agents behind him flinched like background characters in a disaster movie. Later, Jinchul caught up with him, all panicked, asking where he'd been.
I ain't gonna lie, that sucks.
He was somewhere with no signal. He then asked him if he met with Jinho. Jinwoo looked at him, not knowing what he meant by that. Jinchul then told him them all across the city to hunt Jinho down. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre was stomping around asking for Huang Dong-su with murder in his eyes. In some random warehouse, that rat Dong-su stood over Jinho, who was bloodied and barely conscious. Back in the city, my glorious king was scanning rooftops, listening in on everything in the hope of finding something about Jinho. My glorious king scanned the streets and skies like a walking apocalypse, but still got nothing back. That meant only one thing. Jinho wasn't in the city anymore.
And if the kid had been taken without a fight, it wasn't some weak-ass mob of randos. Normal people can't overpower a hunter. So Jin-Woo concluded that it was the work of a hunter. Jin-Ho might be D-rank on paper, but he wasn't going out like a background character in a filler episode. That's when it clicked. The Scavenger Guild. And if that name's in the mix, then so is Hwang Dong-soo, the salty little brother of that dungeon-cooked meatball Hwang Dong-soo. That man's been waiting in the shadows like a bitter ex. And now that Drippy Woo set foot on American soil, dude's out for answers. Or revenge. My Glorious muttered through gritted teeth, saying, if anything happens to Jin-Ho, and honestly, we all know what comes next when he gets that murder aura. Meanwhile, back at the Scavenger Guild HQ, Thomas Andre was getting updates that they couldn't find Hwang. Guy went full ghost mode. Thomas sighed, wondering how a clown like that could be so bold unless he was counting on Thomas to clean up after him. He rang up Laura while mentally kicking himself for letting his hunters act like unsupervised middle schoolers. She reported that with help from the Hunter Bureau, they tracked 3 shady detours in Hwang's movement history. Thomas told her to deploy the whole squad. He was near death, just so the cycle could continue. Then came the final straw. Jin-Ho, barely conscious, gave this crusty Walmart villain a full middle finger salute. Man had 0 lines, but still managed to drop the hardest moment of the arc. Hwang snapped, slammed him into concrete, and declared the fun was just getting started. One of the goons spotted a silent figure standing in the shadows. Hwang squinted. His dumbass thought it was an orc from a nearby dungeon break. Took off his jacket like he was about to throw hands with an NPC. He had no idea he was about to square up with a shadow. Back in Korea, peace was pretending to exist. Drippy Woo's mom was sipping her tea and staring at the TV like she wasn't the mother of a walking genocide button. She wondered if her son was safe over in the U.S. Baru, meanwhile, lurked respectfully in the background. He just thought to himself, if there's anything my king can't survive, then this whole planet might as well uninstall itself. Just then, on the news, they saw him. My glorious king had touched down in America. And as soon as that broadcast aired, Beru felt it. That shift in the air, that pressure in the atmosphere. He realized that the king was pissed. He offered his mental prayer for the fucker who was on the wrong side of it, knowing full well that it was going to be his last day on God's green earth. Cut to the States, where the Scavenger Guild's convoys were tearing through the streets. Thomas Andre...
Hey, man. What's up with the narrator, bro? He be cutting up. Hold on.
She wondered if her son was safe over in the U.S. Baru, meanwhile, lurked respectfully in the background. He just thought to himself, if there's anything my king can't survive, then this whole planet might as well uninstall itself. Just then, on the news, they saw him. My glorious king had touched down in America. And as soon as that broadcast aired, Beru felt it. That shift in the air, that pressure in the atmosphere. He realized that the king was pissed. He offered his mental prayer for the fucker who was on the wrong side of it, knowing full well that it was going to be his last day on God's green earth. Cut to the States, where the Scavenger Guild's convoys were tearing through the streets. Thomas Andre was in the lead car when he felt it too, that murderous aura. He told the driver to stop saying that it had already begun. The man kicked open the door and ordered the others to catch up. As he bolted off, one of his men sighed, saying, guess we're going to get slammed with insurance claims again. Meanwhile, in the murder basement, Hwang Dong-soo's ribs just got sent to another dimension. Drippy Woo had arrived using shadow exchange, swapping places with a shadow orc, and punching Hwang so hard the factory got PTSD. Jin-Ho looked up through cracked ribs and bruised everything, smiling because he knew salvation had arrived. Drippy Woo sprinted to his side, tried to use a potion, but those fuckers had messed him up good, and the potion was not going to have an effect on him. He glared at the goons and asked if he was a healer. But of course, the first man pulled the I don't speak Korean card. That's when Hwang came crawling back from the hole Jin-Woo had sent him flying through just a moment ago, and translated it for him. Drippy Woo stared dead into that man's soul and repeated himself. Heal him, but that dumbass said that he had to first ask his superior Jin-Woo, then face-planted him to the floor and said, fine, your shadow will do the healing seeing this carnage. The second man panicked. He looked at Hwang and said this wasn't part of the job description, but he also followed his friend's example. Jin-Woo slammed his sorry ass so hard the floor cracked in protest. Hwang watched all this and somehow still had the gall to talk. He stepped forward and demanded answers about his brother's death. Jin-Ho weakly warns Drippy Woo to be careful. Drippy Woo tells him not to speak in his condition. Then came the moment. Hwang, dripping rage and delusion, asked if Drippy Woo had killed his brother and the other hunters. My glorious king just hit him with the coldest reply ever dropped in manhwa. Go ask your brother yourself. No yelling. Huang snapped and charged, but he was a lifetime too slow. Drippy Woo dodged, countered, and sent this man flying again. Before Huang can even touch the floor properly, he looks up and sees my glorious king already parked next to him. Huang tries to swing again, but gets folded again. My glorious king grabs his head and
bro, he dog walking him
into the pavement, like he's trying to erase Huang from existence. That's when Thomas Andre finally shows up. He looked at Jinwoo and ordered him to stop. Thomas then turned to Huang and told him he warned him not to mess with my glorious king, and then turned to Jinwoo. He asks if Huang's still breathing. My glorious king looks him dead in the eyes and says he's not done yet. Thomas gives him one last warning, saying if he lets Huang go, he'll pretend none of this happened. But my glorious king just asks what happens if he says no. Thomas stares him down and says, then it's not a request anymore. My glorious king yeets Huang into the sky without a second thought, shifting his attention to Thomas. As Huang's airborne self is busy praying for a new spine, he starts begging Thomas in his head to do something, to finally fight back, to save his face. My glorious king turns to Thomas like it's finally time for the main event. Thomas tries the old ego play and tells him he might not know who he's talking to. My glorious king shuts that down real quick, says it doesn't matter. That hits Thomas hard because deep down he knows this man knows exactly who he is and just does not care. Cut to Thomas's villain origin story. Poor immigrant family, raised on scraps, but he had hands, and he used those hands to beat his way to the top. Power, wealth, and respect are all earned through violence. Dude became the CEO of punching people into obedience. He truly believed if you hit hard enough, you deserved to rule. He thought he was king material until he ran into Mr. Aura Farmer. Back in the present, his scavenger guild shows up, thinking they're going to back up their boss. But they barely step in before something explodes past them and wrecks the whole block. Dust settles, and they realize it's their big boss, Thomas, who just got launched like a rag doll. Thomas gets up bruised, pissed, and dead silent, signals them to stay back, starts walking toward my glorious king like he's got something to prove and not much to lose. His squad freaks out and starts running after him because they already know this is about to go downhill fast. Meanwhile, Mr. Aura Farmer casually tells one of his shadow boys to take Jin-Ho to the hospital and use anything and everything to save him. No budget, no hesitation. After that, the fun part begins. He turns to Thomas and the rest of the guild and drops the real threat, his shadow army, an entire battlefield's worth of monsters ready to wipe the floor with these scavenger clowns.
Come on. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh man, I wish this was all of it in one.
It's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio,
I was wicked.
Listen up, you anime-only casualties. I was both amused and skeptical. Soldiers, like a horror movie gone wrong. The Shadow Army made quite an entrance holding his minions' heads. The boss, now realizing he fumbled harder than a beginner in ranked mode, filmed and
Google Pixel 9a. It's built to withstand spills, dust, and drops. It's as big as it gets. So the only thing to worry about is taking in all that beauty. Google Pixel 9a. Durable by design. As big as it gets.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Zyrtec works fast and lasts 24 hours, so you can seize the day.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most. From the original Freedom Machine came the original SUV.
Vino Perfect Serum by Codaline. Your path to brighter skin. Perfect for skin that's lifted.
For skin with all types of dark spots.
finally shouts that he's done underestimating this monster and begins transforming fully with his reinforcement skill. Meanwhile, the Hunter Bureau's rolling up like they're going to fix anything. Inside the car, Adam White is getting asked what's going on, and he's just like, there's no time to explain. The other guy says if they get any closer, they're going to be caught in the blast, which is a fact because right now there's a whole battlefield exploding downtown, and my glorious king is farming bodies like it's another day at work. Back at the factory, Thomas was now a whole new monster. Meanwhile, my glorious king was having a flashback, remembering what Camish had told him about the 4 humans who got a rule.
Not gonna lie, the anime I'm going to review on you guys got mine. Right on, look, y'all just think y'all.
I know. They always lying.
His powers, and now one of them was charging at him like a rampaging bull. Drippy Woo didn't even flinch, moving. His king is farming bodies like it's another day at work. Back at the factory, Thomas was now a whole new monster. Meanwhile, my glorious king was having a flashback, remembering what Camish had told him about the 4 humans who got the ruler's powers. And now, one of them was charging at him like a rampaging bull. Drippy Woo didn't even flinch, moving forward, but then he stopped in his tracks. Thomas slammed the ground with a punch so hard the floor cracked. Drippy Woo dodged just in time. Barely escaping the shockwave, Thomas wasn't done. He unleashed another skill, and the panic spread like wildfire through the guild members. They screamed, "Get away from him!" And their worries weren't without a cause because he had created a black hole that was pulling everything in, including the shadow soldiers. My glorious king looked at the force and thought that without the ruler's power, he would have been swallowed up. Then, out of nowhere, a massive explosion ripped through half the building, and being the badass that he is, Drippy Woo just shrugged it off like it was a minor inconvenience.
Man,
He
this
then
man's
looked down
nuts.
as he saw Thomas screaming and charging at him, saying he was not going to miss for a second time. As the other hunters evacuated, Thomas launched himself toward Drippy Woo with the speed of a bullet, but Drippy Woo was ready. Mid-air, he stomped on Thomas's face and used the momentum to send him crashing down.
Damn.
Thomas tried to pull Drippy Woo in with telekinesis, but Drippy Woo countered with ruler's authority and yanked Thomas right to him. Thomas gritted his teeth and then said,
I'm about to take a
"If you
shower.
want to
Don't
take
touch
me
my
head on,
chicken.
I'll gladly oblige."
Okay.
Then their fists collided and
Appreciate it. Love you.
shockwaves ripped through the area. But Thomas's face went pale when Drippy Woo shattered his armor, giving him the coldest, most disappointed look ever. And just like that, Thomas was sent flying into the ground. And as he got back up with murder in his eyes, lost from logic, and consumed by rage, he threw another punch. But this time, Drippy Woo dodged it effortlessly and delivered a knee to Thomas's face that cracked his armor even more. By now, the Hunter Bureau agents had shown up. One of them told Adam White to stay back because it was too dangerous, pointing to the wreckage of Thomas. White squinted his eyes and asked, "What's that?" The agent replied, "That's Thomas Andre." Then they both stared as Thomas got beat into the dirt by Drippy Woo. While Thomas was getting his ass whooped by my glorious king, internally, he was having an existential crisis and thought, how is my glorious king a mage type? So this doesn't make any sense as to how crazy strong he is then. He gathered whatever energy he had left, shouting, "I can't lose like this!" But Drippy Woo was already a step ahead. blocking his strike and tearing off his faceplate. Furious, Thomas screamed, "I'm Thomas Andre! You think this is enough to beat me?" But Drippy Woo was having none of it. He came from behind and started wailing on Thomas again, saying, "I told you, didn't I? It doesn't matter who you are." Thomas took hit after hit, each one breaking his armor, his bones, and whatever dignity he had left. Thinking that things could get ugly, Agent White begged Drippy Woo to stop, but the man wasn't having it. Finally, Thomas, broken and bloody, croaked and admitted his defeat as he did. Drippy Woo stopped, staring down at the mess that was once the strongest hunter in the world. Adam thought to himself, staring at the mess, and wondered how many hunters in the world could do this to Thomas. Well, the answer was fucking clear. None except my glorious king. Then he thought how, if word of this got out, the world would probably implode. He ordered the hunters on site to treat Thomas right away. One of them reported every bone in his body shattered, and the blood loss is off the charts. I can't do it alone. We need everyone. They also realized that despite the insane battle, no one had died. Adam thought, well, I guess it could have been worse. But just when things seemed to calm down, an agent found something that froze everyone. They rushed over and found the lifeless body of Dong-Soo. And as for Drippy Woo, he was gone, like a ghost. Back in Korea, my glorious king sat on top of a building like he had nothing better to do after wrecking the U.S. He had used Shadow Switch to bounce out of America the second Thomas Andre folded and swapped places with Peru. Peru was already healing Jin Ho at the hospital like the loyal Shadow home he was. A new Shadow showed up kneeling in front of my glorious king, and it was none other than that greedy clown Dong-Soo. My glorious king looked at him and said, "You died chasing things you could not handle, so your name is Greed." Then he told him to kiss the ground, and Greed did not even flinch. The next day, my glorious king pulled up to the International Guild Conference in the U.S. Reporters swarmed outside like flies, and he asked Adam why they were
He named
all
that
up in
nigga
his
Greed.
business. Adam said the
I knew
media
he was gonna
probably
make him a
found
fucking
out
shout
who
out.
stopped Thomas Andre. My glorious king walked inside with one goal in mind, and no time for Dong-Soo flashbacks. He had questions, and once they were answered, he planned to dip. Every guild leader in the world was hacked into the room, and the second he walked in, all eyes turned. Whispers filled the air about how he beat Thomas within an inch of his life and saved Tokyo while doing it. Soon the presentation began, and a scientist named Dr. Belzer waddled on stage, looking like he had not slept in weeks. He started talking about how gates were going wild, and also dropped a new term called the Magisphere. According to him, some weird magic storm was forming above 9 places in the world. Of course, Seoul was at the top of that list, and everyone looked straight at my glorious king like he was behind it. Dr. Belzer tried to calm them down, saying if my glorious king had that kind of power, he would already be something way beyond a hunter. My glorious king kept quiet, but in his head, he was already connecting dots between the 9 hot zones and the rulers and monarchs. Dr. Belzer ended his report saying they had no clue what caused it and no way to stop it, but they better get ready because the world might be about to get cooked. After that, director David Brennan came up and looked like he was about to deliver a eulogy. He confirmed it when he said with zero emotion that Christopher Reed, one of the big national hunters, got assassinated 2 weeks ago. No one knew who did it, but it was clear things were about to get even worse. He then plays a video of Christopher's last battle as he did all. The hunters went dead silent as they saw someone just turned Christopher Reed into dust, and everyone's brain is short-circuiting over it. This just doesn't make sense. Before today, the national level hunters were considered to be untouchable, and suddenly one of them had been killed, and the second was in the hospital. They start whispering, wondering who could even pull that off. And a few bold ones bring up the same guy who fought Thomas Andre yesterday. Mr. Aura Farmer stands in the middle of the mess, quiet as ever, while the room spins with paranoia. Then director David pops up and drops the bomb, telling them that the Bureau has a suspect, and they call him Suspect S. Then a photo of a man hits the big screen, and the room damn near explodes because the suspect looks just like my glorious king. The energy shifts from shock to full-on confusion. And of course, someone says something dumb about Asians all looking the same because every gathering needs one clown. My glorious king's face doesn't move, but that aura, hot. He's fighting the rage hard. He starts thinking about rulers and dungeons, and the voice of that giant lizard Kamish telling him about monarchs and rulers. David then goes on to explain that the man was found inside an American gate, spoke fluent Korean, and got interrogated by Hwang Dong-Soo. But then the situation escalated, and he promptly got turned into furniture. And the result of the battle was that the man wiped the floor with him and burned the place to the ground. The Bureau thinks this guy might have deleted Christopher Reed too. Footage rolls, and there it is. Sung Il-hwan, warning Dong-soo to stay out of Korea. Greed sees it too and confirms that's definitely my glorious king's dad. David keeps going, saying they want all guilds around the world to help catch this guy. Someone asks if the suspect is even human, and the Bureau says his mana output screams monster. Another person asks if this guy was a real hunter who got lost in a gate, and David confirms it. The reason his identity was kept quiet? Because he's connected to someone in the room. That silence you hear is every eye locking onto one man. China's 7-star beast, Lu Jigang, doesn't waste time. He demands answers and asks what the monster's connection is to Mr. Aura Farmer. David sighs and finally says it. Suspect S said he was my glorious king's father. Lu then turns to the king himself and throws the question. What will you do if hunters come for him? Drippy responds without blinking. If that man is a monster, I will kill him. But if he is my father, and any of you dare hunt him, I will end you all myself. He then declared, I will protect my family even if it means making every hunter on Earth my enemy. Later, Adam White catches him outside and asks if he meant what he said.
What?
The glorious king just says,
Nigga
yes,
said,
no
you
extra
touch my
words,
dad.
no fluff.
I will make the whole
Says only
world,
one
the
other guy
whole
will say
hunter
something
society,
bad in
my
front of the
enemy.
whole world. Mr. Aura Farmer asks who Adam points out is Thomas Andre, who is currently recovering in the hospital because even Titans need a nap after crossing the king. Adam lets my glorious king know the Hunter Bureau is throwing a feast and invites him to join the party. Before he even gets a chance to say no, Lu Jigang pulls up with his squad and starts talking in Chinese. My glorious king stands there trying to guess what this man is saying while Adam translates. Lu says he caught some massive sea beast near the coast, and that beast just so happened to be one my glorious king had let slide before. Lu admits the fight was brutal because it happened on water and says he has been waiting to meet the hunter who makes crushing monsters look easy. Then Lu sticks his hand out all serious and respectful. My glorious king looks at him and thinks he expected an angry troll, but this man might actually be cool under all that grunt. As Lu leaves, Adam translates another message telling Jinwoo that he hopes Suspect S is not really part of the king's bloodline. Adam adds that Lu meant no harm, and Drippy just nods, says it is fine, and keeps it moving. Then David Brennan swoops in trying to have a word with him, and suddenly my glorious king is sitting across from Ms. Sellner. She greets him all calm, saying it has been a while, and he immediately wonders why the upgrader came back into his life again. He says he never thought he would see her again, and she tells him she has been stuck in a repeating nightmare, telling him how lately her dreams show the strongest hunters being hunted and dying, and then those deaths start becoming real. My glorious king asks if she means Christopher Reed, and David confirms it, telling him that they warned him, and the man ignored it and got himself erased. Sellner keeps going, saying the ones killing hunters are not stopping, and it is only getting worse. My glorious king asks if she is here to warn him too, but Sellner says no. She came to ask him to protect the others. She tried to use her dream ability to figure out who the hunters were, but the second she tapped into that power, it booted her out of the dream. She remembers hearing a voice right before waking up. When my glorious king asks what it said, she replies that it told her to return and prepare for war. Hearing that, his mind jumps back to what the King of Giants said about the war between the rulers and the monarchs, and he starts wondering who is actually killing the hunters. He asks why that has anything to do with her request, and she tells him that the power hunting those people feels a lot like what she saw inside him. He realizes then that she must have seen the Shadow Monarch Daddy's strength during their last meeting. That is when David steps in again and says they are not asking just anyone for help because this enemy is beyond what hunters can handle. They need someone stronger. David admits they doubted the king at first, but that changed after he folded Thomas Andre like laundry. He says they will give my glorious king anything he wants, even Kamish's runestone, because the hunters who were blessed with power are the only ones keeping the world standing. And if they fall, then everything falls. But my glorious king looks them in the eye and tells them that he can't do what they are asking. As Jinwoo said that, Director Brennan stared at him, all confused, and asked if this was about holding a grudge against Thomas Andre. My glorious king shuts that down instantly and says no. He just still does not know who the hell deserves to catch his hands yet. He stands up, ready to dip. Meanwhile, Adam White was thinking about how my glorious king dropped earlier about protecting his family, even if he has to smoke every hunter in existence. But just as he's about to exit the room, my glorious king turns and hits him with one more curveball, saying if there's a list of hunters that need protection, he wants to see it and meet them too. White's whole vibe softens like, damn, Maybe the Shadow Monarch isn't just a walking war crime, and promises to hand it over. Fast forward to the final day of the International Guild Conference, Night of the Hunters. Drippy Woo pulls up with Jin Ho, who's walking around like he didn't just get snapped in half a week ago. Drippy asks if he's good. Jin Ho says he's fresh as hell. Meanwhile, the crowd is straight up whispering like scared cats, saying they can't even sense his presence and that he must be operating on another level. Someone points at Jin Ho, saying he fought Thomas Andre to save him, like, yeah, that's the vice chairman of the year over there. And now he's fully upgraded to assistant shadow CFO. That's when some corporate suit slides over and tries to pitch my glorious king a deal, wants to buy all the giant corpses from Japan. Drippy Woo shuts it down instantly and says he handles the monster slapping. Jin Ho handles the money moves and walks off like a proud dad, thinking, yeah, now that's a real vice chairman right there. White appears again, this time holding the hunter list like it's the Holy Grail, says the ranking is based on their performance and contributions. Drippy Woo peeks and asks where he stands. White says, based on how many titans he bodied, he's probably third or fourth. Drippy thinks it's all annoying and decides he's just going to mark each hunter with a shadow soldier. Way easier to track who's worth saving, who's about to switch sides, and who needs to get clapped later. Bonus feature. He might even get them to phone home to the rulers. While he's playing, Hunter Wu gives him a heads up.
Hey,
Drippy
kinda.
senses something coming. Turns out it's Thomas Andre pulling up with his busted arms, like a refrigerator in a suit. Thomas admits the damage from their fight never healed right. Not even magic will fix it. He says Drippy Woo could have destroyed his entire guild if he wanted to, but chose not to, and asks why. Drippy says, simple, you didn't do anything worth dying for. Thomas says he's still going to give Huang a proper funeral, even if that man caught a justified fate. Then he raises his hand and says once he's healed, he wants to grab a meal and tells Drippy to give his number to the manager. Laura slides in looking like she's trying not to roll her eyes and says her boss is just socially awkward and that being rough is his version of affection. She asks if there's anything Drippy Woo wants as a thank you gift. Drippy thinks for 2 seconds and says maybe a decent dagger, something that won't break the first time he swings it. She leaves, and White offers to escort him to meet the hunters on the list. Drippy Woo says, no need, I've got it handled, but then his eyes narrow. Something's off. He asks where the rank 6 hunter is.
From Midas comes the BS-free tire guarantee.
Who's the rank
You'll pay
6
nothing for
hunter?
flat repairs or replacements, and zilch for tire rotations. That's $0 for all that. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
If a patient takes the proper preventive measures, we can keep our enamel for a lifetime. If patients use Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength, it will actually help to protect the enamel for a lifetime. So I would recommend Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength to all patients.
Hey TikTok, it's Alan Walker, and if you want to get this or this, search Alan Walker on TikTok.
Why do I have to catch it? Oh well.
White says they lost contact a few days before the conference, and the Brazilian government is still trying to locate him. My glorious king stays quiet, but the calculation is already happening in his head. That makes it 7 people left on the list, and one more reason to start preparing for the next war. As Mr. Aura Farmer stood there with Agent White, he asked Adam where the rank 6 hunter was, as he hadn't seen him at the party. White hit him with a fat nothing. Adam told Jinwoo that the dude vanished before the conference, and both a secret agency and Brazil had no clue about his whereabouts. That left 7 people on his little hit list of problems. Meanwhile, in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee was in his office, gripping his chest like someone just spoiled his favorite drama. His heart was being dramatic again. He thought about how it had been shaking for years now, but recently things have gotten worse. The doctor said he had 6 months left unless he stopped working, but it had already been 2 years. Man was built different. He smiled, thinking how he had been successful in cheating death longer than he or the doctors had expected. Just then his phone buzzed. Wifey called to check in because apparently sensing death through the phone is a wife skill. He said he was fine and hung up. That peace lasted all of 2 seconds because then he felt something in the room. He turned and boom. Creepy grandpa himself had pulled up like a horror movie jump scare. Gun-hee stared at him, thinking about how that dude had appeared out of nowhere, and the fact that he wasn't able to sense him coming at all was bad news. He thought to himself that there was 0 chance of surviving if they threw hands. Creepy grandpa confirmed the room was now cut off from the world. Chairman had a mini crisis, wondering if he was dreaming until he got a shard of ice to the gut. The chairman coughed up some anger and demanded to know who he was dealing with. Creepy Grandpa got cocky and said something about how he expected the chairman to recognize him, but whatever. Then he went full villain mode, dropped a wave of mana-like and told the greatest fragment of brilliant light to reveal itself. He then called the human body a busted vessel and smacked him again just for fun. But the second the dust cleared, the real one stepped out. Like, surprise, bitch. The chairman was glowing now, eyes lit up, aura crackling. Creepy Grandpa smirked, but deep down knew he just poked a lion. The chairman called him out, and Creepy Grandpa replied with monologue number 2. Something about 7 fragments, 2 broken, and how he was dying to see the pride shattered. Now he was ready to kill. The chairman said, "Do it then." Creepy Grandpa laughed, said he was dumb for fighting him in that broken vessel that he didn't even had a full control of. He, on the other hand, had full control over his. Creepy Grandpa, still high on his frosty delusion, went full Elsa and turned the room into an ice dungeon. But the chairman was not here for that frozen reboot. The man headbutted the ice like it owed him money, then flew at Creepy Grandpa and swung hard. Creepy Grandpa dodged and nearly skewered the chairman's skull with an ice spike. Chairman tried to return the favor with a punch to the face, but Creepy Grandpa froze his whole arm so the hit never came. Seeing this, Chairman said, "Screw it," and shattered the ice with raw strength, then went in again. But his body started screaming. He knew the clock was ticking and that he had a very limited time left. So whatever he wanted to do, he had to do it now. So he charged up a final blow to end the fight. But Creepy Grandpa blocked it with a shield. But Gunhee had put all of his might behind that hit. So even if Creepy Grandpa had managed to block the attack, the force sent him flying. The last hit took almost everything from him. Gunhee knew that he was on borrowed time, but as he dropped to one knee and felt his body finally give up, he wondered if that was it. This was his limit. Creepy Grandpa stood there all smug and said the chairman's vessel was busted. Tossed out the whole fragment of luminosity title like it was an insult now. Before Chairman could clap back, Creepy Grandpa ran up and drove an ice sword into his chest, and he wanted to be petty to the end. He even called him pitiful, telling him that the world was already doomed. Even mocked him for fighting without backup, but the chairman smiled. He said the whole fight wasn't just for show. Creepy Grandpa got curious and asked what he meant. Chairman chucked a fireball and shot it towards Creepy Grandpa, but he just sidestepped it and got away from the blast radius before Creepy Grandpa was clowning him for that pathetic attempt. But as the fireball hit the wall, it blasted off quite a significant portion of it. It took this frost fuck a hot moment to realize that it was Goonie's purpose from the very beginning. The whole dimension seal snapped. Creepy Grandpa tried to keep his poker face, but he was clearly rattled. The chairman gave the go sign, and a shadow soldier popped out. The same one my glorious king had left behind on Gunhee to keep a watch on him. Creepy Grandpa squinted like that little ant offended him and said, "What could one abyss freak do alone?" But halfway through his monologue, he realized something was very, very wrong. That soldier wasn't just weird, it was dangerous. Creepy Grandpa bolted after it, but the ant was already gone. Creepy Grandpa chased it down and slashed at it. He landed a hit, then froze. Not because he missed, but because someone caught the blade. With bare hands, my glorious king had arrived. He grabbed Creepy Grandpa by the throat and asked who the hell he was. Creepy Grandpa instantly knew who he was dealing with. He could sense Shadow Daddy's energy from my glorious king. Startled by the number of shadows he had, Creepy Grandpa asked Mr. Aura, the farmer, why someone with that many soldiers never came knocking before. Creepy Grandpa looked at Drippy Woo like he was the missing puzzle piece. Then he tried to freeze his damn arm. But my glorious king didn't even flinch. He pulled out his dagger and shattered the ice like it was glass from a dollar store. Knowing that he doesn't stand a chance, Creepy Grandpa switched gears fast and said maybe they should call it a day. Saying that he is not here today to fight to the death, this all seemed crazy to Drippy Woo since the guy had pulled up like it was his villain arc finale. Drippy Woo raised a brow, wondering what exactly this creepy fuck was getting at. Just then, Creepy Grandpa pointed back at the chairman, who was barely hanging on. That's when it hit. My glorious king remembered the ant soldier was supposed to be guarding the chairman, but Creepy Grandpa already had a whole plan. He summoned an ice blade and lobbed it straight toward the chairman's chest. Drippy Woo used ruler's authority to stop it, but the system hit him with a big fat no, informing him that the opponent's magic is too strong. Drippy Woo panicked, and then he threw a dagger to intercept it, but the blade swerved mid-air like it had beef. So Drippy Woo chose to block the attack himself and saved the chairman. But when he turned around, Creepy Grandpa was already mid-escape through a portal. Drippy Woo was not letting him leave without a receipt. He used Dagger Rush and sent every single blade in his arsenal flying. One dagger clipped Creepy Grandpa in the shoulder. The old man lost his cool. He then threw all the demon lingo he had in his vocabulary and called Drippy Woo a mere vessel, saying how dare he have the audacity to injure him. With that, he told Drippy Woo that he'd be back and left the dying chairman like some twisted parting gift. As the portal closed, my glorious king ran to the chairman, furious at himself for not sensing anything. He checked the wounds, way too deep for basic healing. So he summoned Beru and begged him to fix it. Beru tried, but it was having no effect. So Drippy Woo pulled out the holy water, but the chairman stopped him. He told Drippy Woo not to waste it. The chairman knew he was done, but he wasn't bitter. He said he was glad Drippy Woo was the one fighting the monarchs, told him the world would need him to pick a side someday, asked him to stay with humanity. He said he always dreamed of fighting beside hunters like him, knowing that the world would be in the hands of hunters like Drippy Woo. He could leave the world without any regrets. He then told Drippy Woo his heart only kept beating all this time just to meet him, that it was all for this moment, and with that he smiled one last time, whispered that he was relieved. Fast forward to the next day. The news that Brazil's top hunter, Jonas, was found dead in a nearby river, and that the Korean Hunter Association's chairman, Gogan Hee, was brutally murdered after being stabbed in the heart, is making headlines around the world. The entire globe is thrown into a state of panic. As the news broke out that these absolute powerhouses got bodied out of nowhere, everyone started freaking out. Even the U.S. Hunter Bureau had to come out and say something, which never happens unless stuff is really bad. The mundane humans started wondering what the future holds for them when the ones that were supposed to protect them weren't safe themselves. And the fact that a bunch of walking nukes just dropped dead and nobody knows how or why. And just like that, a few days passed by. And now, my glorious king was standing at Chairman Gogan Hee's funeral. He turns to Jinchul, who was looking like a walking corpse, and asks him how he is holding up. He says he has not been himself, and then hits Drippy Woo with $1 million question. Was the thing that killed the chairman really that strong? Drippy Woo tells him he was too late to do anything. Jinchul stares off like his whole reality just broke. He then says how this all does not feel real, because just yesterday the chairman was joking about his trip to the U.S. Now the man is 6 feet under.
Hey,
He
you
thanks
funny.
my glorious king for trying to save
That
him.
shit finally
Drippy
over.
Woo shuts that down fast. He says no. He is not accepting any thanks until that monster is dead. He swears on his life. Then he tells Jinchul to call the press because he is about to raise hell. At the press conference, Drippy Woo lays it all out. He tells the world these monsters are hunting S-ranks like it is a sport. Not just that. These things are smarter than most humans. They trap people in magic cages and pick them off one by one like it is nothing. My glorious king tells every hunter who thinks they are on the list to stick close to people they trust. He also tells them about the monster who called itself the Monarch of Frost. This thing looked him in the eye and dipped before Drippy Woo could even flex. It was clear even the strongest would not survive a one-on-one. He wraps it up with one last message for all the hunters in the world, saying that if they have no one to watch their back, then they should contact him or go through the Korean Hunter Association. The camera cuts to a dark cave where all the other monarchs are holding a little evil meetup. Creepy Grandpa tells them the Shadow Monarch is out and about. Yogamont, who sounds like a failed Pokemon, asks how that is possible. He thought no human could handle that kind of power. He even drags the Dragon King into it, saying that guy cannot show up either because of that very fact. Creepy Grandpa claps back, saying my glorious king is more dangerous than the fragments of light, and he is going to take care of it himself. He asks if anyone wants to back him up. Tarnak basically says no thanks. He tells Silet if he picks a fight with Drippy Woo, he is signing his own death certificate. He reminds them all that my glorious king is one of the 9. He tells them to just wait for the Dragon King instead of getting folded like the last idiot who tried, but Creepy Grandpa insists that this is their best shot while Drippy Woo is still stuck in his human form, so now is the only time, saying that if no one offered their help, he would handle it solo and delete my glorious king from the map. But Tarnak and Yogamont looked at him and went to say, hell no, telling him to do whatever he wants, as they are not trying to get burned like the Monarch of White Flames. Raken steps out of his furry little corner and tells Creepy Grandpa he is in. Tarnak gives him a side eye and reminds him what happened to the Monarch of White Flames, who got clapped and then had to join Team Drippy forever. He warns that once my glorious king beats your ass, you do not get a respawn screen. You just get shoved into his shadow army. Raken says, chill. That only works if they are not in their real forms. The shadow monarch cannot turn a full power monarch into a puppet. Or at least not yet. But Tarnak is not done being the voice of reason. He spills the tea that the Shadow Monarch is now working with the Architect. That means even original forms might get drafted into the Afterlife army. He and Yoga Munt bounce after that. They want no part in becoming accessories in Drippy Woo's world domination arc. Once they are gone, Raken hits Creepy Grandpa with the big question. Is Drippy Woo still even human? Creepy Grandpa pulls out a dagger he used earlier and says, look, this had poison on it, saying that the OG Shadow Daddy would never use petty tricks like these. The Bug Lady hears this and actually listens. She says, yeah, if he was fully merged with the body, he would not need tricks. Creepy Grandpa asks her to join the squad, and she agrees. And just like that, the Beast Boy, Bug Lady, and Creepy Grandpa took off to throw hands with my glorious king.
Oh shit, they
Drippy
finna
Woo
get
is standing on
big fight. I'm finna go get some more thigh.
I thought you got weed already.
I smoked that shit. I'm sitting here watching anime.
You told me you was gonna go get weed earlier.
I did, and I smoked it. I only had 2 Rellos.
Why you go get it when you went to go get Rellos and weed?
Babe, I had some weed
Rellos and
still.
cigarettes.
I had some weed still.
Okay, but you gonna drive the car?
Oh, if you want, I can walk back there.
Yes, you can walk.
Jesus.
Cause I've been walking too. So you can walk some fucking way.
Oh my God.
Take the fucking car everywhere. But maybe you just take the car everywhere. Take the car and go throw out the trash. Take the car and go.
Man, you sound crazy. That's some lazy ass shit. You putting the trash on the car now?
Speaking of it, now you can get roaches in your car. I seen a video like that. This girl had her car infested with roaches.
Man, my socks are wet.
You can look out that window and see what's
Mama,
right.
shut the fuck up, dog.
You
I don't want to be in the rain.
go take the car.
Just so mean. Like, I'm only going to the back. It's wet outside. I need to buy
You know what?
shoes. No, we need to go get some shoes. I have no shoes. I have nothing to wear.
Okay, but you know, tomorrow is Miko's school thing, right? Are you still gonna go get your ID and stuff, or are you gonna come with us?
In the morning.
It's at 10:40.
10:40 in the morning. I would just go. We would just go do that.
Okay. Tajon, you do not have to look good to go to her fucking ceremony. You look fine. I'll give you some pants or something. Okay, well, we'll figure something out. What you was gonna wear to go get your ID? Okay. Wear your Crocs. I'll wear mine. Turn off that AC.
Everybody at the fucking hospital with Tom.
Oh, for real?
I'm so irritated. Like,
Why is everybody at the hospital?
cause they homeboys, they best friends and shit. I don't know. Irritated as hell. No more thought for me tonight. They did that to me. Just went, hey, okay, I got a bowl and a piece of a blunt.
Top of some building looking for creepy Grandpa. But there is no magic to sense. He thinks back to the fight. Grandpa said he had no shadow and was in his true form. He remembers what the giant monarch told him, that rulers and monarchs in their original forms cannot be turned into shadows. So whatever he fought back then must have been the real deal. Back at the association headquarters, the suits are having a meeting to pick a new chairman. It has been a week since Gun-He kicked a bucket, and without him, the guild is getting rowdy. They were concerned that with no one keeping them in check, things might go sideways. The old man was S-rank, which gave the position some weight. They talk about the risk of giving power to an outsider, and in the end, all fingers point to Jinchul. Jinchul looks stunned and asks why him. The directors explain that he worked closely with the chairman. He knows how to lead. He knows how to control hunters. He does not need to be S-rank. He just needs to be respected and feared. They tell him he has the connections and the reputation. No one else fits the role like he does. They do not force it on him. They just ask him to think about it. Jinchul nods and says he will. Cut to the U.S., where Thomas Andre and Laura are riding an elevator into the underground vault of the Scavenger Guild. Thomas says it has been a while since he came down here. As they walk, Laura asks if he is really planning to give that weapon away. Thomas says, "Do you think the lives of me and the guild were not worth it?" Laura says that is not what she meant. Thomas turns and asks if she thinks Drippy Woo could not handle it. They stop in front of the weapon. Thomas stares at it and says it still looks unreal. Laura, wanting to be the voice of reason, tells Thomas exactly how precious these weapons were. So much so that there are only 2 weapons like this on the whole damn planet. Also reminding him that number is never going up. Thomas agrees. Then, with full billionaire energy, he says, "Yep, that is why I'm giving it away. There's no point letting the best weapon on Earth rot in a vault." Meanwhile, in Korea, Gina is watching the news. She sees Jinchul just got promoted to chairman, and decides the world is officially unstable. Handsome men rising to power right after murder cases. Sounds about right. She hugs her mom, who is just trying to do dishes, and gets hit with a classic mom line. "If you have time to stand there, go take out the trash." Gina says she is too lazy, then flips the conversation and says they should move. Her mom says no, she likes this old place. Gina says, "Why though?" Her mom tells her to go check the laundry instead, but when Gina opens the door, she stops breathing and starts running for her mom, screaming her name. Cut to outside the Agen Guild headquarters, where reporters are swarming the place. Word got out that Thomas Andre is inside. Jinho is sweating bricks because not only is Thomas here, but Leonard Newman, the top German hunter, is also chilling in the office. Jinho is trying not to panic. He thinks it has been 2 hours since they showed up, and Drippy Woo still has not picked up the damn phone. Leonard is also feeling the tension. Goliath himself is looking for Drippy Woo. He wonders if today is the day they meet. Thomas asks a question, and Laura translates. Is Drippy Woo on a raid? Does he just never show up to work? Jinho stammers out a yes. But right then, the main character finally walks in. Drippy Woo strolls into the office like he did not just ghost everyone for 2 hours. He sees the crowd of reporters and clocks Thomas sitting there. Jinho looks like he is about to cry and asks where he has been. Drippy Woo just says there have been a lot of gates lately. No time to slack off. Thomas stands up and says, "Long time no see." Jinho is frozen. Is this about to be a rematch? Drippy Woo asks what brings Thomas to Korea. Thomas says they were supposed to eat together once his arm healed, and he brought a gift. Drippy Woo raises an eyebrow. Thomas says they should move somewhere else because the gift is not safe to open in the middle of the office. Drippy Woo immediately thinks this man just brought a bomb. Jinho is 2 seconds from calling security. Drippy Woo then looks at the second guy and asks who he is. Leonard introduces himself politely. Drippy Woo figures he wants protection. But before anything else happens, Thomas says, "Let us go." Leonard gets ready to follow them. Thomas hits him with a reality check. "Who said you are coming with us?" Leonard was already on edge. Man had been waiting over 2 hours for my glorious king and decided he earned a seat at the big boy table, but Thomas was not having it. He shut Leonard down with a face that said, "Get your low-rank ass out of my sight." He said the meeting was above his pay grade and made it clear that no amount of waiting would make him important. And just like that, Leonard, the strongest hunter in Germany, got clowned. I watched the whole thing like, damn, this is the first time someone treated me like background noise. Later on, my glorious king sat across from Thomas in a restaurant. Chill vibes, good food. Then Thomas hit the switch and pulled out a case like he was about to propose. He told his men to keep watch, then looked my glorious king dead in the eye and said he had waited too long for this. My glorious king could already feel something wild pulsing from inside the case. Thomas opened it and boom. 2 daggers fresh from a monster corpse that needed the whole government to handle. He told Drippy Woo that these babies came from Kamesh. Though Jin Woo is a dumbass, even he knew exactly what that meant. Turns out the Bureau only got what they were allowed to take. Thomas had Kamesh bite him like it was a petting zoo and kept the damn tooth as a memento. The man said the tooth was too stubby for a sword, so he made daggers instead. Drippy Woo took out the dagger, and as he saw the sweet power level of 1,500, he thought how Demon King's daggers that came from a monarch couldn't even compare to these bad boys. My glorious king was shook. Without wasting any time, he tried the blades, and even Thomas told him to be careful while holding the dagger, saying that even if he used his strongest skills, that dagger had the potential to slice through it like butter. My glorious king felt the mana welcome him like it knew its new owner. The whole place was sweating from the pressure. Laura looked like she wanted to snatch the weapons back. Thomas just smirked and asked if it was a mistake. Then he looked at my glorious king and said the gift was cheap compared to the lives that were saved. Before they could finish their meal, something massive hit their senses. They both stood up. The air had changed. My glorious king looked up and thought, is that what the doctor was talking about in the report? Because whatever that was, it felt like something ancient just woke up. Thomas looked up and straight up lost his mind. He said he had never seen one that damn big before. He even compared it to Kamish's gate and said this one made it look like a baby door. Then he dropped the classic, if the world is pulling this out now, maybe we are already too dumb to
this gate's fucking huge as hell, bro. It's covering the whole fucking city.
Were busy being the most accurate representation of modern society. A massive gate split the sky open, and instead of running, they pulled out their phones like it was just another influencer stunt. Over in the US, Dr. Belzer was getting grilled by the suits. They wanted to know why Korea suddenly had a hole to hell hovering over it. Belzer hit them with the I told you so. He said he had been warning them about this big-ass mana build-up for days, but nobody listened. And he said this was just the start. Gates like this would start showing up all over the place. Back in Korea, Mr. Aura Farmer was up in the sky riding Kaisel, heading towards that massive ass gate. But when he tried to fly into the gate, he hit something he could not pass. No matter how strong he was, this thing was not budging. It felt like the gate itself was saying, "Not today, King." He stared at it, thinking whatever was inside was on a whole different level, something even he might not be ready for. But below that gate was everything he cared about.
Gemini, can
No shit. It's about to get crazy.
Spider?
These
about to
complicated
get crazy,
instructions?
Sure, just add it and we'll talk. That's a cool sweater. Here are a few ways to dress it up.
Oh, that's sad. Some lady was just killed by her husband that she loved for over half her whole life. Weird ass fucking dude. Motherfuckers don't know what love is. It's fucking sick.
Get the most kills and bring home the win. Nice one.
It's overflowing through me like a flood. That's why they keep reaching out and they keep calling me. You win. Turn me up, turn me up, turn me up. Yeah, turn me up. Yeah, turn me up.
and he sure as hell was not letting anything drop down and ruin it all. Right then, he got a call from Chairman Wu. My glorious king asked if they found anything. The chairman said they had scanned the whole planet, and not a single other gate had popped up. This one was special, and the plan was to start moving people out before something bad dropped out of it. He asked what the king planned to do next. Next day, at the Hunter Association Gymnasium, Mr. Aura Farmer was in warm-up mode. But his version of warm-up was turning Baru into a practice dummy. Baru threw hands like his life depended on it, but none of it landed. Rizzy Wu was just that good now. He blocked Baru with one hand like he was swatting flies, then asked if Baru was even trying. Baru stood there looking humble as hell, saying he would never dare to hold back strength on his king. Rizzy Wu grinned and told him it was fine. All he wanted was a little workout, and Baru was the only one who could even give him that. With those words of motivation filled Baru with a new energy, so the drama queen tried again, this time even harder. But Rizzy Wu dodged it easily. But he did notice Baru had leveled up since getting promoted to commander. He warned him, though, there is only one commander. Once Iris and Greed hit general rank, they might want that throne. If Baru wanted to keep his crown, he had better stay sharp. That fired Baru up even more. He came swinging with everything he had. But Rizzy, who just stood there thinking, this still isn't it. Even his top shadow soldier was not strong enough for what was coming. Baru charged in again. But Rizzy Wu grabbed him mid-swing and yeeted him into the ground. Then he smashed Baru's ribs with a punch so hard it sent him straight into a wall. Baru got up talking about how amazed he was by his king's strength. My glorious king watched the whole thing and joked he needed to block Baru from watching historical dramas before his delusions got worse. As he saw the state that their little spar has left the gym in cleanup duty, kicked in after that. Knowing that his dumb ass could get in trouble for it, Jinwoo hit up Chairman Wu like, hey, don't freak out, but I... This time even harder. But Rizzy Wu dodged it easily. But he did notice Baru had leveled up since getting promoted to commander. He warned him, though, there is only one commander. Once Iris and Greed hit general rank, they might want that throne. If Baru wanted to keep his crown, he had better stay sharp. That fired Baru up even more. He came swinging with everything he had. But Rizzy, who just stood there thinking, this still isn't it. Even his top shadow soldier was not strong enough for what was coming. Baru charged in again. But Rizzy Wu grabbed him mid-swing and yeeted him into the ground. Then he smashed Baru's ribs with a punch so hard it sent him straight into a wall. Baru got up talking about how amazed he was by his king's strength. My glorious king watched the whole thing and joked he needed to block Baru from watching historical dramas before his delusions got worse. As he saw in after that, knowing that his dumb ass could get in trouble for it, Jinwoo hit up Chairman Wu like, hey, don't freak out, but I got around 300 giant ants who know how to mop. Meanwhile, Thomas, Andre, and Laura were on standby. Laura asked Thomas if they were heading back to the States. Thomas turned to her and said, hell no. He said he could not walk away from something this grand and beautiful. Laura squinted at the gate and asked him how he can say that abomination beautiful. Hearing her, Thomas just smiled and said anything that makes the heartbeat faster is beautiful. Fire-breathing dragons, world-ending gates, drippy woo, all of it. Thomas then told her that there was no point going back to U.S. as there wasn't any gate in the U.S. anyway. Seeing that she was concerned about him, he turned to Laura and told her not to worry, as the only safe place left on the whole damn earth was near the man who broke physics for fun, so they are as safe as they could be. And if my glorious king could not stop it here, there was no later. Evacuation orders went out the next day. But at Drippy Woo's place, Gina was not having it. She asked her mom why they were not packing. Her mom said if this was going to be the battlefield, she wanted to choose where they die. Plus, their house was outside the zone. Gina threw a fit. She said she was about to be a college girl, had plans to drink and live alone and training. Her master watched her movements and said her sword had started hesitating. Maybe fear was creeping in. Before she could respond, her phone rang. The master just smiled and said he was talking too much. A hunter should always pick up their calls. After a short chat with the mystery caller, Mommy Cha turned to her master and dipped out. Saying something came up, her master just stood there, all wise and smug, like he already knew what was going on. Next thing you know, my glorious king and Mommy Cha are strolling through an amusement park like they are on some budget drama date night. The crowd is losing it, seeing two top-tier hunters just casually vibing. Drippy Woo glanced around and said there were more people than he expected, which is hilarious, considering the country was probably half on fire again. Cha asked if he liked places like this. He said not really, but he always wanted to check it out. When she asked why he brought her here, he just dropped a friend card with zero warning. He told her she was the only friend he had, and she looked like someone just drop-kicked her heart into her lungs. Drippy Woo brought up the time in the double dungeon when she called them friends in front of that busted IKEA skeleton architect. She looked shook and asked if he actually heard that. He just smirked like a menace and said his ears work better than his emotions. Mommy Cha started thinking about how it had already been 2 years since she became a hunter, and how this was the first time in forever she actually felt like a person instead of a walking nuke. She looked at my glorious king and caught a whiff of that signature energy no one else has. Then he asked if she wanted to try everything in the park. She smiled and said yes. They tried, but the rides were straight trash. Nothing could scare them. Not even the monsters pretending to be scary ended up looking more terrified than the guests. Eventually, they sat down for food, and Rizzy Woo hit her with the real talk, asking if she was having fun. She said yes, but he called her out, asking why she didn't scream once. Turns out S ranks don't feel much from roller coasters. He grinned and asked her if she wanted to ride something more fun. With that, he let her ride his dragon. The next thing we see is Kaisel flexing in the sky with both of them riding his back. Rizzy Woo asked how it felt, and Mommy Cha looked like she finally got that serotonin. She said it was fast, high, and beautiful. She asked why he even bothered with the park if he had this kind of ride ready to go, and he dropped the bomb. That park was built on the gate where his dad disappeared. He just wanted to say goodbye properly. Mommy Cha looked at him like she finally understood him and thanked him for being nothing but kind. Then he told her he still had one more thing to show. They ended the night sitting under the open sky, watching the stars. A shooting star flew by, and for once the world shut up around them. Just peace for two monsters pretending to be human. The next day, some B-rank hunter was walking around acting like he was the main character, thinking a gate might open soon. He bumped into someone and started yelling about it, not realizing he just screamed at Doggo. The crowd started forming, ready for a fight, and this dumbass really said he was a relatively high-ranking hunter before demanding an apology. Doggo did not apologize. Doggo removed his head, and everyone around lost their minds. Then Doggo powered up, exploded the area, and sent all the hunters flying. He stood tall in the wreckage and said what everyone was dreading. Listen closely, you lowly humans. From now on, I will start hunting you. He growled that his teeth and claws would shred through weak flesh like it was paper. Then he raised his voice and declared he was the king of beasts, the beast monarch, and told the world to stop him if they dared. Back in the woods, Mommy Cha was casually sipping lake water like she was living her cottagecore fantasy when my glorious king rolled up smooth as hell. He told her there was a hotel nearby with a solid breakfast and asked if she wanted to go wash up and eat. Then he summoned Kaisel like he was calling an Uber and said, let's bounce. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, someone was telling Chairman Wu that a monster was going full Godzilla on every hunter in the area. Jinchul asked about casualties and got hit with a big, "We do not know yet." That man was stressed. The gate break was still hours away, and now this random beast showed up uninvited. Jinchul asked where Drippy Woo was, and the dude hit him with, "We cannot reach him," which is basically code for, "We are all going to die." A little later, someone popped up saying a hunter strong enough to fight had arrived. Jinchul perked up and asked if it was my glorious king, but nope, it was some random guy who said he was world class and just happened to be nearby, which is peak anime behavior. Leonard Nierman stood in front of Doggo trying to hype himself up like maybe fate sent him here just for this moment before Thomas Andre walked in, grabbed his head, and told him to sit down before he got folded. Back at the restaurant, my glorious king was living his best breakfast life with Mommy Cha until Chairman Wu finally got through and demanded to know where the hell he had been. Rizzy Wu just said he was out of the service zone. Jinchul dropped the situation report telling Jin Wu that a single monster was tearing through Seoul. Drippy Wu asked how many enemies, and when he heard it was only one, he got that face like, oh no, not again. He thought about all his shadow soldiers he had placed for recon, and realized something was wrong. Their signals were weak, like something was choking them out. He turned to Mommy Cha and said something was happening in Korea. She asked if the dungeon broke, and he said, nah, this is something else. He then hit Jinchul with the most important question. Does the monster have a shadow? Because if not, we've got a whole invisible raid boss situation on our hands. Back on the battlefield, Leonard was calling out for Thomas like he was about to cry, while the other hunters were cheering because the Goliath showed up. Thomas looked at Doggo and said, this beast clearly forgot where it stood. Both of them were pouring out mana like broken faucets. Doggo charged in first, but Thomas took the hit like it was a pillow fight, then smashed Doggo across the face before trying to follow up. Doggo dodged and came in swinging, but Thomas slammed him into the ground instead, showing that if anyone was about to get hunted, it was not going to be the Goliath. After some time, Discounted Azen also pulled up to the battlefield, like he was about to save the day, but could do nothing except just stand there and ask for a situation report. One of the hunters told him folks were still running for their lives, and both the Fiend Guild and White Tiger Guild had been sent in. Eisen felt the mana in the air and instantly knew something was off. He thought my glorious king handled worse stuff during the Jew Island mess, but this felt nastier. He started wondering what kind of free Thomas was fighting if it made that disaster feel like a warm-up. Back in the brawl, Doggo went flying through the sky like someone hit fast forward on a chew toy and crashed into a building. Thomas had decked him hard.
Gemini, can we talk about
My resume. The speech I have to make.
this photo I just took?
Just add it and we'll talk. Whoa, that's a pretty big hole. How can I help?
What do you know about drywall?
Patching a hole can be easier than it looks.
Breakfast that's delicious, satisfying, and already gone. Lego with Ego.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most. From the original Freedom Machine came the original SU.
All right, everybody, it's time. Not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
But of course that mutt got up swinging like he hadn't just been turned into drywall. He slammed into Thomas and rocked his chest, but Thomas held it down. He snatched Doggo mid-move and slammed him into the ground, thinking he had it in the bag. But nope, Doggo booted him in the face and launched him into the air. Thomas landed clean, then started using reinforcement because now he knew this dog had hands. Over at the White Tiger Guild, their squad rolled up, and Hunter B told his people to stay sharp, just as he said that something zoomed past and smashed into a building before anyone could blink. When the dust settled, there stood the nightmare fuel everyone had been whispering about. Beck locked eyes with Thomas, who was fully juiced up now. Thomas barked at them to get lost and take cover. Beck looked at Doggo and instantly knew this thing was built different. He thought about going beast mode too, but Doggo was already in his face before he could blink. Beck froze like a little brother who just broke the TV. He felt that primal warning that screamed, "Do not get noticed." Doggo walked past him, and Beck couldn't even lift his head. Doggo thought he was that guy and started levitating cars like he was doing magic tricks. He threw them all at Thomas, but stopped when he felt something weird. Thomas had grabbed hold of him with raw force and started dragging him in. When Doggo got close again, Thomas flipped him and smashed him straight into the pavement, then started swinging. But instead of folding, Doggo just caught his fist mid-hit like it was light work. Thomas felt that deep fear kick in like he already knew how this fight was going to end. Doggo stood up and called him a puppet of a fragment, then asked if he was scared before unleashing a beatdown while every hunter nearby just stood there useless and terrified. During the chaos, Doggo paused mid-fight and looked down like he just noticed something crawling on his shoe. He reached into Thomas's shadow and yanked out one of Mr. Aura Farmer's ant boys, then crushed it like it owed him money. Doggo then turned to Thomas with full disrespect and grabbed his neck. He asked if they should keep going and mocked him for acting strong. But when he shattered the armor and saw there was nobody inside, his face dropped. Thomas had pulled a fast one. He showed up behind Doggo, grabbed him, and told him to shut the hell up before snapping his neck like he was popping bubble wrap. Doggo got back up like his spine wasn't just snapped and slammed Thomas to the ground by the face while saying he was feeling hungry again. Before he could start munching, he got blasted across the scene by a mana hit. He turned to see Leonard showing up late and dramatically talking about how he wouldn't let Doggo do as he pleased. But inside, Leonard was already shaking. Thomas told him to run before he got folded too. But Leonard hit him with a noble speech, saying he knew he might die, but he'd still make the same choice. That lasted for about 3 seconds before Doggo stepped forward, and Leonard realized he had, in fact, made the worst choice possible. Just when Leonard was about to become one with the pavement, a beast slammed into Doggo from behind. It was Kaisel, and before Doggo could even find his balance, my glorious king flew in from the air and kicked him straight into the dirt. Rizziwoo told Leonard to grab Thomas and get out. Doggo started pulling himself out of the rubble, whispering that he could smell the shadow monarch. Rizziwoo looked at him and clocked the killing intent but kept his cool. But then things escalated. Behind him, the bug lady pulled up, hungry for monarch meat, saying he always wondered what one of them would taste like. That wasn't all. Creepy Grandpa pulled in too. Now Drippy Woo was surrounded. The mana in the air got so thick the sky looked like it was holding its breath. Rizzy Woo summoned all the shadows for war, but before they could move, Creepy Grandpa froze them all with one breath. He told Drippy Woo his soldiers were locked in place and couldn't do jack. Then Bug Lady showed up, salty as hell, talking about how Drippy Woo should have left her kids alone. She looked around at the Shadow Army and called it pathetic, said trying to stop them with this kind of force was disrespectful. Creepy Grandpa looked at Drippy Woo like he was talking to a confused intern, and told him flat out that Ashbourne might have been the strongest. But that didn't mean the rest of the monarchs were some weak side characters. That was cute until my glorious king shattered the ice like it was made of tissue paper and staring down the whole squad with no fear. Creepy Grandpa instantly went from smug to pissed. The mask dropped. His face twisted up like his whole plan just got ruined. Drippy Woo didn't say much. He pointed straight at the frozen fossil and dropped the promise with no hesitation. He said he didn't care what happened next. He was going to kill at least that one. Creepy Grandpa kicked things off by bringing out his frosty Minecraft mobs ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, Bug Lady was on her necromancer arc again. Raising dead hunters like this was a budget zombie apocalypse. All of them rushed Drippy Woo at once, but Rizzy Woo was moving through it all at a scary speed. He slipped through every attack and launched himself straight at Creepy Grandpa. But before the hit could land, Doggo jumped in and blocked him midair. They started brawling, and Doggo had the audacity to roast Rizzy Woo's weapon, asking if he really thought some basic metal stick could hurt a monarch. The answer hit hard and fast, because Drippy Woo chopped his damn hand off mid-sentence. He looked at Doggo and said, if it were normal metal, maybe not, but this wasn't that. Before he could finish the job, Bug Lady stepped in and pulled Doggo out. While they stalled, Doggo casually glued his hand back on like it was a Lego piece. Now, Drippy Woo was officially surrounded. Minions everywhere and 3 monarchs watching him like dinner. Then the ice cracked. Baru crawled out in full demon mode and charged at Bug Lady, screaming about how she dared touch his king. Creepy Grandpa and Doggo froze up for real this time. The fact that Jinwoo was rocking a commander-class shadow while being human shook them both to their core. Bug Lady tried to act tough, talking about how bad kids need discipline, but Baru sliced through her abilities like they weren't even real. He dropped to one knee in front of Drippy Woo and praised him with full loyalty, saying, even against higher beings, my lord never loses his shine. Then the minions came rushing, and both Baru and Rizzy Woo cleared them like they were sweeping trash. Just when things looked stable, Bug Lady hit them with a sneak attack. She bodied Baru and sent Drippy Woo flying through a building like he was made of paper. He hit the ground hard, but got up just in time to block Creepy Grandpa's ice spam. Grandpa started talking trash, asking how much longer he could last against the double team.
Whatever you do it for less. At Harbor Freight.
Yo, Moon Dooney, what you doing, brother?
For over 135 years, National Geographic has gone to the ends of the earth to bring you the most stunning footage of nature ever put to film. But enough.
Your whole ass fat, nigga.
It's time to shift our focus to the bottom. I've teamed up with Nat Geo to fast forward right past nature's glory hogs and get down with nature's benchwarmers, not the superheroes, the super zeros.
1, 2, 3.
You tell them, Great Day.
4.
Wherever there's an itch in nature's undercarriage, there will be underdogs.
We almost hit 10K views. Let's go. 10K views on our shorts on YouTube, man. That's
But
nice.
Rizzy Woo was already done with the
Beginners.
He ran Creepy Grandpa through the heart and told him the one thing that never changes. He's not walking out of here alive. Creepy Grandpa rips the weapon out of his own chest and starts screaming at my glorious king like someone just stole his dentures. He goes full drama mode, shouting about how no human should dare talk back to a monarch. Mr. Aura Farmer notices the guy got stabbed straight through the heart and just shrugs like, oh, well, guess that doesn't kill them, and launches another attack anyway. But before it lands, Creepy Grandpa pulls a fast one, and suddenly Doggo appears behind Rizzy Woo and slices him across the back. The moment blood hits the ground, Baru goes feral, but just as he's about to explode, some buggy weirdo teleports behind him. She calls herself Quarisha, says she's the mommy of every insect alive, and tries to act like Baru's long-lost mother. She grabs him all gentle and fake loving-like and says she will still hold him even if he acts like a disrespectful brat. Meanwhile, Drippy Woo is on his knees getting folded by Doggo, who is serving up pain like it's his job. Doggo steps up to drop the final line, telling him it's game over. Desperate, Baru calls out to the squad like, "What are you all doing? Move your asses and save our king." Greed finally busts out of his frozen timeout, screaming that he's going to be the one to deliver the final blow. Doggo sees him and immediately clocks that Greed must have been some absolute monster in his past life. Creepy Grandpa starts getting nervous now that the big boys are crawling out of the ice. Tusk, Igris, and Iron all break free and join the fight. Grandpa turns back to Drippy Woo and tries to act tough, saying his wounds are fatal and that playtime is over. But then Rizzy Woo smirks like he's got cheat codes and stands right back up fully healed thanks to that overpowered status recovery skill. Everyone watching the stream collectively loses it, as my glorious king just tanks everything and keeps going. The whole city is getting annihilated as monarchs and shadows throw hands like it's a demolition derby. Leonard Neerman is standing back just watching the chaos unfold. Thomas Andre finally wakes up and asks what's going on, and Leonard hits him with the classic "this is the end of the world" line. Beck's watching too, wondering if this is still the same Jinwoo he once knew. He always knew Rizzy Woo could level up fast, but this was on a whole new timeline. On the field, the shadows are finally getting the upper hand. The monarchs can barely keep up, and their region isn't cutting it anymore. Carisha starts losing her cool as Baru beats her down like he's got something to prove. She tries to finish him, but before she can, my glorious king steps in and hits her with some cryptic prophecy nonsense about a burning pillar and dying and whatever, but none of it really matters because he's still standing. Elsewhere, Lim Tae-gyu is watching the whole thing from a rooftop like some budget sniper, wondering if he should even bother getting involved. He's got assassins stationed everywhere ready to strike, but deep down he knows if they jump in, half of them are going to die instantly. Even Thomas Andre got folded. So what chance do they have? Lim knows it's now or never. But honestly, he's just stalling because no one wants to be the first to get body bagged by a monarch. While Lim Tae-gyu was deep in his doomsday monologue, a hand reached out from behind and told him to sit down and just enjoy the show. He turned around, trying to figure out who had the audacity, but the second he saw their face, he froze like his soul dipped out of his body. Back in the war zone, every hunter in the area was just standing there useless. Watching the fight, like they bought front row tickets to a gladiator match, they knew they couldn't survive. Not a single one dared to step in. Meanwhile, my glorious king clapped the lady so hard she had to regenerate just to be mad about it. She launched some weak poison attack, and the system even threw up a warning about venom still lingering. Drippy Woo looked dead in her face and said, "Poison doesn't work on me." Hearing this, bug lady lost her mind and charged at him, screaming about how she'll tear him apart. But halfway through her tantrum, she stopped. She realized Rizzy Woo was pulling her toward him like gravity just chose sides. She panicked and said something about his authority being too strong. And boom, he slammed her to the floor and tore her apart mid-sentence. Her body started breaking into dust, and she let out her final words, talking about death being this heavy, dark thing that humbles even the monsters. Then she evaporated like bad internet, and the system dropped the message, "Monarch of Plagues defeated." Creepy Grandpa watched all this go down like he just got kicked out of his own house. He asked Doggo how the hell Drippy Woo could pull that off when he still wasn't using the full Shadow Monarch powers. Doggo gave him that fake reassurance, saying not to worry because my glorious king was exhausted. Then he grabbed Baru by the neck and started crushing him while trash-talking about how only weak monarchs rely on sidekicks. Drippy Woo saw Baru fading and had a horrible realization. This was just like what he did to Thomas Andre's shadow. He panicked and tried to unsummon Baru, but the system hit him with a cold message. You cannot retract the specified subject. Furious Rizzy Woo leapt in and bodied Doggo, saving Baru at the last second. He managed to recall Baru before he vanished completely, but the damage had been done. Creepy Grandpa was now a full ice demon and told Drippy Woo he'd just cut the strings on all his puppets. He planned to trap the shadows under his authority, force them into endless healing and resurrection, and drain all of my glorious king's mana in the process. He launched a massive attack and caught Drippy Woo by the arm, slamming him to the ground like a broken toy, thinking the fight was already over. But Drippy Woo got up and went right back in, only to get dodged and smacked so hard he was sent flying. He landed on his feet, but yeah, the damage was piling up. Creepy Grandpa stepped in, stared at him for a long time, analyzed him, and said his stealth skill must be burning through his mana. Then he jumped in, trying to end things fast. As they traded blows, Rizzy-Woo was reading his every move, but still wished he could move just a little faster. Creepy Grandpa hit him with some more ice magic. But by the time the attack landed, my glorious king was already behind him, ready to strike. But right then, he saw Creepy Grandpa smiling again and felt something bad coming. Everyone was standing there like they just watched a horror movie with no pause button. Even Leonard Norman looked like he was about to uninstall life. Because somehow Doggo, the beast boss himself, the monarch of fangs, pulled up on Mr. Aura Farmer from behind and jammed his claws straight through his chest. Raken opened his mouth like anyone asked and said, "So this is what happens when your speed stat flops." Mr. Aura Farmer dropped his weapons like his Wi-Fi just cut out and looked down at the claws in his chest. His brain went full gamer mode, thinking his level was higher so he could tank it. Then Creepy Grandpa showed up, picked up one of Mr. Aura Farmer's daggers, and stabbed it right back into him like he was returning a library book. He smirked and asked my glorious king if he could pull another Uno reverse and heal like he just did. But Creepy Grandpa already knew that he couldn't. He just said that to feel superior. Creepy Grandpa then leaned close to Jinwoo and whispered in his ear how he won't be able to witness the moment when their armies will arrive in this new world. He told Jinwoo that when that happens, there will be a mountain of corpses. He then got into character and started monologuing for the live stream, talking about how there will be rivers of blood and mountains of dead humans. But then he switched it up. He said he had something special in mind for this country. He was going to freeze everyone one by one, trap them in endless pain, and turn the whole place into a living hell. And he wanted Mr. Aura Farmer to die angry just to add flavor to the experience. While the ice was crawling over him, my glorious king just kept thinking he needed a few more seconds. But then his HP hit 0, and a system panel popped up with the worst news ever, informing my glorious king that he died. But then the second notification saved the entire season. Turns out the black heart he got had a secret cheat code, a passive skill activated. Bright light went full anime mode, and boom. The next thing you know, my glorious king is sitting up in the hospital like nothing happened. He looked around, panicked, trying to figure out how he was not 6 feet under after getting stabbed through the heart. For a hot second, he wondered if all of that was a dream. He looked around. The hospital seemed familiar to him. He then took a look at his chest. He was certain that he was stabbed through the heart. Just then, Jin Chul showed up with another dude asking if he was awake. Mr. Aura Farmer was confused and started questioning reality. Where were the monarchs? How was he still breathing and all that supernatural shit? He called Jin Chul, the chairman, and asked what happened. But Jin Chul hit him with 3 plot twists. 1, he was not the chairman. 2, he wanted to ask about some moving statues. And 3, how the hell did Mr. Aura Farmer know his name? Mr. Aura Farmer just sat there like his brain had been thrown out the window. Now that my glorious king was awake, Jinchul started explaining what had happened to him. He told him that as soon as they got the report, they dispatched the White Tiger Guild. And when they showed up, the whole scene was already cleaned out, like someone hit fast forward. But Rizzy-Woo made it clear that was not what he meant. Realizing the strangeness of the situation, my glorious king concluded that something was off. And my glorious king finally pieced it together. He was not just hurt. It didn't take his 2 brain cells long to figure out that he was time traveling. Seeing him lost in thoughts, Jin Chul asked if he was okay, but Rizzy-Woo said he needed a minute. He pulled up his system and saw everything was still there. Same stats, same gear, even Kamisha's wrath still chilling in his inventory. Then someone walked in and asked why he was out of bed. It was Gina, and she was already on demon time thinking he bonked his head in the dungeon. After she calmed down and took a good look at him, she dead-ass asked who he was. For a second, Rizzy-Woo had no idea what she was talking about. Then he realized she could not recognize him because he had evolved so hard he was basically a new person. In the past, this transformation happened gradually, but this time around he popped out in his current form. So her reaction made sense. Meanwhile, Gina continued her roast, saying how he was a loser crybaby in the past, but now he did not look like her brother. He just told her to stop tripping and said he was busy. He then told her that there is something urgent that he wants to do, so he needed to hit the Hunters Association. She asked why, and Rizzy-Woo hit her with a bomb. He said he was quitting the hunter life, told her to go back to school, and even called out Han Seong-yi by name. As he was walking out, he turned and told her to never throw away her future trying to chase monsters. She looked shocked. The poor girl had no idea how he knew her name. Rizzy-Woo just pulled his hood up like a boss and started planning. He thought about how now he has no shadows, soldiers, no army, so it was time to rebuild. He headed out to the association to get his rank checked again. The staff started panicking like their machines were about to explode. The staff started talking about themselves and how this is the first S rank in 2 years, and even the scanner tapped out trying to access his strength. Just like in his past life, the staff told Jinwoo that they wanted to run the test once again with a different machine, but Jinwoo told them he wanted to meet the chairman before running it back. They offered to guide him, but Rizzy-Woo already knew the way. As he walked off, they whispered, wondering how some random dude knew the chairman's location. In the elevator, another man joined him. This guy was mentally writing fanfic, trying to cook up another lie for the association. He thought if Chief Inspector Wu caught him, he was finished. Then my glorious king opened his mouth and casually said he knew about the stealth skill he never reported. The man froze and went for his weapon, asked how he knew. Rizzy-Woo did not flinch, told him in the future someone would beg him for revenge, and while he could do whatever he wanted to the criminals, if he ever laid hands on innocent hunters, he would die. And the one who would kill him was standing right there. Kang Tae-shik damn near pissed himself. When my glorious king hit him with that threat, he asked who the hell he was, but Drippy-Woo just walked off like he didn't have time for NPC dialogue.
That
Meanwhile,
everything we just
Tae-shik
watched
stood there looking
is
like
from
he
the
just got
future and he
ghosted
was
by a
time
ghost.
traveling
Then
and was in a
Rizzy-Woo
coma?
rolled up into the chairman's office and locked eyes with the chairman.
Dawg.
As he saw him, the dude got emotional, thinking how he had not seen him in ages. The chairman noticed him pulling up post-evaluation and assumed he already knew the process. He tried checking in on him, but Rizzy-Woo shut it down and said it was nothing. Meanwhile, a system panel popped up in front of my glorious king, asking him if he wanted to restart the world, but he paid no attention to it and immediately started pitching business like a menace. He asked Gun-Hee to change the rules so that summoned creatures can also be counted as full raid members, saying that if he does that, in return, he would solo Jeju Island and erase the ant infestation from existence. Seeing that Jinwoo was full of himself, Gun-Hee got mad and told him to stop talking crazy, saying that island was a graveyard full of failed raids. But then he looked closer. The mana leaking off Rizzy-Woo was unreal. Rizzy-Woo told him this was a one-man job, and he was the one to do it. Seeing my glorious king's aura, the chairman knew right then and there, this was not just some prodigy. This was power beyond the national level. As he sat there stunned, flashbacks hit like a highlight reel. Rizzy-Woo saving Ju-Hee, surviving Red Gates, cooking orcs, turning bosses into shadows, saving his mom, and slapping up Baru on Jeju Island before claiming him and the rest of the insects. All the while, the same damn system panel was annoying him, asking if he wanted to restart the world. But mid-flashback, Rizzy-Woo snapped, screamed for the illusion to stop. He said he knew it was fake and demanded the truth. The dream cracked wide open, and suddenly he was standing in a sea of system messages asking if he wanted to restart the world. He yelled for the one behind it, and a figure stepped out. Rizzy-Woo recognized him and asked him if he was the real deal. It was the Shadow Daddy himself. Shadow Daddy then offered him paradise, telling him that if he wanted, he could live here forever. It would be like an endless dream. Rizzy-Woo wasn't buying it. He didn't want to be trapped inside someone else's fantasy, but the Shadow Daddy hit him with the twist. He told him that this world wasn't his creation. It came from Rizzy-Woo's own wish to undo his failures, mixed with his power. He told him that this place was death, a quiet, peaceful hell. The king said he had watched Rizzy-Woo suffer, fight, and survive longer than anyone. He was proof of that pain. The final reward, and the last horror. He was rest, and he was terror. He was him. The king of the dead told him that within this world, Rizzy-Woo could do anything. He can steal power, hell. He can also make Shadow Daddy's servants his. Not only that, he can reshape everything, saying that in this domain, he was basically a god, but only here. Rizzy-Woo asked if that meant they shared the same ability. The king smiled. He said he had waited forever for this moment, because he was the Shadow Monarch, the ruler of darkness itself. Rizzy-Woo asked why him, and the king said he would show him everything, their beginning, their end, and his true start.
So apparently, this filter knows how old you... Picking up...
from your desire to correct your past mistakes, combined with my power. In other words, this is my domain. This is eternal rest. This is death. He continues, I have been watching you longer than you could imagine. You who were always closer to death than anyone else, yet resisted it so desperately. I am the record of your struggles, the evidence of your resistance, and the reward of your suffering. I am death. I am eternal rest, and also terror. I am you. The king of the dead tells Jinwoo that within this territory, he can do anything. Turn the king's servants into his own, absorb their powers, and even alter reality, though only within this domain. Jinwoo asks, so are you saying you and I possess the same power? The king of the dead replies, I've been waiting a very long time for this meeting. I am the Shadow Monarch, the administrator of the deepest part of the darkness. Jinwoo then asks, why was I chosen? The Shadow Monarch answers, I shall show you our beginning and end, and also your beginning. The story shifts back to the city where Jinwoo was frozen by the monarch. Looking at him, Raken tells Sillid, he's dead for sure. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre tells Leonard that Jinwoo's presence has just disappeared. Hearing that, Hunter Beck says, that's impossible. Now there's no one who can stop those magical beasts. Lim, from the top of a building, regrets I shouldn't have listened to that person earlier, and wonders if they can stop the creatures by bombarding them now. He decides to attack and instructs his hunters to prepare to fire. We'll fire all at once on my signal, he says. Our target is that magical beast that looks like a White Walker. As he prepares to attack, Jinwoo starts to emit a massive amount of mana, shocking Sillid. He sees Jinwoo's black heart burning with dark flame. Seeing this, both Sillid and Raken realize something and charge toward Jinwoo, shouting, we must stop the true king from descending now that the false king has died. As they get close, Raken is kicked in the face by someone and crashes into Sillid. Both go flying into a nearby building. A man appears before
Jinwoo's dad's here.
The prison created by Sillid and says, none shall touch this child. We then see the history of the Shadow Monarch from the distant past. An absolute being split light and darkness to create his emissaries. From light and darkness, he created the 8 sovereigns. The emissaries were born to maintain the world, and the sovereigns were born to destroy it. Both factions continuously slaughtered each other, worn down by the unending war. The brightest fragment of brilliant light asked the Absolute, why do you ignore the screams of countless soldiers dying for you? He begged the Absolute to lend them his strength so they could fight in his name. But the Absolute did not answer. At that moment, the fragment of brilliant light realized the truth. To the Absolute, the war between the emissaries and the sovereigns was nothing more than entertainment. He had no intention of ending it. They understood that even if they followed the Absolute's laws, only death awaited them. As long as the Absolute existed, the war would never end. So to stop this meaningless conflict, they drew their swords. It was the start of the rebellion. The monarch points to the vision, saying, that is me in the distant past. He tells Jinwoo, I was the sole emissary who stood against the rebellion of the other emissaries. But my pitiful number of soldiers was no match for the combined forces of the emissaries. When he thought everything was over, he opened his eyes in the darkness and discovered that the Absolute had hidden a certain power within him. On that day, the Shadow Monarch was born. He used his powers to resurrect his fallen soldiers and led them back to the battlefield. However, by the time he returned, everything was already over. The remaining fragments of brilliant light had killed the Absolute being and called themselves the new rulers. Using various tools containing the power of the Absolute, they hunted down the monarchs. As a result, the King of Giants, Ligia, was captured by the rulers, and the power balance between the two sides collapsed. He tells Jinwoo that the monarchs realized the severity of the situation, and he used that moment to reach out to them. They had no choice but to combine forces with him in order to combat their common enemy, the rulers. From then on, he continued the long-lasting battle as neither a fragment of brilliant light nor an emissary of the Absolute Being, but as the Shadow Monarch. He strengthened his army by gathering soldiers that remained on the battlefield. When he combined forces with the army of destruction led by the Monarch of Destruction, the King of Berserk Dragons, The monarchs as well as the rulers came to fear him. Two of the monarchs who feared him turned against him after combining forces. Because of that betrayal, his shadow army was nearly annihilated. The strength that was too powerful brought him betrayal. While the beast monarch, the king of beasts, fled after abandoning his soldiers, the monarch of white flames, Baron, had to pay the ultimate price. But then, the rulers descended from the sky. They surrounded the shadow monarch and kneeled in front of him, asking for his forgiveness, saying there was no reason for them to fight any longer. Even though they possessed enough power to erase him completely if they wished to, they chose to pursue peace. It was the least respect they could show him for the time he was their ally, fighting on the front lines while leading the army of brilliant light. Hearing their apology, the shadow monarch asked them, "Have you not harmed my liege with your swords and spears? They say he was our master as well." Hearing that, the shadow monarch grew furious and told them, "This is precisely why your crimes are even more heinous." One of the fragments told him, "You should understand better than anyone how we felt when we raised our banners of rebellion against our master. We simply wanted to end this war." Hearing this, the shadow monarch told them, "Then pierce my heart with your spear. This is the end that you so desperately seek. You shall finally become the victors of this war." But the fragments asked him once more to find it in his heart to forgive them, as all the army surrounded him, showing him their respect. The shadow monarch tells Jinwoo that he was overwhelmed and could not come up with a solution, so he decided to hide for the sake of revenge. Since he had trapped the monarch of white flames within him, he was planning to strike the forces of the beast monarch after recovering. But while he was hiding, the monarchs, who had lost the majority of their power, were defeated by the rulers. When he reappeared in front of the monarchs, who had escaped to the cracks between dimensions, the king of dragons did not allow any fight to break out. He knew it was time for them to recover their strength. Thus, he gladly welcomed the shadow monarch to join his forces. They went searching for a new world to rebuild their army. The shadow monarch continued. Hearing all of this, Jinwoo asked if he was referring to Earth. The shadow monarch confirmed, "Yes, that is correct," and showed Jinwoo the destroyed cities. Jinwoo thought, "I've seen this scene before. This is the demon castle." He asked, "Is this what will happen in the future?" The monarch replied, "This is a recording of the past." Hearing that, Jinwoo asks, "What are you talking about?" The shadow monarch explains that in the past, the rulers were late in detecting the movements of the monarchs, and by the time they arrived, everything had already ended. By then, the rulers were furious that the army of the chaos world, which they had previously failed to eradicate, had once again brought destruction upon another world. In order to fix their mistake, they used a tool imbued with the power of the absolute being, something they had forbidden themselves from using. A tool called the Cup of Reincarnation. It had the ability to turn back time by 10 years. The rulers sacrificed everything they had in an effort to save this world. However, the current Earth was far too weak to withstand a battle between monarchs and rulers. Regardless of who won, the planet itself would suffer the same catastrophic consequences. So the rulers made a drastic decision. If they couldn't save everyone, they wanted to ensure at least some would survive so that life could continue. Jinwoo asks, "Is that why the hunters were created?" The shadow monarch replies, "Yes. They were trying to create humans capable of surviving the clash between these powerful forces. The rulers were determined to ensure that humanity endured, no matter the cost." Jinwoo reflects, "The Demon King is a fragment of memories left behind by the shadow monarch," and asks, "Has this world already gone through countless annihilations?" The shadow monarch confirms, "Indeed. While higher beings cannot go against the flow of time, they can perceive the alterations caused by the cup of reincarnation." He adds, "Now the cup is no longer usable." Surprised, Jinwoo asks, "How is that possible?" The shadow monarch explains, "The cup did not possess infinite power. Just like the absolute being, who was eliminated by his own creations, every power has its limits." Jinwoo then asks, "How could the creations kill the absolute?" He answers, "It's no different than humans being killed by the machines they themselves created. We were made to fight, and our power was sufficient to overthrow our creator." He goes on to say that the monarchs had adopted the rulers' methods. Just as the rulers lent power to humans to help them kill magic beasts and strengthen the world, the monarchs devised a similar plan. They would descend onto Earth by borrowing human bodies and bring their armies with them, far earlier than the rulers had anticipated. They planned to turn the entire Earth, saturated with magical energy spread by the rulers, into a massive trap. But to do this, they needed host bodies that could withstand their immense power. However, the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction possessed powers far too great, and no human existed at that time capable of hosting them. That's when one of the most capable mages serving under a king approached the Shadow Monarch with a proposal. He said he would help find a suitable host. That mage was known as the Architect. In return for his help, the Architect demanded an imperishable body, but no living thing could become a vessel to contain death. The Architect created a system to search for a human with a rare combination of abilities. One talented in sensing magic, one with prodigious physical capabilities, superiority of spirit, and great mental resilience. He searched for a human whose strength could match the power of the Shadow Monarch. And eventually he found someone. Someone who bested his system, who rewrote the rules of the game, and exceeded all expectations. It was you, he says to Jinwoo. You who were always weak, always closest to death, and yet survived again and again. I watched you. Even in defiance of the Architect, I chose you. So I will say it once more. I am the record of your struggles, the evidence of your resistance, and the reward for your pain. Hearing all that, Jinwoo asks, even though I exceeded the Architect's expectations, I still wasn't enough to handle your power, right? The Shadow Monarch explains that the Architect used elements based on human skills and preferences to match Jinwoo's strength. He designed the system using games and simulations to entertain and stimulate Jinwoo. That same system, powered by the Shadow Monarch's energy, slowly transformed Jinwoo's body, leveling it up over time to reach the desired strength. Jinwoo then asks, why did you betray the Architect? The Shadow Monarch responds, the apology of the rulers, the betrayal of the monarchs. I debated which side I should stand on, and in the end, I made a choice. I wanted it to be this way. My time with you was blissful. Perhaps I simply didn't want to lose you. He continues, over time, I became you, and you became me. So it doesn't matter who owns this body. We are already one. Therefore, I give you a choice. You may remain in this domain of death, enjoying the eternal dreams you've created. Or, if you choose otherwise, you will return to reality, where your enemies await. Jinwoo then questions him again. You said you had made your decision, but you didn't stand with the rulers? Why did you flee to the other world with the monarchs, even though your will to fight the rulers had long faded? The Shadow Monarch replies, because there was no place for me in that world. Jinwoo, hearing this, answers, then my answer is the same. This is not where I belong. Hearing his response, the Shadow Monarch smiles and begins to walk away. Jinwoo asks, is this the last time I'll see you? The Shadow Monarch replies, I will return to rest, but you, as the new Shadow Monarch, will live an imperishable life. The chance of our paths crossing again is slim. With your death, your power has become absolute. Before he can finish explaining how to return, Jinwoo interrupts, I know. The Shadow Monarch smiles and says, because I am you. Meanwhile, Sillid and Raken witness Jinwoo's rebirth. They confront a glowing being, one of the fragments of brilliant light, and question him. The worst disaster is emerging from the body of the human you're protecting. Are you really going to bring catastrophe to this world with your own hands? Are you truly risking your life to help the Shadow Monarch return? Just what are you traitors thinking? Raken tells Sillid, we don't have much time, and prepares to stop Jinwoo's revival. The fragment, realizing their intent, prepares to fight as well, to buy time for Jinwoo to return. At lightning speed, all three rush into battle. Sillid attacks first with his trident, but the fragment is too fast and dodges easily. From above, Raken dives in with his claws, but the fragment again dodges and quickly gets behind Sillid, stabbing him in the shoulder. Sillid observes, he's reading the trajectory of my attacks and adapting accordingly. Unable to land a hit, Raken notes, he moves like a warrior who has fought countless battles. He's evading the Frost Monarch's techniques while defending against all of mine. As Raken keeps him occupied, Sillid tries to sneak behind the fragment and freeze him in place. But once again, the fragment is too quick. He kicks Scyllid under the chin, launching him into the air and smashing him into a nearby building. As this happens, Raken charges, opening his jaw wide to rip the fragment apart. But instead, he is pierced straight through the face and screams in pain. Before he can recover, the fragment drives an elbow into his ribs, sending him crashing backward. Enraged, Raken rips the weapon from his face and roars, "I'll tear you apart." But his body trembles uncontrollably. He turns to look at Jinwoo and senses the overwhelming mana radiating from him. Terrified, he leaps back to create distance between them. By this time, Frost Monarch Scyllid has also recovered. He tells the fragment of brilliant light, "That won't work on me again." Then he turns toward Beast Monarch Raken and orders him to attack again. But Raken refuses. "I will stop now." Scyllid is stunned. "You're going to quit after coming this far. Are you out of your mind?" Raken replies. "Can't you feel it? The mana around us. It's crying. The Shadow Monarch is coming." He opens a portal and says, "Count me out of this." Scyllid demands, "Didn't you promise to help me defeat the Shadow Monarch?" Raken answers, "My promise was only valid when he was still in his human form. Now that the real monarch is coming, I have no more reason to stay." Scyllid tries to stop him. "You're running away with your tail between your legs, and you call yourself the Beast Monarch." Raken replies, "You wouldn't understand. You've never experienced the true power of the Shadow Monarch." He teleports away. "I'll pray for your fortune." Left alone, Scyllid decides to fight on. He declares, "Taste the terror of frost. This is my true power." He slams his trident into the ground, unleashing a massive ice storm across the battlefield. Seeing this, Lim instructs the hunters under him, "We are retreating. Leave this place at once." The ice condenses into spears and rains down upon the fragment, forcing him to dodge as Scyllid charges up for a massive attack. Scyllid roars, "Mere humans dare to challenge me without knowing their place." A gigantic mass of ice begins to form in the sky. "Be trapped inside the eternal void with the Shadow Monarch," Scyllid shouts. The fragment watches in horror. Is he trying to destroy the entire area? Before he can act, one of the ice projectiles pierces him, severing his arm. As the colossal ice mass falls toward him, he braces for impact. But before it can land, a shadow leaps up and shatters the ice midair. We see that it's Baru, who has returned to the battlefield, now stronger than ever. On the ground, the Shadow Monarch appears in his true form, shielding the fragment of brilliant light. He says to Scyllid, "Do not assume the position of a king with such measly power." Scyllid stands frozen, stunned. "He broke free from my spell," which means the commander-ranked shadow soldiers have regained their strength. Jinwoo begins emerging from his armor, revealing his true self. "That's why I shouldn't trust prophecies," he mutters. All his soldiers are now free, and they kneel before him. He asks, "Did the Beast Monarch flee?" Scyllid's expression shifts in dread as Jinwoo continues, "Who dares to leave without my permission?" Horrified, Scyllid thinks, "It's a wall I could never hope to overcome. The gap in power is far too great." A dark dome begins forming around Jinwoo, expanding rapidly and eventually covering a massive portion of the city. So vast it becomes visible from space, enveloping half the earth. As the shadow field fades, Jinwoo quietly says, "Found you?" Thinking Jinwoo is distracted, Scyllid believes this is his only chance, although there's an enormous gap in our power to let his guard down like this. "If I miss this chance, only death awaits me. I must finish everything with this one strike." He gathers all his mana and hurls his trident at Jinwoo, but Jinwoo effortlessly catches it with one hand and shatters it into pieces. Scyllid stands in disbelief. How? So this is the power of the Shadow Monarch, one of the strongest monarchs. But instead of retaliating, Jinwoo says, "Wait, I'll save you for later. Wait patiently until I finish dealing with the beast." Meanwhile, deep within a forest, a portal opens and Beast Monarch Raken steps out. "The aura of death is closing in on me," he thinks. "I shouldn't have wasted time arguing with the Frost Monarch. It made me flee too late. But now I need to hide until the Dragon King returns." As he thinks this, a shadow looms behind him. Sensing it, he turns alarmed. This aura. No way. Frozen in terror, he drops to his knees. The suffocating scent of death. I can neither fight nor run. From his battle instincts, he knows. This is a hopeless gap in strength. He bows his head. I, the king of beasts, do not wish to fight you, he says to Jinwoo. Please forgive my past sins. Accept me as your ally. In the near future, the Dragon King will descend upon this land with his army. I, along with my beast legion, will aid you. Hearing this, Jinwoo agrees to spare his life. Smirking internally, Raken thinks, he fell for it. How foolish, Raken thinks. He isn't the real deal. If he were, there's no way he'd forgive me, especially after I betrayed him again and tried to kill his vessel. I bought time thanks to the humans' foolish forgiveness and emotions. All I need to do now is wait for the Dragon King's arrival. And when that day comes, I will rip your corpse into pieces. Out loud, however, Raken says to Jinwoo, I shall serve you with loyalty. Jinwoo replies, before that, we need to settle something. I still bear 5 scars from your claws. If you can survive 5 of my attacks, I'll forgive you. Raken's calm demeanor shatters. Enraged, he fully transforms and roars, you dare mock me, the king of beasts. Though I may die here, I'll make sure you don't leave unscathed. Towering over Jinwoo in his monstrous form, he charges forward. Jinwoo draws his dagger and moves like a streak of light, cutting past Raken in an instant. Raken doesn't even register what happened, until blood begins to drip and he realizes he's lost a limb. Jinwoo calmly says, 4 more to go. Back in Korea, Baru is healing the injured hunters. Watching him, Frost Monarch Sillid thinks, I don't care about that ant healing humans, but this one. This is a problem. He notices Igris approaching and immediately recognizes him. The Knight of Death. One of the Shadow Army's 2 wings. He's Igris. Now that they can use their full power again, it's a real nuisance. They can regenerate endlessly as long as the Shadow Monarch has mana. But I can't recover the mana I used for my transformation. Sillid lands and warns Igris, don't bother doing anything meaningless. Do you really think you can hold out against me? Igris says nothing. Instead, he buries his sword into the ground. From within his dark cloak, Jinwoo begins to emerge. Jinwoo steps out and tosses 2 bloody beast fangs onto the ground. The beast monarch is dead. Sillid is stunned. He killed the beast monarch. In just the few minutes he was gone. Jinwoo declares, the plague monarch, the beast monarch, and the frost monarch. Your deaths will serve as a warning to the others monarchs. Sillid prepares for battle, summoning ice projectiles, but before he can react, 2 daggers pierce him, one into his chest, another into his shoulder. Desperate, he tries to attack using what little mana he has left, but Jinwoo grabs him by the mouth and slashes through him. The beast monarch died on the 4th strike, Jinwoo says coldly. I wonder how long you'll last. Sillid screams in agony as he reverts to his human form. His body crumbles into icy fragments and disappears into the air. After defeating all the monarchs present, Jinwoo turns to Baru. Where is the man who was protecting me earlier, he asks. Baru replies, he disappeared all of a sudden. We then see the man dragging himself away from the battlefield. His hand begins breaking apart, disintegrating into particles of light. So this is the consequence of receiving this power in a mere human body, he thinks. But it's fine. This is how it should be. A dagger lands beside him. A familiar voice asks,
Mika!
Did you really think I wouldn't notice if you just left?
Mika,
It's
come here.
Jinwoo. Why did you leave without saying a word, he asks. Then softly he calls him Father. The story shifts back to the dungeon where Jinwoo's father, Sung Hwan, had been trapped. He begins telling Jinwoo what happened that day. After clearing the dungeon boss, hunters are required to escape the gate within an hour. However, Il-Hwan had no choice but to be trapped within the dimensional rift. The rulers lent him their strength and requested that he stop the monarchs, including the Shadow Monarch, who was soon to be born. With no other means of escape, he accepted their offer and returned to Earth as the ruler's emissary, burdened with a heavy responsibility. However, he failed to fulfill that mission.
Dirty dishes, not
Even though he knew the worst calamity for humanity resided within Jinwoo's body, he could only observe from afar. The rulers whose sole focus had been to prevent the full awakening of the Shadow Monarch began to change their stance. Eventually, the brightest fragment of brilliant light gave Ilhuan a new order: to protect the Shadow Monarch. They had realized that in order to stop the monarch's grand plan, they needed the power of the Shadow Monarch. Only his army had the potential to defeat the Dragon Monarch, who would arrive before the ruler's armies. It was a huge gamble, uncertain whether the Shadow Monarch would side with humans or monsters. But now they had their answer. That's why Ilhuan helped Jinwu. He admits he never wanted to show this side of himself. Tears fall from Jinwu's eyes after hearing this. Ilhuan asks, "Did you hate me?" Jinwu replies, "Sometimes," and apologizes. He explains that when he first became a hunter, when he was on the brink of death and barely survived to see his mother again, he thought of his father. He always hated him in those moments, but he also missed him. Then Jinwu asks, "Did you miss us?" Ilhuan, unable to hold back his emotions, replies, "I missed you all the time. Even though you couldn't see me, I was happy just being able to see you from afar." He stands up and hugs Jinwu, saying, "You've grown well." Jinwu then asks, "Was it the rulers? Are they the ones who controlled you and are now discarding you?" His father explains that the rulers merely gave him an opportunity to choose. He chose to protect Jinwu, and he doesn't regret it. But now he just wants to talk more and stay a little longer. He apologizes for not being a great father. After saying that, Sung Ilhuan disappears into the air, leaving Jinwu standing alone. Jinwu lets out a scream of anguish. The scene shifts to his mother and sister. His mother, gazing out the window, calls to Jana and tells her, "Let's move now." With tears in her eyes, she repeats, "We can move now." Meanwhile, Jinwu, filled with rage, shouts to the remaining monarchs, "You will definitely pay the price for what happened today." Thus, the day the Shadow Monarch's outcry shook the entire world marked the beginning of the true war. We then see a drone flying over the city as someone reports that Hunter Thomas Andre is not in a life-threatening condition, and ambulances are on the scene transporting the injured to local hospitals. Things were starting to settle down for the time being. We see Chairman Wu Jincheo looking at the destruction caused by the battle between the monarchs, thinking about the Beast Monarch, the Frost Monarch, and the Plague Monarch. They were not ordinary monsters. He remembers what Jinwu told him at Chairman Go Gun-hee's funeral, that he would personally take down those responsible. Remembering that, tears start to fall from his eyes, thinking this was the Frost Monarch, and he thanks Jinwu for avenging the death of their former chairman. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association announced that the beasts were unidentifiable. The extent of the damage they left behind was staggering. However, in just a few days' time, disaster would strike again. A few days later, hunters from all around the world gathered beneath the gigantic gate still looming in the sky. China's 7-star hunter, Liu Zhigang, was also present among the crowd. He comments that the gate is truly massive, just as he had heard. Even if all the hunters in the world gathered, they could just be sucked up into that gate and vanish. Thomas Andre had also recovered and was telling the hunters that it would start soon. Chairman Wu was thinking, "This is the first time so many hunters from all around the world have gathered in one place." He wondered how many of them would survive. Meanwhile, Jinwu was looking at the gate, waiting for it to break. Cha Haiyan approaches him, telling him she's never seen him this nervous before. As everyone was tense, the gate finally began to crack, and the hunters prepared for battle against the monsters about to emerge. As the army started to appear from the gate, Jinwu was shocked. What he saw was not monsters, but shadow soldiers emerging. Slowly, the armies began to enter this world. Seeing the soldiers getting closer, the hunters prepared to fight, but a voice told them all to stop. The hunters began to wonder why they were halting. Chairman Wu asked Jinwu what he was doing, and Jinwu calmly told him, "It's all right, Chairman." The hunters stood frozen as the shadow soldiers descended to earth, stopping in front of Jinwu. The sky was filled with shadow soldiers as far as the eye could see. The commander of the army stood before Jinwu, and suddenly a loud thud echoed across the battlefield as the hunters saw a massive shadow soldier kneel before Jinwu, introducing himself as Grand Marshal Bellion. Gradually, all the soldiers, including the dragons, began kneeling before Jinwu. Bellion respectfully greeted Jinwu, calling him their liege. Meanwhile, all the hunters behind Jinwu were stunned by what was unfolding before their eyes. Thomas Andre asked Leonard Neumann if he could see those creatures clearly. Looking at the dragons, Thomas thought, even one of them could pose a serious threat to humanity. Yet there were 3 dragons gathered in one place. Jinwu realized this was the true Shadow Army. This must have been the force left behind by the previous Shadow Monarch, Ashbourne, for him. In seeing all of this, Jinwu thought, now the real war begins. A few days later, at the Korean Hunters Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee's successor, Woo Jin-chol, along with some other officials, was sitting in a conference room discussing their next move, as the foreign press was requesting them to release an official explanation of what had happened. The American Hunter Bureau was also asking them to reveal Hunter Sung Jinwoo's location. Hearing all the reports, Wu thought, hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts came out of the colossal gate, and they've all been absorbed into Hunter Sung Jinwoo's army. Who would have ever thought things would turn out this way? He told the men, I am well aware of how confused everyone is due to Hunter Sung Jinwoo's disappearance. But this isn't the first time he has vanished like this. He instructed them, we need to start getting used to it. If we, as the Hunters Association, can't understand the burdens Hunter Sung Jinwoo carries, then who could? The scene then shifted to another place where signs of battle were visible.
Laser remove all my face tattoos.
Mana, just be quiet, dog.
Would you be mad if I laser removed all of them? You think I should?
I don't think you will. No. Think you're on bullshit.
I'm just playing. I just seen somebody do it on Facebook.
Yeah, I know you're lying. You're straight bullshit.
We see Jinwoo standing on Tusk's hand as he looks down at his armies, who were about to collide. As he observed, Grand Marshal Bellion commented, holding a practice battle by dividing the forces into 2. I've never even thought about this kind of military training. Jinwoo replied, they can't die after all. As they were talking, Baru approached them. Kneeling before Jinwoo, Baru requested permission to test his qualifications for the position of Grand Marshal. Standing face to face with Bellion, Baru declared, as a commander, I challenge Grand Marshal Bellion to a battle.
No
Seeing
way.
this, Jinwoo, excited, granted his permission. As the 2 prepared to face off, the army gathered around to watch. As the battle started, Baru let out a loud shriek, while Bellion calmly prepared by bringing out his weapon. Jinwoo noted, he also uses a great sword like Ygritte, but he's much bigger than Ygritte. Same with his sword. I assume he leans more toward power than speed. In that case, Baru might have a chance. However, as Baru rushed closer, Bellion's sword suddenly unraveled into a whip, striking multiple places at once. Baru narrowly dodged the attacks and found an opening to leap toward Bellion. But before he could close the distance, Bellion skillfully trapped him within the whip. Seeing this, Jinwoo thought, is it already over? To think he neutralized Baru's attack instantly. His reflexes are beyond what I expected. Every single strike from him is powerful enough to destroy the earth beneath him. No wonder he holds the title of Grand Marshal. But still, he shouldn't let his guard down. The greatest strength of an insect is its tenacity. The story then shifted to China, at Beijing International Airport, where Liu Zhigang, along with some other hunters who went to assist Korea during the Colossal Gate crisis, had landed and were entering the country. Surrounded by the media, they were hailed as proud hunters of China who bravely supported South Korea. As Liu Zhigang was walking away, a reporter approached him and said, although many are applauding Hunter Liu for his courageous choice to support South Korea, there are many who believe there was no reason for us to aid them. What is your opinion on the matter? Hearing that, Liu got annoyed and responded, who is spouting such nonsense? Do those guys have a brain only for decoration? Are they unable to read maps? Do they not realize which country is just above South Korea? If there's anyone stupid enough to say such things, please tell them this. I, Liu Zhigang, was not confident enough that I could stop something if Hunter Sung Jinwoo failed to stop it. That's why I went to assist him. If anyone has a problem with that, they can go face the demonic beasts themselves. However, as they entered the city, a horrifying scene awaited them. Liu, looking at it in disbelief, said, there's no way, as a gigantic gate loomed ominously over the skies of China. The story shifts to the monarch of Transfiguration, Yogumun, who was reporting to an entity about the recent incidents on Earth, specifically how 3 of the monarchs were eliminated by the Shadow Monarch. Upon hearing that the Shadow Monarch had turned against them, the entity told Yogamut, "I will take care of him myself," and instructed the other monarchs not to interfere anymore. From the side, a massive dragon claw appeared, and the entity declared, "We must prevent further losses in our forces." The screen filled with the sight of countless dragons as the entity commanded, "My soldiers, prepare for battle." Meanwhile, back on Earth, the duel between Baru and Belian was reaching its end. Baru was smashed into the ground, a great sword landing next to his face. Belian stood victorious over Baru. The battlefield grew silent after the fight ended, but Baru, struggling to get back on his feet, said to Jinwoo, "I can still go on." Seeing this, Jinwoo asked, "Why are you so obsessed with becoming the Grand Marshal?" Baru replied earnestly, "I shall become the Grand Marshal and always be by your side." Hearing those words, Jinwoo smiled and said, "Then the Grand Marshal can stand on my right, and you can stand on my left." Hearing that, Baru became emotional, saying the king favored him but Jinwoo quickly cut him off, telling him, "Don't." Amused by the scene, Igris stepped forward and asked for permission to challenge Belian next, but Jinwoo quickly said, "You can be behind me." Their attention was drawn to a different commotion as they saw the dragons and Tusk preparing for a show of strength. Suddenly, the dragons unleashed a massive combined fire attack toward the sky, displaying their overwhelming power. However, Tusk simply smirked at the dragon's display. Using the power of the Orb of Avarice, he launched an enormous fire wave into the sky, one so powerful that it easily dwarfed the dragon's combined attack. The fiery spectacle was visible even from far across the ocean, lighting up the entire island. The dragons, now feeling irritated, watched as Tusk flexed his power in front of them, cheered on by the soldiers of Jinwoo's army. Watching all of this, Jinwoo thought to himself, "Isn't it kind of cheating to hold the Orb of Avarice during a competition?" Noticing some soldiers carrying materials, Jinwoo asked Belian what they were doing. Belian replied, "They are preparing a small resting area so you can stay comfortably while we are here." Belian then asked why Jinwoo hadn't recalled his shadow soldiers back into his shadow. Jinwoo answered, "I just wanted to let them have some time to relax. They were trapped in the dimensional rift for so long before we came here." Jinwoo then asked Belian if he wasn't saddened by the fact that he could no longer meet Ashbourne, the former Shadow Monarch. Belian responded, "I was by his side when he fought against the rulers who opposed the Absolute Being. I even self-proclaimed myself as his first soldier when he obtained the power of the Shadow Monarch.
Damn.
I was with him for almost an eternity, and not once did I doubt his decisions." Moved by Belian's loyalty, Jinwoo said,
This
"I want to hear
man
the story
got
of
angels on his
Belian
side.
warned him, "It may turn into a very long story," but continued saying, "It all began when I was still a fruit of the World Tree." He explained that all of the soldiers of the heavens are born from the branches of the World Tree, appearing first as fruits. The World Tree itself was so vast that its branches could cover the entire sky. Fast forward, we see Jinwoo cooking for his family, thinking to himself, "I must let people know about the existence of the 8 armies, who could arrive at any moment. I must tell them that a war is approaching." He reflected, "I cannot promise the safety of everyone, nor can I guarantee that the world will remain as it has been." That's how immense the power of the King of Dragons was when Jinwoo had witnessed it through Ashbourne's memories. Meanwhile, Gina was praising Jinwoo's cooking, telling their mother, "I never knew my brother could cook this well." Watching them enjoy the meal, Jinwoo thought, the King of Dragons and his armies brought everything before them to ruin and ashes. And now such enemies are targeting the earth. That's why everyone must prepare for what's coming. Sensing something was off, his mother asked, "Is something going on?" She explained that whenever his father was about to do something dangerous, he would also cook for her like this. "You really take after your father," she said warmly. Jinwoo reassured her, "It's nothing like that," and got up to answer the door saying, "I think we have a visitor." Gina mentioned that there hadn't been a doorbell sound, but Jinwoo opened the door anyway. Standing outside was Yu Myung-han, Jinho's father. He apologized for visiting without notice and asked if Jinwoo could spare a moment. As they walked together, Yu Myung-han said, "I woke up from eternal slumber thinking I was special, but I realized such miracles don't happen easily. Since only your mother and I have ever woken up from an eternal sleep, I couldn't help but suspect that it was you." Turning toward Jinwoo, he asked, "Why did you help me?" Jinwoo replied, "Because I judged you to be a trustworthy person. If you were someone who would do anything for power, I wouldn't have risked danger to save you." Hearing this, Yu Myung-han said, "I don't know how to properly express my gratitude," and offered to return at least half the favor, asking if Jinwoo needed anything. Jinwoo answered, "There's nothing I want. However, if something happens to me, could you take care of my mother and sister?" Fast forward, we see Woo Jin-cheol showing Jinwoo footage of a colossal gate that appeared over Shanghai, China. He explained, "It's not just China. 8 more colossal gates have appeared all around the world." He asked,
"What religion are you?"
Orthodox.
Muslim.
I'm a Jew.
Muslim. Muslim. In your personal experience, are all religions welcome here?
Of course. Why not? Muslims, Christians, Jewish lives together.
Hindu. Hindu?
Yeah.
We are Christians.
I am a Muslim.
We are Jewish.
Yes, Muslim.
Each one have his own, let's say, mosque or a church or something. Each one have his own place to practice religion.
And we live here in harmony.
So now there's a fucking community of church-going people that's from around the world. Awesome. Like a community of people from all around the world. From different religions.
Ground yourself in this moment.
Bro, fucking start.
He asked if those were also Jinwoo's soldiers, but Jinwoo shook his head. "No, they're our enemies," he said. Then Jinwoo asked Woo Jin-cheol if he trusted him. Without hesitation, Woo Jin-cheol answered, "Yes, I do." Jinwoo stood up and said, "Please trust what I am about to show you." He placed a finger on the chairman's forehead, transferring memories of the Dragon Monarch and the armies of the rulers directly into Woo Jin-cheol's mind. Overwhelmed, Woo Jin-cheol saw the history of the wars, the dungeons, and the terrifying power Jinwoo had faced. After Jinwoo removed his finger, Woo Jin-cheol gasped, panicked, impossible. How could such things exist? He confessed, "I always believed the power of hunters was a blessing for humanity. I thought we needed to fight demonic beasts to protect people. But if what you showed me is true, then my beliefs were nothing but arrogance." He realized, "I misunderstood everything. The awakened ones, they aren't just protectors. They are the ones able to survive the true war. It wasn't a simple war between humans and beasts. It was a war between monarchs and rulers, 2 forces possessing overwhelming power." Turning to Jinwoo with sweat forming on his brow, he asked, "Are you planning to fight against such enemies alone?" Jinwoo calmly answered, "Yes, I am." With a desperate look, Woo Jin-cheol asked, "How can we be of assistance to you?" Fast forward, we see a hall filled with hunters from around the world. Woo Jin-cheol asked a man if any more hunters were coming. He took, "No, sir. Only the 152 countries I reported to you this morning." The man asked him, "Just what did Hunter Sung Jinwoo tell you yesterday in the office? I've never seen your face become that pale." Woo Jin-cheol thinks back. An army of dragons appearing from within the darkness, and the single dragon flying behind the army. A majesty so overwhelming that even if every hunter in the world gathered to face it, they wouldn't be able to leave a scratch. The pressure from its power, enough to burn down all the lands in the world with a single breath, was something he could feel. Woo wonders, just how is Hunter Sung Jinwoo planning on fighting against them? He calls Jinwoo, saying, "I've gathered the representatives from every country, as you asked. Where are you right now?" As he was still on the call, Jinwoo appeared behind him, saying, "I've just arrived," and Woo puts away his phone, muttering, "I guess asking for your location is meaningless now." Woo warns Jinwoo that there will be chaos when people find out about this, and that some countries won't be able to handle it. Jinwoo replies, "I'm aware of that." Woo, still concerned about the consequences, says, "If that's really what you think, the truth will be uncovered to the world." Meanwhile, director David Brennan sits in a conference room thinking about how many important figures have gathered. Presidents, prime ministers, guild masters, and even the chairman of associations. Everyone must be feeling nervous about what Hunter Sung Jinwoo is about to tell
Some things you keep between us,
It would be great
Junior.
if Hunter Jinwoo said the gates won't cause much harm, like last time. Brennan thinks. But if he says the opposite, everyone will have to go through a rough time. After some
ready to
time,
look
Jinwoo
at
begins to speak. He tells the gathered officials that no one will be able to avoid the coming fight. They will appear before everyone's eyes, bringing destruction upon the world. Some people do not believe what Jinwoo says. They ask if he's claiming that even national-level hunters won't be enough. Jinwoo answers that at least a couple hundred demonic beasts, each one on par with Kamish, the greatest disaster in human history, will appear. Not even national-level hunters would be able to stop them. The crowd demands proof, saying otherwise they cannot believe what he's saying. In response, Jinwoo raises his hand, and everyone is horrified at the sight.
Wait, what if you related
Multiple
to this
gates
man?
appear behind him. The officials panic, thinking Jinwoo has the ability to create multiple gates at once. But Jinwoo explains, our enemy can create
We need to
gates
get your
whenever and
DNA.
wherever they wish, just like how I did. They're
Like, I
only
just
taking
like,
their
hold on.
time because of
I
the
think he
massive
looked
size
like
of their
him.
army.
He
A
did not
man
look like
sitting
my
next
dad.
to
He
Director
built like
Brennan
him.
shouts,
He looked like
could it
my
be that
nerd.
you're one of them?
Mhm,
And
he
the
looked
soldiers
straight
you brought
Mexican.
from the previous
Yeah,
gate?
none of that shit.
Did you bring them to kill us? But the very next second,
I mean, he's
shivering,
like
he corrects himself.
in that.
Of course,
And he
I
got that
trust you,
Guzman.
undersung Jinwoo. Director
Yeah,
Brennan
he
asked
is
Jinwoo,
Mexican, 'cause it is
now that we know what will come from the
Guzman's a
gate,
Mexican
what do we need
last
to
name.
do? Jinwoo replies, please stay away from the gates. Get as far away as you can. Fast forward, we see the empty cities after the warning that Jinwoo gave at the conference, as his speech created a massive ripple effect, warning that humanity would not be able to handle the number of demonic beasts that would come from the gates. Everyone tried their best to get as far away from the gates as possible. We see Jinwoo discussing the upcoming war with Igris. Igris tells Jinwoo that they don't stand a chance in an all-out war. On the ground, we see Baru and Bellion, as Jinwoo asks Bellion how much bigger he thinks the enemy army will be compared to theirs. Bellion replies that he expects their numbers to be at least 100 times larger. Hearing that, Jinwoo realizes they could be facing at least 10 million soldiers. The story shifts to Canada, where their S-rank hunter, Jay Mills, is being interviewed. Jay claims he does not believe a single word that Hunter Sung Jinwoo said at the gathering of world leaders. The interviewer points out that Hunter Sung Jinwoo is one of the greatest hunters in the world, and asks if it wouldn't be wise to heed his warning. Jay responds that no matter how great Jinwoo is, not everything he says should be taken as truth. The story then shifts back to Jinwoo, where he calls Baru and asks him to land. Baru obeys, and Jinwoo looks around, questioning if this place is really meant for him to live in, given its size and overwhelming atmosphere. Baru replies that he thought anything less wouldn't be fitting for Jinwoo, his liege. Looking at the huge castle, Jinwoo notices a flag and asks why it was put up. Bellion falls to the ground, and Jinwoo asks if it was his idea. Jinwoo then questions what would happen to the Shadow Army if the Shadow Monarch were to die, if Bellion would take over. Bellion explains that their lives are tied to the Shadow Monarch, and the moment Jinwoo dies would also be the moment they all perish. Later, Woo Jin Chol shows Jinwoo the interview of Hunter J. Mills, where Jay dismisses Jinwoo's warnings, saying they will fight the monsters coming from the gates. Woo explains that hunters have been gathering in Canada with Jay Mills as their leader. Additionally, strong hunters from other countries have been preparing for a major raid as well. Woo then asks Jinwoo what he plans to do. Jinwoo says he will head to China to assist them with a dungeon break. In his thoughts, Jinwoo acknowledges that it's impossible for him to face all 8 monarch armies at once. So he decides to eliminate the closest threat to Korea first to protect his family. Afterward, he will focus on taking care of the other monarchs. The longer the battle goes on, the higher the chances for Jinwoo and humanity to win the war. Fast forward, we see Jinwoo landing in China, where he is greeted by Hunter Liu Jigang. Jinwoo asks why he was there instead of government officials. Liu explains that they were busy preparing some foolish ceremonial placards, so he decided to personally welcome Jinwoo. As they start walking, Jinwoo notices that the gate is so massive that it's visible even from the airport. When they arrive at the location, Liu shows Jinwoo the team that is gathered under the gate to assist with the raid. He proudly declares that this is China's army of 100,000 hunters. Seeing the massive force, Jinwoo thinks to himself that with this many, they might actually have a chance in this war. Liu explains that it's not just a matter of numbers. These are China's elites, skilled individuals gathered from across the nation. After the preparations are completed, Liu informs Jinwoo that the raid would soon begin. Jinwoo then starts summoning his shadow army. Seeing the overwhelming number of summons, Liu is left speechless, realizing Jinwoo is operating on a completely different level. Liu asks if all of these are Jinwoo's summons. At that moment, Baru steps forward and warns Liu, saying, "The left side of the king belongs to me. Who dares to take my place beside the king?"
Throw it down, buddy.
Jinwoo quickly reassures Baru, saying Liu is an ally. As they are speaking, the gate begins to crack. Jinwoo prepares for monsters to pour out from the sky. But nothing happens. Bellion approaches Jinwoo, reporting that he senses no presence from the gate. Realizing something is wrong, Jinwoo asks Bellion about the other gates around the world. Bellion answers that, according to the reports from the other shadow soldiers, all the gates seem the same. Empty. Jinwoo quickly deduces the truth. The enemies had created multiple gates worldwide to divide humanity's forces. But in reality, they had concentrated all their army into a single gate, the one farthest from Jinwoo's location. The story shifts to Canada, where many hunters have gathered to defend against the expected monster outbreak. At the front stands Jay Mills, scoffing at the idea that everyone is placing their hopes solely on Jinwoo. Nearby, a crowd of protesters shouts, "We will not give up Canada. Our hunters will protect us and our land." Suddenly, the gate in Canada begins to break open. But again, no monsters emerge. Confused, the hunters stand their ground, waiting. Some whisper that perhaps Jinwoo was bluffing about the threat. Then, a humanoid figure slowly appears from the gate, hovering above them. At first, the hunters think it's just an ordinary human. The figure lands in front of Jay Mills and asks if he is their king. While Mills is confused, another hunter explains that demonic beasts are capable of crafting their own gear, using runic symbols, and living within a strict hierarchy, meaning they possess intelligence comparable to humans. They had simply chosen not to communicate with humanity until now. Hearing this, Jay Mills smirks, thinking that this must have been how Jinwoo managed to subjugate the monsters from the previous gate, by communicating with them. Mills, feeling confident, asks the entity, "What if I am the king?" However, the entity ignores him and mutters, "Looks like he's not here." 10 minutes earlier, back in China, we see Jinwoo asking the officials if there was no way to confirm what was happening in Canada. One of the officials tells him he will try something. Jinwoo then calls Adam White of the Hunters Bureau and asks what is going on with Canada's colossal gate. But as he hears the noise of the crowd in the background, Jinwoo realizes that Adam White is actually at the site in Canada. Jinwoo asks him what he is doing there, and White explains that they are on site at Canada's colossal gate, along with other Bureau agents. Jinwoo asks for the reason they had to be there, and White answers saying, "We couldn't just sit and watch the situation in Canada unfold. Many of our agents, including myself, were dispatched here." Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks to himself that they still don't realize the true scale of the enemy's army. He then asks about the current condition of the gate. Adam White tells him that the gate is empty, just like the other colossal gates that had appeared before. It was very quiet on site, and Jinwoo lets out a sigh of relief. However, White suddenly reports that something was emerging from the gate. A person. Hearing this, Jinwoo's eyes widen in shock. He shouts, telling White to run away from there as far as possible. But it was too late. In an instant, with a flash of light, all the hunters stationed in the front were turned to ash. Jinwoo urgently tells Adam that he still has time and must run away while he still can. But Adam White, stunned, reports that dragons are descending from the sky. An endless number of dragons and beasts begin pouring out of the gate. Adam says in disbelief, "How could this be? All kinds of demonic beasts have gathered in one place." Jinwoo thinks to himself that now it has come to this. He must save White. Because he had planted a shadow on Adam White beforehand, Jinwoo plans to use it to teleport him away. Just as he decides to act, a high orc appears in front of Adam White. Jinwoo quickly tells him that he's going to teleport him out of there. Before Jinwoo could teleport Adam White away, an entity approached White asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing the entity, White was frozen in terror, and with a shaky voice, he called out Jinwoo's name. In his final moments, he saw a fireball hurtling straight toward him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo, after hearing the loud blast, realized he was too late. He thought to himself, "I should have expected this. They know they are facing my shadow army, which only grows stronger the longer the battle drags on. Of course, my opponent would aim to minimize battles by concentrating their entire force in a single location, Jinwoo reflected. They had opened 8 colossal gates, following their original plan. In the end, they sent their entire army through the gate farthest from Jinwoo's position. Even if I moved there immediately, it would turn into an all-out war, Jinwoo thought bitterly. His plan to buy time had completely fallen apart. Back in Canada, Antres, the king of dragons and the monarch of destruction, stood smirking. He savored the moment, saying, "The sound of living beings' heartbeats, their screams and the destruction of creatures. It all resonates like music in my ears." He told the other monarchs that preparations were complete, and then ordered the army to destroy everything, declaring, "That is the sole mission of our existence."
The director of the Hunter Bureau, David Brennan, found himself sitting alone in his office with all lights switched off, while ignoring the endless streams of reports flooding into his desk as well as the incoming calls from the higher-ups. Inside his darkened office, images inside the muted TV screen flickered and danced. Monsters could be seen briefly in those images. He knew why the TV station covering the breaking news was playing the exact same footage over and over again. Because they are all dead by now. Just like every single Hunter Bureau agent sent there to support the Canadian hunters. Not one person would have survived that. Hunters, agents, reporters, and cameramen filming the scene. Every one of them dead. Thankfully, though, a cameraman risked his life and did his job, resulting in short footage that at least helped everyone with understanding the scale of the enemy's invading force. "It's all over," the director suddenly yelled out like a madman. Hunter Seong Jinwoo wasn't exaggerating back then. Dragons alone numbered in the hundreds. Behind those, giants, beasts, and insect-like things rushed out like tidal waves. They were creatures of calamity that mankind simply could never fight against. He now understood the reason why Hunter Seong Jinwoo repeatedly told everyone in no uncertain terms to distance themselves as far away from the gates. This world was now over. But, still, what a crazy bestard. Didn't Seong Jinwoo go to China with his summons in order to fight against creatures like that? How could he even think about fighting against them when he knew that such monsters existed? As the director's face paled like a man seeing a scary ghost, Jinwoo quietly spoke to him. "I'm looking for something." What could he possibly be looking for when the world was facing certain annihilation? No, besides all that, was the man in front of the director's eyes the real Hunter Seong Jinwoo, to begin with? Wondering if he got too drunk and was seeing things, the director roughly shook his head from side to side. But Jinwoo's figure became even clearer and in focus from that action. "What are you looking for?" "The rune stone." Jinwoo told the director precisely what he was here for. "The rune stone from Kamish, give it to me." His surprise lasted only for a short while. The director reflexively shook his head. As you may well know, Hunter Nim, the Kamish's runestone is the Hunter Bureau's. That was when his words came to a choking halt. This DMN work-related habit of his. What about the Hunter Bureau? So what? Never mind the Bureau. The whole of the United States of America was about to go up in flames. So who cared about a measly little runestone now? Looks like I haven't fully woken up from the booze yet. The director loudly slapped his cheeks with his palms. After his skin reddened up from the stinging impact, he finally felt as if his brain was getting in gear. His once blurry eyes regained their focus as well. He then arrived at a certain conclusion that to the Hunter Bureau, no, to the entire United States of America, the reason why Jinwoo wanted the rune stone in the first place was far more important than its financial value. A short bout of deliberation later, the director asked cautiously as to not sour Jinwoo's moods. "I can definitely give you the rune stone, but why do you need it?" Without a single shred of hesitation, Jinwoo replied back, "I'll use it as a tool for my counter-attack." Through the eyes of the system, Jinwoo got to confirm the skill sleeping within the rune stone in question pretty early on. It definitely contained a certain power of a dragon. There was a reason why he showed no interest whatsoever to this rune stone until now, though. This skill had a rather serious drawback, meaning it was a power he didn't need. However, the story has changed now. After descending to the 9th underground floor of the Hunter Bureau's HQ, the director and Jinwoo now stood before the reinforced glass case that housed the rune stone in question. "Hunter Nim, you once told me that the monsters of the dungeons were sent here by the beings called the rulers, didn't you?" "Yes, I did." "In that case, what are these rune stones found inside the bodies of the monsters?" "They are gifts from the rulers to enable humanity to hunt monsters down more efficiently. What the rulers wanted was to spread mana around this world through violent clashes between monsters and mankind. The sacrifices made by humans were simply a side effect, not their true end goal." Indeed, these rune stones, stones inserted into the monsters so, upon their deaths, their powers could be sealed within, were the sign of the ruler's consideration towards mankind's monster hunting. And so, Kamish's power was stored within this stone. Jinwoo took hold of the dragon's power that would play the crucial role in his fight back. The director tensely observed Jinwoo grasping the rune stone tightly and swallowed his dry saliva. Truly, can you truly stop the monsters with that thing? Well, I should at least give it a shot. Even at this very moment, the armies led by the Dragon Emperor were repeating the actions of destroying everything in their paths, and advancing forward before stopping to destroy some more. Thanks to the mana from the rulers fortifying the planet, the marching speed of the army of destruction had been pegged back somewhat. But that would only last for a short while. Soon, every inch of this land would be engulfed in the conflagration of war. There is something else as well. I'm looking for a person now. We're here. Jinwoo nodded his head, because the director simply led the visitor straight into the apartment. I didn't expect you to pay me a visit during such times. Jinwoo took a step forward and politely bowed his head towards the middle-aged woman. The moment she took a look at his entire being, she failed to stop the shocked gasp from bursting out of her mouth. Oh my gosh, he looked completely different from the last time she saw him. You're not the same person as the one I know. Her eyes began trembling fearfully. Back then, the darkness had been hiding deep within him somewhere, but now, he had become the perfect darkness itself. She could clearly see the power of death enveloping Jinwoo. However, he quickly shook his head and corrected her misunderstanding. I'm still the same person you know, madam, except that I've become one with the darkness you saw inside me. Which words in the known vocabulary would be adequate enough to describe this truly wondrous development? Madam, you said that you can glimpse into the future? Yes. To a certain extent, yes. In that case, can you tell me about my future? Before he was about to enter the battle properly, he wanted to see the end through her eyes first. He thought that, regardless of what she saw, he'd be more relaxed going in. Madame Selner hesitated somewhat before she nodded her head slowly. She reached out and grasped both of Jinwoo's hands and closed her eyes. To look deeper into the inner workings of the darkness, she needed a big dollop of courage for that. However, she couldn't dare to refuse the request of a warrior about to go to war against the foes that required a far greater level of courage than hers. No, the level of courage required would be so great that it defied all attempts to compare it. The time flew past as if it was merely a moment, and when she finally opened her eyes, uncontrollable tears began trickling down her cheeks. You, are you really going to carry all that burden by yourself? Jinwoo didn't answer her. But how can it be? How can just one person carry all those terrible burdens? Are you going to sacrifice one to save everyone? Jinwoo's expression brightened. Sounds like I can at least get that far. That's a relief. What do you mean? You're relieved. No one will be able to remember you. You'll end up fighting a lonesome battle all by yourself. Jinwoo let go of her hands as she tried to dissuade him. Back when he made up his mind to fight, he was already prepared to go that far. He took a step back from Madame and bade farewell in a dignified manner. I'm sorry for coming by unannounced and asking you for something like this. Xiang Jinwoo hunted in. Even before her earnestly pleading voice came to an end, Jinwoo slid into the shadow beneath his feet and disappeared from there. Jinwoo closed his eyes and began searching for the Dragon Emperor's aura within that massive army. As it turned out, it wasn't all that difficult to spot the center of the massive power that raged on like a violent storm and swallowing up everything in its wake. Found you. Jinwoo saw the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, the Sovereign of Destruction also saw Jinwoo. That sharp sensory perception that swept past it. There could only be one possessing senses like that. The Dragon Emperor abruptly came to a halt and glared in Jinwoo's direction. Its demonic snake-like eyes didn't shy away from the darkness in the distance for a long while. It had finally sensed the presence of the true enemy that could threaten its existence over yonder. That was why. The Shadow Sovereign and the Sovereign of Destruction glared at each other while transcending past the distance itself. The latter bared its fangs first. Its terrifying roar as loud as hundreds, no, thousands of lightning bolts exploding at the same time resounded throughout the entire planet. Murderous glare flickered for a moment within Jinwoo's eyes. Don't you worry, I'll see you soon. And when I do, Jinwoo swallowed back the words he wanted to say and submerged quietly into the shadow. If one were to transplant hell to earth, would it resemble something like this? The skies were filled with thick black clouds that showed no signs of abating. The ground below was, in turn, filled with blood, screams, ashes, and acrid stink. What is going on with that beastard, I wonder? After that brief stare down, the Shadow Sovereign went into hiding and didn't appear again, even until now. When he used his sensory perception to reveal his existence, the Dragon Emperor took that as the sign of the Shadow Sovereign finally declaring war. And that was why, for the first time in an extremely long while, the Dragon Emperor's heart that went dormant while wandering within the gap between dimensions.
When vacation calls, Emergency supports your immune system with so much more than vitamin C. Be ready to dive in with Emergency. And for on-the-go immune support, try Emergency Crystals. No water needed.
Piggy spent 6 hours in a smoke sauna.
Fascinating. They're very well constructed. The paper is high quality.
Sir? Wait, I thought I was in incognito mode.
Gone in incognito mode trying to fix a leaky sink?
Dimensions had begun beating powerfully once again. Finally, one of only a few enemies that could truly threaten its life had bared his fangs at it. The true war was at hand. To the Sovereign of Destruction, the sight of the battlefield filled with sheer, uncontrolled madness from all parties involved was pretty much the same thing as a marvelous gift from the heavens. Too bad. The event it had been waiting for didn't materialize. The Shadow Sovereign vanished without a trace and showed no signs of appearing again even after a nation of his kin had been annihilated completely. Of course, it'd be no different than killing himself to fight against the combined army of the Chaos World that easily numbered in the 10+ millions with just over 100,000 of his servants. However, if he was planning to run away from the get-go, he wouldn't have tried to threaten the Dragon Emperor even at the risk of exposing his current whereabouts. Could he be aiming for something else? The Dragon Emperor grew more anxious as time continued to pass by. Could it be? He's waiting for the annihilation of his kin so he can convert them all into his shadow soldiers. However, turning humans who didn't know how to wield mana into his soldiers wouldn't be much help against the army of destruction. Humans are coming, my liege. But didn't all the humans of this nation capable of wielding mana, hunters, die? If so, what could this be? The Dragon Emperor formed a puzzled expression and raised its head, and with excellent timing, countless missiles rained down from the sky. This was the final struggle of the weak creatures, so pathetically meaningless that even the Sovereign of Destruction felt sorry for them. Humans knew that their weapons not imbued with mana couldn't even touch a single hair on the army of destruction. Yet they stubbornly refused to give up. This is getting boring. The brows of the Dragon Emperor quivered slightly. Anxiety morphed into annoyance, and soon, annoyance transformed into anger. The Dragon Emperor warned its underlings not to make a move, and for the first time ever since setting foot in this world, revealed its true appearance. These fighter pilots had flown here while risking their lives in order to buy time. However little it'd be for the civilians to evacuate. But then, after seeing the truly nonsensical size of the personified calamity approaching them, every single one of these brave men and women became completely speechless. Mommy, the terror and shock of these pilots only lasted for a brief moment. Soon, the breath of pure destruction fired out in a straight line from the jaw of the calamity, swallowing up all of the fighter jets in the air. In less than 1 minute, the lives of these pilots couldn't even buy 1 minute, and their sacrifice was ultimately in vain. Unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor wasn't satisfied by these human sacrifices and raised its head to spew out a terrifying roar at the heavens. That was the Sovereign of Destruction declaring war against the Shadow Sovereign. Jinwoo also heard that roar. His eyes, closed in stillness so that he could organize his thoughts, quietly opened up. It's time. The moment his eyelids lifted up, the sight of the lodging Baru had constructed immediately entered his view. Darkness and silence seemed to have taken over the dominion of this needlessly humongous room. Was it because the current atmosphere resembled the moments of eternal rest? Jinwoo didn't dislike the combination of darkness and silence as experienced within this empty, wide-open space. He felt guilty about scolding Baru initially after clapping his eyes on this white fortress for the first time back then, so he quietly summoned the former Ant King to his side. Hey, Baru. Thanks. Baru had been silently waiting in Jinwoo's shadow until then. He sneaked his head out of the darkness below to speak. Oh, my king. Yeah, I know. Jinwoo cut off Baru's sentence even before another word could be uttered. This time, Bellion rose up to the surface from the side of the Ant King. It's far too dangerous, my liege. Even Ygritte emerged from below too, as if he was waiting for this chance. He knelt down and lowered his head, his voice sounding earnest. I share their opinions, my liege. All three marshals were trying to dissuade Jinwoo from enacting his plan. Wordlessly, their master studied the trio. Shadow soldiers would never die unless their sovereign was killed off, which meant that they would always worry about the safety of their sovereign first and foremost. However, sometimes one had no choice but to make a move even.
Brownie! I want brownie! Hold it on now. Everyone y'all want to get brownies, let me know. Do it. Yo, what's up, guys?
I'll clean it up. The brownies on.
Wash my hands.
Though he knew of the dangers waiting for him on the other side. For Jin Woo, this was one such occasion. Osborne, the former Shadow Sovereign, said that he liked this aspect of me. That would be the aspect of him willing to tackle the seemingly dangerous problem head on first to see what's what. Even though he looked cold and calculating on the outside, Jin Woo continued on. If he was in the same situation as I am now, what would he have done? Bellion recalled the past actions of the former Shadow Sovereign and realized that he couldn't readily provide an answer. Osborne, the former Shadow Sovereign, was someone who stepped up all by himself to try and stop the rebellion of every other fragment of the brilliant light marching forward to kill their creator, the absolute being. If it was him, he'd never give up on his duty regardless of the situation facing him. Once Bellion's thoughts arrived there, he raised his faltering head up high. Jin Woo was smiling back at him. They resemble each other. Jin Woo's face overlapped with that of Osborne's in Bellion's eyes just then. As expected, Bellion lowered his head again and made an earnest pledge towards Jin Woo. I shall accompany you till the end, my liege. It seemed that other marshals shared his sentiment because they no longer bothered to dissuade Jin Woo. Perfect. You should have come out like that from the beginning, you know. Jin Woo grinned refreshingly at them. He felt that there really wasn't much time remaining, and pulled out his phone from the pocket. This might prove to be his last chance to speak to his family. In the end, though, he couldn't bring himself to tap the call icon. He thought that, if he heard the voices of his loved ones now, he'd not be able to take another step forward. That's the feeling he got. The crushed phone slowly fell from Jin Woo's hand. It'd be perfectly fine to delay listening to their voices until the end of the upcoming battle. Wu Jinqiao squeezed his eyes shut. He just didn't feel confident of continuously watching the unfolding tragedy happening on the other side of the planet. Through Jin Woo's memory, he had witnessed the grand scale of the enemy's invading forces. He was being serious here. That was a calamity nothing in this world could defend against. The nation boasting the greatest combat strength, the United States of America, was crumbling helplessly at the hands of those DMN monsters. And right now, the only thing humanity could do was to pray for a miracle. Unfortunately, just what kind of a miracle would it have to be to stop those creatures? Please, I beg of you, don't. Although there would never be a reply. Wu Jinqiao still looked up at the ceiling of his office and whispered softly, "Don't forsake us." A fighter jet's engine was destroyed in an instant, and its pilot hurriedly attempted to eject from the plane. As this pilot made his rapid descent towards the ground, he began screaming out in despair as he watched his friends and colleagues getting massacred in the blink of an eye. Booming exploding noises and flashes of fireballs filled up the sky. The pilot continued to cry out the names of his dying friends even as the disorientating chaos pushed his head into a dizzy spin. The ground approached at the rate of knots. Just before he was about to become a flat pancake, his parachute unfurled itself in time. He messily tumbled and rolled around on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Even though the surroundings were filled with the acrid stink of blood and stinging fumes of chemicals, monsters still managed to sense the breathing of a life form from far away, and began rushing towards his location. The pilot hurriedly cut himself loose from the parachute straps and yanked out a pistol mounted on his hips. Die, you sons of BTChes. Several ear-piercing gunshots echoed in the air, but as expected, they were simply inadequate to slow down the monsters by one bit. Now that he ran out of bullets, the pilot instantly began regretting his actions. He should have reserved the last shot for his own final moment. His hands powerlessly sagged to the ground. The very first monster to arrive his location as he stood there dazed and numb was a denizen of the chaos world that resembled a giant cockroach. After seeing the insect-type monster utterly filling up his view, all strength in the pilot's legs abandoned him and he sunk down to the floor. A despairing moan leaked out of his mouth. Right at that moment, all those insects rushing at him were suddenly torn apart at once as if a claw from a gigantic creature took a swipe at them. Jesus Christ! His tearful eyes anxiously sought out the origin of that miracle. And soon, he found a single Asian man gently landing in front of his eyes, although it was only his back. The pilot found it not too difficult to guess this man's name by looking at the pair of uniquely shaped short swords in his hands. Xiang Jinwu, Hunter Jinwu Xiang. Jinwu took a look at the pilot behind him. There was an incredibly intense scowl on his face that made it hard to tell whether he was an ally or an enemy. But his eyes definitely said, "Run away, now." Sure enough, a horde of monsters far outnumbering the ones that got killed was rushing towards them from the distance. Jinwu furiously swung Kamish's rafts, resulting in the monsters to get torn apart into bits and pieces like dolls made out of paper. He had cut down dozens upon dozens of enemies with those two attacks, but that was like shaving a tiny piece off a massive iceberg. Enemies hundreds of times greater in number seemed to have latched onto the smell of combat that had taken place here. This would be the first steps of the war. His first victims would be with these insect-type monsters. Jinwu sucked in a quick but deep breath, and in the direction of the Chaos World, soldiers rushing towards his location. He spat out the two words that would become the turning point in this war. Rise up. As soon as Jinwu issued his command, All those insect monsters that got torn to shreds just now stood back up as new shadow soldiers. In the past, he also revived monsters that got killed during the battles and added them to his stock of soldiers. But these new additions were on a different scale altogether compared to those guys, quite far removed from the recent past when the system suppressed the powers of the Shadow Sovereign and resulted in the creation of shadow soldiers that were weaker than their living counterparts. Jinwoo was now the bona fide king of the dead, and the restrictions of the system no longer affected him. The Dragon Emperor, having never let its guard down once, finally detected the presence of the Shadow Sovereign towards the eastern front, right at the eastern end of the gigantic army spreading out with itself as the center. That was where the Shadow Sovereign decided to make his appearance. The king of demonic specters, the sovereign of transfiguration, addressed the Dragon Emperor respectfully. However, the latter raised its hand up and abruptly cut off the words of the former. Even though they were separated by an incredible distance, the Emperor of Dragons didn't miss the crucial fact that the Shadow Sovereign's loyal soldiers were not present within his shadow. What was the Shadow Sovereign thinking of by stepping into the battlefield without the army to protect him? At a casual glance, this seemed to be the most perfect opportunity to eliminate him for good. However, they simply couldn't mobilize the entire army when it was unknown what their enemy was scheming right now. In a way, doing precisely that might be the true aim of the enemy to begin with. Anxiety akin to a veil of fog clogging up one's vision grabbed hold of the Dragon Emperor, and it couldn't readily make its next move. The Sovereign of Destruction shifted its glare back towards the eastern battlefield, where Jinwoo was going on a rampage at the moment. The number of the Chaos World soldiers were decreasing at a noticeable rate, and at the same time, that Beastard's own forces were increasing rapidly. The decision needed to be made right now. The quicker the better. Too bad. The Dragon Emperor couldn't readily make a choice when the battlefield's direction was unfolding in an unexpected direction through one man's actions that seemed to defy all attempts to predict what his next moves would be. From a certain point onwards, Jinwoo gave up on consciously cutting down on the vast sea of enemies. There were simply far too many of them for that. The number of his own allies was increasing at a rapid pace, but still, the scale of the enemy forces was just so ridiculous that it almost rendered all of his actions so far inconsequential. After he sucked in a deep breath, Jinwoo entrusted himself not to his logical reasoning, but to his senses. When he did, reflexive movements that seemed to have transcended the limits of human anatomy began repeating as if he was a machine created solely to murder and destroy. Just one strike from him tore through hundreds of monsters, and then, rise up. Then, hundreds of new shadow soldiers joined his army. Screams of monsters reverberating from all corners completely filled up the battlefield. And so, just how much time went by in this manner? Jinwoo finally detected the approach of existences quite different from the forces of the Chaos World that he'd been fighting so far. He raised his head to spot hundreds of sky dragons, as well as dragonutes possessing humanoid appearances riding on top of them. Completely blanket the sky above. Is the army of destruction finally making its move? However, he still couldn't sense the presence of the Dragon Emperor yet. Not yet, huh? There was no need to be disappointed, though, because he had plenty of time on his hands, after all. Besides, if that Beastard was reluctant to make a move, then all he had to do was to give it a good enough reason. A dragon that was previously hidden from his view by the swarm of sky dragons revealed itself, and he witnessed a cluster of energy gathering in the flying creature's jaw. Sure enough, the horrifying breath of a dragon made up purely of flames fell from the sky. Having accurately fired the breath attack on the target, this dragon then increased its altitude. The enemy's presence couldn't be detected. Could the human have been melted away by its breath, then? Thinking that it had reached a safe enough altitude, the dragon stopped flying up and looked down at the ground to confirm the fate of the Shadow Sovereign. The raging flames died down, and the black smoke dissipated, but not a trace of the Shadow Sovereign could be seen anywhere. Where is he? It was then. A presence could be felt on top of the dragon's head. A chill-inducing sensation brushed past the back of this creature's neck, but by then, it was already too late. You be starred. Even before the dragon could look up, Jinwoo standing on its head stabbed down with Kamish's wrath. Sharp black aura shooting out from the tip of the short sword penetrated clean through the dragon's head and exited from underneath its chin. Rather obviously, the dead flying lizard lost its ability to stay airborne and helplessly fell towards the earth. Rise up. Just like that, the dragon and hundreds of dragonutes began rising up again right behind him. The Dragon Emperor also felt it. Its own army shouldn't even be compared to the ragtag bunch calling themselves soldiers that belonged to other sovereigns. But now, a portion of its proud army had been lost to the Shadow Sovereign. With that, The situation was now beyond the point of wait and see in regards to whatever schemes the Beastard had cooked up. The event of the Army of Destruction being swallowed up by the Shadow Sovereign must be prevented at any cost. The Dragon Emperor issued a new order to the ancient class dragons waiting for their chance to participate in the war. And just in case, it issued a different command to the Sovereign of Transfiguration. Hundreds of gates connected to the battlefield in the east suddenly materialized in front of the Dragon Emperor and the ancient class dragons. I shall not let you escape. With that thought in its head, the Dragon Emperor and its eyes burning in the flames of rage disappeared into the gate. Finally, the Army of Destruction, shrinking back and not doing anything until now, was forced to make their move after the Shadow Sovereign successfully managed to provoke them. Quite unlike in the east where the violent storms of power were on a collision course, a comparatively quieter battle was coming to an end on the opposite side, on the Western Front. The American military that had set up their final defensive line here was tragically being torn apart by the fangs and claws of the monsters. What these soldiers had bet their last hopes on were the weapons used by the hunters. Unfortunately, there was simply no way that these regular people could effectively use the hunter-issue weapons that were originally designed for raid situations. And so, the American military rapidly crumbled away in defeat. The role of the marauding army's spearhead for the Western Front was also given to the insect-type monsters that possess great agility and sharp senses. Just before their sharp mandibles split open wide to swallow him up, a certain figure stepped before the platoon commander faster than any of the insects could and took the hand grenade away, while blocking the attacks of the monsters with his bare back. The commander could only look up in a total daze at the man blocking his view, who was also at least a good 2 heads taller than he was, Thomas Andre. The surviving soldiers quickly recognized who these people coming to their aid were and bright expressions filled up their faces. It's the Scavenger. They're hunters from the Scavenger Guild. Thank you, Lord. As befitting a guild consisting of truly exceptional hunters, the current situation was resolved in no time at all. However, they didn't have any breathing room whatsoever as yet another wave of monsters was madly rushing towards them. Thomas Andre's ultra-sharp glare swept across the incoming enemies. Orcs, ogres, trolls, minotaurs, cyclops, etc. All of them were monsters commonly seen inside dungeons. No matter how many of them were here, they didn't pose any challenge to him. Except, in the middle of this sea of weaklings, there hid a nonsensically powerful being. Just like how other monsters were scared by Thomas's presence, he too couldn't make a move because of that one presence. Eventually, this creature slowly walked to the front of the horde, as if it was done observing the situation. The king of monstrous humanoids formed a sinister grin. The sovereign of beastly fangs did indeed possess powers of a predator, but basically, it was more specialized towards hunting down its prey instead. However, this particular king was different from its now dead comrade in that it ruled over monstrous humanoids such as orcs and ogres, and its speciality was in up-close and personal physical confrontations. So, it was quite obvious that it'd find this human acting so flippant when he had only a pathetic little bit of strength to fall back on rather humorous to behold. The king of monstrous humanoids, the sovereign of Iron Body, began unleashing its enormous mono reserve, pressuring the opponent's fighting spirit through aura alone. This was a display of confidence from the sovereign, implying that it could easily kill off a measly human like Thomas Andre in a heartbeat. But then, in stark contrast to the hunters behind him with their rapidly paling complexions, the vessel of the rulers didn't seem to lose his relaxed demeanor at all. The sovereign began to wonder if this human had some sort of a scheme, a trick up his sleeve. But then, the darkness suddenly spread out from beneath his feet and in the blink of an eye, completely covered up the land. The sovereign's brow quivered greatly. Shadow. This was, without a doubt, the skill belonging to the Shadow Sovereign. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rose up from right behind Thomas Andre. The Grand Marshal Bellion sent his greeting in a polite yet still threatening tone of voice. And right behind him, over 130,000 shadow soldiers, hiding within Thomas Andre's shadow while patiently biding their time, were rising up above the ground at the same time. The elite shadow soldiers numbering over 130,000 that managed to survive the last war under the guidance of their sovereign erased their presence as much as possible and hid within the human's shadow. It was a trap, now suddenly finding itself coming face to face with the Shadow Army. The sovereign of Iron Body felt this dizzying sensation of being sucked into a quagmire. They got me. Currently, the army manning the western battlefront didn't possess enough power to face off against the Shadow Army. Not only that, the ones leading this army of the dead were Bellion and Ygritte, so the sovereign in charge now had to worry about its own neck instead. Most likely, the Shadow Army, no, the Shadow Sovereign, was aiming for this result. I need to let them know. The Sovereign of Iron Body urgently tried to communicate with the Dragon Emperor. However, some kind of power was blocking its attempts to send the word out. Could it be? Did the Shadow Sovereign plan this far ahead? The Sovereign of Iron Body hurriedly activated its sensory perception to locate the source of the power interrupting the contact with the other side. When it did, it discovered a certain high orc shaman standing next to Ygritte, diligently murmuring out some kind of an incantation while holding onto something small in his hand. That DMN creature's spell was disrupting all forms of communication with the other sovereigns. The spell from the Commander Grade Fangs, now that he had experienced a rebirth as a true Shadow Soldier, as well as borrowing the power of the Bead of Avarice, was more than strong enough to perform that role. Fangs blushed slightly when his gaze met that of the king he used to serve. Even then, he didn't try to stop casting his spell. The king of monstrous humanoids, the Sovereign of Iron Body, felt as if it was being made fun of after looking at Fang's smile. An uncontrollable rage welled up from deep within. No, hang on. This tactic was not something the Shadow Sovereign would have cooked up, never mind his Shadow Soldiers. Indeed, this was not how the Shadow Army conducted its business. This army used to proudly announce the approach of unavoidable death right in front of their enemies every single time. This was a human's way of thinking. The current Shadow Sovereign, the human, had perverted how the war was supposed to be fought. Didn't he possess any pride as a sovereign? Now thoroughly enraged, the Sovereign of Iron Body expanded its muscles. As his body ballooned up to a near bursting size, thick veins bulged up on its various muscles. The Sovereign of Iron Body roared out. It then arrived right in front of Fangs in less than a blink of an eye, but its path was suddenly blocked off by Baru. The former Ant King grabbed both hands of the Sovereign and began a contest of pure physical strength. He glared at the enemy and growled in the language of the monsters. As a reply, the Sovereign of Iron Body exerted enough power to twist and yank off Baru's arms while shouting out even louder than before. And when that happened, an ear-splitting screech exploded out from Baru's mouth as his entire body quickly expanded to double his previous size. The Dragon Emperor saw it. It saw the corpses of countless soldiers of the Chaos World that died during its brief period of hesitation, as well as the number of Shadow Soldiers that matched those that had fallen. Figurative flames erupted out from the Dragon Emperor's eyes as it strode outside the gate. The end of its glare was locked onto Jin Wu, currently swallowing whole a portion of the Chaos World's army after becoming a literal giant storm in their midst. The man, that beastard, must die. The Dragon Emperor didn't even have the necessary time to transform back to its original appearance, so it hurriedly fired the breath of destruction. Instead, it's him. Jin Wu's figure vanished from the spot. Right afterwards, all the soldiers of the Chaos World as well as the new Shadow Soldiers were exposed to the breath and got incinerated without a trace. Jin Wu made his timely escape and settled down on a location not too far away, ending its breath attack. The Dragon Emperor glared right at him. Countless gates opened up behind it, and through them, ancient-class dragons and dragonutes revealed themselves. And so, the king of Berserk Dragons, the Sovereign of Destruction, had entered the fray. What appeared now alongside it was the main portion of the Army of Destruction. Forces capable of destroying this planet in one day had been mobilized in their entirety just to deal with the lone Shadow Sovereign. And in front of them stood the King of Kings, the sovereign that lorded over other sovereigns, the Dragon Emperor. Just like the army of dragons choosing to stand behind the Dragon Emperor, the Shadow Soldiers also stood right behind Jin Wu. Advance. Jin Wu had his Shadow Soldiers, initially brought to one location, march forward again. An expression of confusion floated up on the Dragon Emperor's face. He saw my soldiers, yet he wishes to confront me head-on. Those were the actions of an insane fool. As if to mock the Dragon Emperor's suspicion, the Shadow Soldiers simply rushed forward towards their enemies. Dragons immediately fired powerful, vicious flames at them. With that, Shadow Soldiers were enveloped in flames before disappearing away like expendables, with nary a hint of regeneration happening among them. Almost instantly, the Dragon Emperor realized that these were simply decoys to buy time. Where is he? It quickly expanded its sensory perception. The Shadow Sovereign was using his shadow to escape to somewhere. Seeing this shameful sight, the Dragon Emperor formed a mocking grin. It seemed that the human beastard was planning to slowly shave down the forces of the Chaos World by repeating the tactics of hit and run. But he had made one crucial oversight, something he had failed to consider, and that would be the fact the leader of the enemy's forces could chase after him no problem. The Dragon Emperor easily traced Jin Wu's shadow now being connected to the Western Front. There you are. It had never let him get away. The Dragon Emperor quickly generated a gate connected to the exact spot where Jin Wu had fled to and jumped in without hesitation. Just as it took the first step out of the gate, it was greeted by the sight of the 130,000-strong great army surrounding it. That wasn't all. Jinwoo had been waiting for the Dragon Emperor's arrival and spoke in a calm voice when it did show up. Rise up. Just one command, and every single creature belonging to the western portion of the Chaos Army that were killed at the hands of the true Shadow Army rose up as new Shadow Soldiers. The Dragon Emperor took a sweeping look at the Shadow Soldiers that now numbered well past 200,000 and spoke. Draw your enemy to the battlefield of your choosing and establish the upper hand. Since the Shadow Army was facing an overwhelmingly disadvantageous number of enemies, the current tactic could be seen as a must. But still, a mocking grin didn't want to leave the face of the Dragon Emperor. It finally understood what the scheme of the Shadow Sovereign was. Although the process of uncovering the plot resulted in the loss of the western portion of the Chaos World's army, that was not a large cost to bear as long as the Shadow Sovereign could be killed here today. Even losing half of all the soldiers would not be a loss. Fear would bloom in one's heart when one couldn't predict the events of the future. But its opponent had been laid bare here. The Dragon Emperor chuckled and looked back at Jinwoo. In reality, there stood a certain sovereign that could be seen as the greatest sorcerer in the Chaos World waiting right behind the Dragon Emperor. Not too long afterwards, the Sovereign of Transfiguration waiting for the surprise attack from the Shadow Army created countless gates that connected two battlefields. Before long, a seemingly endless number of soldiers from the Chaos World poured out before the measly 200,000 or so Shadow Army. So, how do you feel now? With this, your plan has been smashed to bits. Your miscalculation will result in your death today. The Dragon Emperor stared at Jinwoo with a triumphant expression on its face. However, Jinwoo grinned as his reply. He actually smiled right back at the Dragon Emperor in his satisfied expression. He got suckered in. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor had acted exactly according to his will. The King of Berserk Dragons, of course, didn't miss that brief flash of a smile on the human's face. He smiled. Sure enough, the summoning of the Shadow Soldiers was cancelled in an instant, and they all got sucked into the dark shade below the Shadow Sovereign's feet. Just what was this human thinking? Withdrawing his soldiers now was no different from trying to kill himself. If he had no soldiers to buy him time, then he'd not even be able to escape to somewhere else, either. Even if he didn't want to lose his precious Shadow Soldiers, no one would have taken him for a fool who would expose his back to his mortal enemies while hurriedly scurrying away. Before Jinwoo could do something else, the Dragon Emperor closed the distance first. At the same time, the entirety of the forces of the Chaos World also pounced towards Jinwoo's direction. The gazes of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers still breathlessly emerging from the gates were locked on Jinwoo, and Jinwoo alone. It was then, just as the Dragon Emperor arrived right before Jinwoo's nose and reached out towards him. At that moment, Jinwoo's eyes changed to resemble a dragon's. Only then did the Dragon Emperor realize that something had gone terribly awry. A moment of stillness came and went. From Jinwoo's mouth, a loud and vicious roar exploded out. It was the cry from the soul that pushed every single being near him, every single being weaker than him, into a state of pure despair. It was the dragon's fear, the vilest and cruelest skill of dragons he learned from Kamish's rune stone. He hadn't been interested in it since its powers didn't differentiate allies from enemies, but now it's different. The skill that drove hundreds of elite hunters gathered to hunt down a dragon to the pits of hell had now been used against the dragons, instead. Just like how Kamish had done to the human hunters all those years ago, the Shadow Sovereign froze up all the soldiers of the Dragon Emperor, too. There was no being alive that could break from the effects of fear produced by the near-bottomless supply of mana belonging to the Shadow Sovereign, save for one lone individual, and that would be the Dragon Emperor. After making every single one of the enemy forces freeze up in an instant, Jinwoo reached out and grabbed the Dragon Emperor's arm next. The brows of the King of Berserk Dragons crumpled. Jinwoo gripped the arm tighter as a grin suffused on his lips. You, come with me for a sec. Having succeeded in his endeavor of inviting the Dragon Emperor to the true battlefield of his own choosing, Jinwoo quickly distanced himself away from his opponent. And now, finding itself in a location very far away from its underlings, the creature began scanning the surrounding scenery with mystified eyes. A place on the opposite side of the world from where your army is. What particularly drew one's attention was this huge white-colored fortress built up on the top of a hill. The Dragon Emperor pointed at it with a black flag flapping in the wind on top. Something like that. Why did Jinwoo briefly feel apologetic to Baru all of a sudden? Of course, there was no reason to get suckered into his enemy's pace now, was there? Well, I think the building's just about the perfect size to commemorate your death today. Only then did the gaze of the Dragon Emperor fix on Jin Woo. He didn't try to avoid meeting that glare. The Dragon Emperor had been surrounded. However, its expression was not as gloomy as one would hope for in the current situation. The thing was, although it didn't mind the types of battles where it had used the overwhelming numbers to completely massacre its enemies, it also found the exact opposite of that situation quite enjoyable too, where it'd get to overwhelm the enemies alone. In short, it was an existence born solely for warfare. It was the incarnation of destruction. One who would not mind its own demise if it was all for the sake of blood, screams, madness, and destruction swirling in a dizzying storm of warfare. That was why the Dragon Emperor could smile brightly. At the end of those words, that smile vanished from the creature's face. Jin Woo also sensed something at the same time. His senses that had far surpassed the limits of a normal human continuously rang loud warning bells. Along with a chill running down his spine, goosebumps broke all over his skin. It was then, like a scene from an unrealistic movie, a truly frightening roar scary enough to stop one's heart just from hearing it exploded out of the Dragon Emperor's mouth. This was the Dragon Emperor's fear, the ruler of all dragons. The level of terror previously never experienced before slammed into the Shadow Army like a massive shockwave. A seemingly endless chain of ripples began shaking the atmosphere. Even the ground quaked violently, as the shaking akin to an earthquake rocked the world. Jin Woo detected an extreme amount of terror, pain, and confusion from his soldiers, and he urgently brought them back inside his shadow. During that process, vicious dizziness assaulted him and he wobbled unsteadily for a moment there. The Dragon Emperor finally ended its roar. The corner of its lips curled up after seeing how pale Jin Woo's complexion was. The Dragon Emperor extended its hand out towards Jin Woo. His gaze slowly lowered towards the extended hand. Jin Woo gaze briefly lingering on the hand gradually rose up again until it stopped at the Dragon Emperor's face. The creature was carrying an expression full of compassion. A gentle smile formed on the Dragon Emperor's lips now. Once we cooperate and defeat the forces of the rulers, not only you and your family, even your country, no, even more than that, everyone living on this land will gain peace and freedom. That was the promise the Dragon Emperor was making here. Did he get enticed by the offer? A thin smile slowly spread on the face of the Shadow Sovereign as he quietly listened to the tempting words. The King of Dragons also formed a smile of its own. Too bad. Jin Woo's reply was rather curt in nature. Don't make me laugh. The Dragon Emperor's expression hardened after hearing that pointed retort. You want me to trust a beastard with the eyes of someone that can barely hide its desire to kill me. The King of all Dragons grasped its forehead and guffawed for a long time. Its laughter must have contained mana, because every single wave of sound emitted by the creature caused a powerful reverberation within Jin Woo's heart. When it finally took its hand away from its forehead, both of its wide-open eyes had changed to that of a reptile's. It's coming. The massive dragon was trying to stomp him to death, so Jin Woo quickly evaded that and ran to create some distance before summoning up the Sky Dragon Kaisel. His mount was already getting ready to take off, so as soon as it emerged from the shadow, it flew up into the air. Jin Woo quickly climbed up on its back. Kaisel rose up as fast as it could. Jin Woo then had his ride changed to...
Where'd this come from?
The pantry.
Where'd you come from?
The pantry.
Looking to stand out in today's job market? Southern New Hampshire University can help with affordable career-focused grad programs like psychology, cybersecurity, and our MBA. You'll gain the skills employers are looking for.
What pulled me to a master's degree was the fact that it was online. It was at my pace.
And wherever your career takes you, your SNHU degree can help you reach your goals.
There's always somebody there who can help you. You don't have to do it alone. I really mean that too.
Visit snhu.edu today to get started.
I see infinite possibilities with flow.
What manner of magic is that?
Lather, rinse, repeat. It never feels like an out. It's not your products, it's your water. Culligan water softeners prevent damaging hard water buildup, revitalizing your hair and skin. Upgrade your routine with Culligan.
Directions and descend towards the Dragon Emperor's location. As if it was waiting precisely for that, the dragon made up of flames fired a breath of destruction. Go down. Almost at the same time as the blinding flash of light exploded forth from the Dragon Emperor's jaw, Kaisel descended at the rate of knots, the flames capable of erasing everything. The chill-inducing white beam of light brushed past right above Jin Woo's head. Kaisel followed after its master's instruction to descend closer to the Dragon Emperor while barely managing to sidestep the breath continuously pouring out towards it. Jinwu gathered every drop of his mana while riding on the back of his mount. You did well, Kaisel. The gathered mana flowed into the Kamish's wrath held in his right hand. The black aura danced and tumbled about as if to signal that it was ready for that final strike. With everything in his power, Jinwu swung his sword containing all of his might towards the Dragon Emperor. The black aura that looked capable enough to tear through anything in a single breath split up like the claws of a predator, and took a powerful swipe at the head of the flaming dragon. However, how can this be? Jinwu's brows shot up high. There wasn't even a scratch on the creature's flaming scales. Instead, the unscathed Dragon Emperor began raising its head towards him. Jinwu's expression crumpled. Is it breath again? He got ready to quickly descend again in case another round of breath of destruction came at his way. But he was greeted by an ear-splitting roar instead. Dragon fear. Jinwu had developed some amount of immunity after experiencing it the last time. But it was a different story for his sky dragon. He couldn't withstand the roar from the Dragon Emperor and froze up in midair. Without even giving him any time to unsummon Kaisel, in came the ruthless beam of light signaling true destruction spat out by the king of all dragons. Even though they were in a free fall, Kaisel still twisted its body to push Jinwu away to a safer location, and collided head-on against the breath of destruction with its body. Jinwu cried out as he watched Kaisel disintegrate in an instant, not even leaving behind ash in the process. Utterly disregarding his wishes, the sky dragon was erased from existence without a single trace. Jinwu bit his lower lip and fired mana out from behind to fly into the chest area of the Dragon Emperor in an instant. And to make sure he wouldn't fall off, he grasped tight the scale of this nonsensically humongous creature. His palm was instantly scorched by the ultra-high temperature. Jinwu gritted his teeth and raised up the Kamish's wrath held in his other hand up high above his head. The short sword held in reverse grip was enveloped in the dancing black aura. Crack. The blade stabbing down with all his might managed to break past the scale, but that was all it could do. Sensing this ominous chill creep up behind his neck, Jinwu hurriedly took a look behind him. The giant arm of the Dragon Emperor was swinging closer to his location. To dodge that, he unhesitatingly jumped down. He rained down so many attacks, yet the Dragon Emperor remained standing, imperious like the legendary Mount Tai. It possessed the level of defense and attack power that not even giants could match up to. He realized that he couldn't subjugate this dragon by relying on the same tactics. I need stronger power. Indeed, he needed an even stronger power, the power that might bring down a giant covered in thick armor with nothing but bare hands. Just like how an insect small enough not to be noticed by one's eyes couldn't do much about a human being. One needed to become a mountain if a mountain was blocking his path. It was then, hang on, armor is it. A certain possibility flashed by like a bolt of lightning in Jinwu's head. If he could manipulate the power of darkness to create regular-sized armors, then couldn't he also be able to create something much larger and thicker than that, too? When his thoughts reached that far, the shadow beneath Jinwu's feet suddenly began growing much larger. Even the Dragon Emperor noticed this change. The blackish liquid bubbled and rose up from that shadow to wrap around the Shadow Sovereign, layer upon layer, his size abruptly increasing at an alarming rate. What is this human beastard trying to do now? The Dragon Emperor saw it. It clearly saw a gigantic shadow tall enough to touch the skies standing there proudly, and perhaps trying to reject an existence that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of black lightning bolts could also be seen violently roiling and crackling beyond the shoulders of this black shadow. Spiritual body manifestation. No, that couldn't be right. The Shadow Sovereign used to be one of the fragments of brilliant light. He didn't have any other hidden form to activate, and how he appeared was how he looked. However, how could the current Shadow Sovereign assume such a massive form right this moment? Could it be? When a certain theory brushed through its head, the eyes of the dragon quaked in sheer surprise. The beastard. Could he be summoning the power of death to the surface world? But how could that be? How could a man who used to be a normal human not too long ago control the power of death to such an astonishing degree? Another sigh of admiration left the mouth of the Dragon Emperor. There was a reason why the previous Shadow Sovereign, Osborne, chose to hand all of his power over to a measly little human being. Without a doubt, this human must die. As expected, he's far too dangerous. While the dragon silently glared at its opponent, the giant Shadow Sovereign was also doing the same thing in silence. Having become this gigantic Shadow Sovereign, Jinwu shifted his surprised gaze lower to his hands that had also grown into a size easily exceeding his own imagination. Is this really me? He tried to move his fingers. The ginormous body that had become the darkness itself began moving according to his will. It wasn't just his body that had grown huge, though. From deep within his gigantic frame, the kind of dizzying power that defied all attempts to estimate how big it was gushed out infinitely. He had truly become a mountain in order to bring down another mountain. Jin Wu raised his head back up again, and there it was, the personification of destruction rushing towards him. Violent flames and black lightning bolts scattered in all directions. Jin Wu propped his body with his legs extended to his rear and stopped the charge of the Dragon Emperor. Their physical strength was about evenly matched. An even contest of strength briefly played out before the dragon suddenly bit Jin Wu on his shoulder. Crimson red flames danced around the bitten part. Jin Wu didn't panic, though, and proceeded to grab and yank at the dragon's horn to pull the creature's head away. And then one more punch to its face. This time, though, the Dragon Emperor wasn't pushed back. Almost as soon as it was shoved back, the dragon pounced towards him again, before opening its huge maw wide to take a big bite of Jin Wu's side. For the first time since he began fighting against the Dragon Emperor, Jin Wu couldn't hold back and spat out a pained cry. He used his elbow to smack down on the dragon's head several times, but the creature still lifted him up in the air, and began shaking him around without mercy. An incredible pain akin to his waist being snapped in half rushed up from below. Deciding that enough damage had been inflicted on its enemy, the Dragon Emperor threw Jin Wu to the ground. That was followed by another round of breath of destruction pouncing on him. When the conflagration-like breath swept by, one of Jin Wu's arms had vanished. However, he didn't scream in pain. He just gritted his teeth. Whenever the two collided, the ground quaked and the heavens screamed. Every plot of land being showered by the falling flames was scorched black. Every square inch being struck by the black lightning bolts was ripped apart without mercy. A desperate battle ensued. From the sideline, Fangs witnessed the battle between two sovereigns with dazed eyes. At this grandiose yet frightening spectacle unfolding right before his eyes, the High Orc shaman was left completely flabbergasted, unable to turn his head away nor close shut his slack jaw. What if the Absolute Being created these beings in order to witness a fight of this magnitude? If that was the case, the High Orc Shadow Soldier thought that he might sort of understand the reasoning behind the decision. Indeed, the battle between these two was no doubt a world-ending calamity, but, at the same time, it was a spectacular once-in-a-lifetime event as well. Tears slowly fell from the eyes of Fangs as he continued to take in the sight of two godlike beings colliding with everything they had. The power of destruction and the power of death smashed into each other, writhed around, and shook the world to its very core. Lightning bolts, sparks of flames, and the screams of air being torn endlessly reverberated throughout the land. Eventually, the light receded and silence descended on the land. Jin Wu reverted back to his human form from the giant shadow. He lay sprawled on the ground and panted heavily. His entire body was burning up as if flames had scorched him. He was covered in wounds from head to toe. His current status was an utter mess. He did his absolute best to control his heavy breathing while sucking in a lot of air. A short while later, he forced his fatigued body to slowly stand back up. Just beyond the veil of thick fog kicked up from the explosion, someone was making its approach towards him. Jin Wu could only marvel wryly as the Dragon Emperor, in its human form, revealed itself. What a monster! The Dragon Beastard was not okay either, but compared to Jin Wu's own condition, it was noticeably better off. That's my line. Too bad. Jin Wu wanted to save the energy required to make that retort, so he had to swallow back his opinion. Instead, he wordlessly summoned the pair of Kamish's rafts and held them tightly. The Dragon Emperor also unsheathed its sword as well, even though it no longer possessed enough strength to maintain its spiritual body manifestation. The king of all dragons still scrounged up every little bit of remaining energy in order to kill the human for good. The Dragon Emperor arrived before him in just one step and swung its longsword at him. The pair of short swords and one longsword clashed and clanged chaotically. Every time sparks flew off from their clashing blades, sweat and blood sliding off their wielders' bodies rained down on the surroundings. It was then one of the Kamish's rafts shattered after its edges had been badly damaged from attacking the Dragon Emperor's toughened steel-like scales earlier. He managed to tilt his body in time to let the longsword cutting down diagonally brush past him, but that resulted in him losing balance for a brief moment. The Dragon Emperor didn't miss that opening. It thrust forward its weapon in the blink of an eye and penetrated Jin Wu's midriff. His actions came to an abrupt halt at the weapon that was uncomfortably close to his vital point. The Dragon Emperor chuckled as it addressed him, not even once doubting that it'd end up as the victory. The dragon in human form looked down at the face of its helplessly cornered enemy. Jin Wu readily agreed with the Dragon Emperor's assessment. You're right. Its conclusion is around the corner. The dragon formed a half-puzzled and half-satisfied expression and scanned Jinwoo's grievously wounded body before asking him a question. It was then he seemed energyless and defeated, pretty much ready to give up. But in an instant, the light gleaming within Jinwoo's eyes changed. The Dragon Emperor urgently thrust the blade forward. To its great surprise, however, Jinwoo unexpectedly pushed himself forward instead of dodging backwards. The longsword brushed past his artery with barely a hair's width. I can do this, by paying the price of a grievous wound. Jinwoo got near the Dragon Emperor's vicinity. He then summoned his father's short sword stored in his inventory. The dragon's eyes widened. Even before the creature could decipher this new turn of events, Jinwoo's short sword stabbed deeply into his enemy's chest. The blade penetrated past the chest armor and stabbed the dragon's heart. Out of the blue, a loud chorus of vigorous warcry exploded forth from the heavens. The Dragon Emperor raised his head. It was greeted by an unbelievable spectacle just then. The army of the rulers, the soldiers of the heavens, were endlessly pouring out from a gigantic gate that wasn't there before. Their flapping wings began filling up the gloomy, clouded sky with the colors of whitish silver. Impossible. The Dragon Emperor inwardly freaked out. Without a doubt, there was no gate when it arrived here. So, just from where did that gate come from? And how could the soldiers of heaven enter this world so quickly? One would need an incalculable amount of energy to open up a portal connecting this world to the other side. So how? When its thoughts reached that far, the Dragon Emperor looked down with its trembling eyes at Jinwoo on the ground, currently panting heavily on his knees. It wasn't the difference in experience levels, but he had been working towards this end result from the very beginning. To call the allies from the other side by tearing the space up with the collision of two great sources of power. The reason for attracting the attention of the army of the Chaos World. The reason for bringing it to this desolate location. The dragon took that as the human not wanting their battle to be interrupted by outside factors. But as it turned out, the Shadow Sovereign had a different goal altogether. Even then, the Dragon Emperor couldn't finish its sentence. There was a way, the vessels of the rulers. Weren't there still a few vessels, connected to the rulers through the lending of their powers, left on this planet? And that was how the fragments of brilliant light were able to prepare a gate in this location. The Dragon Emperor glared at Jinwoo. Just for that 1 in 10,000 chance, he had chosen the method where even if he lost the fight, he'd still win the war before starting this battle. It was a complete defeat for the dragon, who only focused on the fight in front of its eyes and nothing else. Jinwoo, barely managing to hold back the dizzying pain from all of his wounds, formed an energyless smile. It was you, wasn't it? It was you who told the sovereigns of White Flames and Beastly Fangs to ambush the Shadow Sovereign from behind. Rather than answering right away, Jinwoo looked up at the sky filled with innumerable winged soldiers. He lowered his gaze back down to the Dragon Emperor a little later and formed a grin. Osborne wanted me to pass along this message. Jinwoo slowly unfurled his middle finger. The Dragon Emperor exploded in pure rage just then. The deadly sharp claws rushed towards defenseless Jinwoo kneeling down on the ground. Too bad, those claws couldn't reach him. The dragon raised its head next. From above, 6 angels, each with 3 pairs of wings, slowly descended all around the creature. Indeed, the conclusion of this battle had been around the corner. The Dragon Emperor recalled the brief conversation he shared with Jinwoo, and began forming a self-mocking smile. Soon, the spears belonging to the rulers penetrated the Dragon Emperor from all directions. While he was stewing in his emotions, the most brilliant light finished giving commands to its soldiers and returned to where he was. A truly beautiful life form that no known expression in human language could adequately describe folded its proudly unfurled 6 wings at once, after landing in front of Jinwoo. Other rulers also landed behind the most brilliant light one by one. It studied Jinwoo's current condition. At a casual glance, he seemed to be any other regular human being. However, this lone human managed to bring an end to the war between us and the sovereigns. Who could have imagined such a thing? Who could have thought that the curtains on the eternal war, with seemingly no end in sight, as designed by the absolute being, would be closed by a weak existence in a world so far away? Jinwoo wordlessly looked at the ash falling from the sky before shifting his gaze to look.
Take action with Rogaine, the #1 dermatologist recommended brand. Rogaine. Keep your head in the game.
Introducing Domino's new Parmesan Stuffed Crust Pizza. If you love our buttery tasting pan pizza, just imagine it's stuffed with melty cheese and finished with...
At the brilliant light. There's a favor I want to ask you, although it might come across as a bit too big for a gesture of saying thanks. The brilliant light formed a slightly puzzled expression. The power of the Shadow Sovereign could very well be on the same level, no, maybe even greater than its own. However, such a being was asking for a favor, as if to lessen the confusion within the head of the brilliant light. Jin Wu answered first before the obvious question could be asked. It's something only you can do. The angel with 6 wings nodded its head. The Shadow Sovereign played an important role in killing the Dragon Emperor, and the rulers now owed him a large debt of gratitude that couldn't easily be repaid. There certainly was no excuse not to fulfill his favor. However, a rather difficult favor came out from Jin Wu's mouth. One more time. Can you use the Chalice of Rebirth one more time? The brilliant light felt a shock akin to someone hitting it at the back of its head. Even the other rulers standing behind it couldn't hide their astonishment. As their leader, the brilliant light simply had to confirm it again. That's right. Jin Wu nodded his head and explained himself. And after reversing the time flow, I'd like you to not send anything to Earth. I shall kill the sovereigns and their armies in the gap between the dimensions. The brilliant light was left flabbergasted by what Jin Wu wanted to do after the time reversal and couldn't immediately say the words stuck in his mouth. Alone. He wishes to fight this war all by himself. Jin Wu had heard the explanation on the Chalice of Rebirth from the former Shadow Sovereign. Even if the tool of God was used and time was reversed, the higher beings such as rulers and sovereigns would keep their memories. In that case, since he had inherited the power of the Shadow Sovereign through becoming one with Osborne's ego, his current abilities wouldn't disappear. Jin Wu was planning to take this power, as well as his memories, and willingly enter the gap between dimensions. The brilliant light spoke in a disbelieving voice. Jin Wu looked down at his father's short sword and calmly made his reply. Far too many lives were lost during this battle. I just wish to bring them back, that's all. If it meant he could bring them back by reversing time itself, then Jin Wu was fully prepared to fight the sovereigns one more time. The brilliant light closed its eyes to give itself some time to think, and suddenly realized that it did empathize with Jin Wu's answer. Regardless of what, though, reversing time remained a very dangerous action to take. Those words implied that a future far more cruel and horrible might be in store for this world, meaning the current development might be the best end result for everyone. The 6-winged angel confirmed Jin Wu's decision for the last time. Before he answered, Jin Wu quietly closed his eyes and thought of the important people in his life. The eyes of the shadow soldiers inserted into their shadows allowed him to see them in real time. His mom and young sister were holding each other's hands with worried faces, anxiously watching the news coming from Japan on their TV. Cha-hien had her eyes deeply closed as if she was ardently praying to someone. Meanwhile, the association president Wu Jinqiao was also watching the news broadcast with tearful eyes. Jin Wu felt their heartfelt emotions, and a certain corner of his chest warmed up gradually. And when he opened his eyes, his mind was already made up. I'm going back, to those people who still remained, and even to those who are no longer here. The faces of Association President Go-Gun Huey, Adam White, and his father all brushed past his mind. Lots more people besides them were sacrificed in this war. Jin Wu swore that no one else would be lost ever again. The brilliant light clearly saw his unwavering determination. For a moment there, the angel thought the face of the former Shadow Sovereign had overlapped with that of Jin Wu's just now. It was the face of its stubborn comrade that refused to step aside even though the soldiers of heavens completely blanketing the skies threatened him so he could protect its master, the absolute being. He might have been a scary enemy, but at the same time, the angel greatly respected him. Hold on. Jin Wu quickly asked a question. What will happen to my shadow soldiers that didn't exist in the past? For instance, soldiers like Baru. Osborne's original soldiers would still remain within his shadow, sure. But what about others like Greed, who was a human named Huang Dong Su back 10 years ago? Or Baru, who didn't even exist back then? The brilliant light explained according to what it knew. That meant that Baru would continue to exist, while Greed would disappear. He could now hear the soldiers crying out in sorrow from inside his shadow. Jin Wu bade his goodbyes in his mind to those soldiers about to part ways with him and raised his head up with a smile. I'm ready. The brilliant light summoned out the Chalice of Rebirth from subspace and nodded its head. The blinding light enveloped the entire world. A small, easy-to-miss article about a middle school student who went missing after leaving behind a letter with the words "I've something to do" appeared on the corner of a certain local newspaper. And about 2 years later, the world became noisy for a brief moment after the middle school student who went missing suddenly came back home completely fine, as if everything had been a dream. But everything soon returned to its usual calmness, as it should. And then time marched on, quietly. No incidents of gates, monsters, or hunters stepping forward to hunt those monsters ever happened again. Yu Jinho found himself in the middle of a freshman welcoming party, but his expression remained quite stiff. The enticing odor of pork belly strips sizzling on the grill coming from here and there tickled his nose. but thanks to how tense he felt, he just couldn't work up his appetite at all. But how could this be? Although he was hiding his family background, for the time being, he still lived a life fitting for the last-born son of a wealthy keyball. For some reason, though, this diner specializing in the frozen pork belly didn't feel unfamiliar to him. But how come? Yu Jinho tilted his head this way and that, leading one of his university seniors to lightly tap him on the shoulder. Hey, Jinho, come on, man. Loosen up, dude. Someone might think you're being led into a slaughterhouse or something. Yu Jinho got flustered and his voice naturally rose higher. And no, that's not it, senior. What I'm saying here is, stop doing that for the time being, alright. You know, it'll be prudent to behave yourself in front of that senior, just in case. We have this really scary senior in our faculty, you see. Yu Jinho's expression stiffened a lot worse now. You know, that kind of a guy. He doesn't just punish or discipline the juniors for no reason, but just by standing next to him. His incredible charisma is so. If one were to talk about such a person, Yu Jinho also knew someone like that pretty close by, too. He briefly recalled his father's face, often referred to as the CEO of Iron Blood, before roughly shaking his head in order to get rid of the distracting thoughts. Perhaps he was getting properly drunk now. The senior began talking enthusiastically about this mysterious and scary senior all of a sudden. Hey, you know that athlete named Cha Hien? Are you talking about Cha Hien who became really famous not too long ago as the idol of the athletics world? That Cha Hien is the GF of our scary senior, you see. Here he comes. The senior jumped up from his seat after seeing a certain man enter the diner, and hurriedly bowed his waist. Senior Nim, thank you for coming. After seeing the polite, disciplined greetings of his seniors, Yu Jinho realized that the drunk senior hadn't been exaggerating a thing until now. With the entrance of one single man, the atmosphere of the noisy, boisterous freshman welcoming party changed instantly. Dear Senior Nim, why did you have to choose the spot next to mine when there are so many available elsewhere? Yu Jinho spat out a sigh deep inside his heart, his head still lowered in dejection. But then, that scary senior suddenly presented him with a glass filled with a clear liquid. Take a cup from me. To think, a glass of booze given to a freshman was not one of those tiny little soju cups, but an actual glass cup. Yu Jinho thought that this action was as expected of a hardcore senior and cautiously took the offered cup, hoping to not make any mistakes here. I'm actually not that good with alcohol, though. He squeezed his eyes shut real tightly and forced the liquid down his throat. But then, his eyes shot open wide in surprise, and he ended up asking a question at this unexpected development. Isn't this soda? It is. That supposedly scary senior was making an expression that was definitely not scary at all as he shook around the soda bottle. Why don't you and I drink this instead? For an unknown reason, the senior was forming the face of a person running into someone he really wanted to see after a long, long time of separation. Oh, and Jinho, I'm gonna feel really bad about myself if you keep calling me senior this and senior that. Okay. The senior filled the empty glass up with soda and spoke in a friendly tone of voice. From now on, call me Hyun. Hey, you don't want to. The once affectionate eyes of the scary senior suddenly changed to something far more serious. Yu Jinho instinctively straightened his back and energetically shouted out his reply. And no, I shall, Hyun Nim. Huh? After involuntarily spitting out the words Hyun Nim, Yu Jinho suddenly grew puzzled by how they felt so familiar to his tongue. Besides, hang on. Have I ever told the senior what my name is before? He continued to tilt his head this way and that, and in the meantime, the senior lightly clinked their glasses. Cheers. For some reason, Yu Jinho realized the grin on the senior's face was not unfamiliar at all. The corners of his eyes grew reddened with moisture as he energetically clinked his own cup with the senior's once more. Yes, cheers. Yu Jinho's somewhat dissatisfied voice came out from the phone's speaker. Ah, Hyun Nim. Why haven't you come to the faculty classroom yet? Jin Woo replied with a grin. I've got a small errand to run today, you see. Hey, Jinho. There's this really important matter I gotta take care of first, so can you sub for me during the afternoon class? Thanks. Hyun Nim. Hyun Nim. Jin Woo distanced his ear away from the voice desperately calling out to him and ended the call. Jin Woo raised his head and caught the name of the hospital written in large font right before his face. Solil Sin General Hospital. There was someone he had to meet staying in this place. He stopped walking for a bit to fix his attire. Then, just as he took a step towards the hospital, a rather familiar face brushed past him. He didn't mean to get noticed, but perhaps because his gaze had lingered on for a moment too long on her, she stopped and turned around to face him. It was Ju Huey, the rank B healer who got scared often but still entered the association and did her best so that the power given to her wouldn't be wasted. She used to be like that, but now she was staring at Jinwoo with the appearance of a regular university student. He ended up forming a gentle smile after realizing just how well not being a hunter suited her. Ju Hui intensely studied Jinwoo for a long time.